Chapter 1. Crossing Mu-Yun's blurred eyes and opening his eyes, he didn't even dream of himself, but he came to an unfamiliar place again. If he didn't guess wrong, he was transmigrating, and he was all too familiar with this kind of transmigration. Speaking of which, in his eyes, crossing anything is already a commonplace. This is a very normal thing at all, so it is nothing to him, and now. There are already many memories that do not belong to him, and they have begun to merge into his mind, making him feel a little pain in the nerves, but he has gradually become accustomed to this feeling. They now feel a memory that does not belong to them, and they have begun to slowly merge into their minds, and bursts of pain began to appear in their minds. It made him extremely depressed, and he couldn't help crying a few times, only shouting a few times he fainted involuntarily. It turned out that he had really become a traverser, and as a traverser, he had crossed into the world of armored warriors. Of course, that possibility may not be impossible in the future, and crossing over again is just crossing into that. The possibility of outside is not very large. After all, there is too much space in the interface. If you want to travel to a place, it is very lucky to travel to the place. Speaking of which, it can only depend on luck. After getting acquainted with this thing, he realized that the provincial piano competition was coming soon. He has clearly felt that this piano competition is of great significance to people, and he has also watched anime in the world of armored warriors. Understands some of the plots. The game has a big impact. But it doesn't seem to matter to him. Friends in this world, no family, he is just a traveler. Just traveled to this place, I have to slowly understand and become familiar with everything, and those friends will also slowly come to know each other. He needs to know a lot of friends, so that he won't be alone, won't look particularly lonely by himself, and won't be in trouble. No one can help you when you need help. This is very important to him, and he hopes to be careful now, just hope that he will not be tricked by anyone, and he does not want to have some problems again. After all, the difficulties for him now are real a little too much. If he doesn't take care of himself, then the possibility of a lot of misunderstandings will be too great. He doesn't want any mistakes, and he doesn't want anything. Let him will be under a lot of pressure in his heart. This is not what he wants to see. Once this happens, it is impossible for him to accept it in his heart. He hopes that he can change everything as soon as possible, and also hopes that he can get all these things done as soon as possible. Closed his eyes and took a good look at his memories, trying to sort out all these things clearly. Now he has a basic understanding of the world. The piano competition is coming soon. Shinnan and Zhang Jian are the biggest rivals. Chapter 2. Bank Robbery. They are also the people most likely to win this piano competition. However, it is clear that Zhang Jian did not regard Shinnan as a real opponent, although Shinnan seemed particularly arrogant and confident, particularly arrogant and rude, and thought he could win. In fact, Mu-Yun didn't take him as a real opponent at all, and never put this guy in his eyes. 157. After understanding the current basic situation, Mu-Yun hurriedly packed himself up. By the way, I took a good look at the room I was in. Now I am in a small room. This room should only be about 10 square meters. It is basically a normal bedroom, but the inside looks very dilapidated. In particular, this bed was creaking, and he would make creaking noises if he moved it twice. If he did something for two people, it was estimated that the bed would collapse directly. Mu-Yun hurried down. He was afraid that if he stayed on it for too long, he would easily fall into it. After all, if any random wooden board was broken, he would be directly caught in it. The more important thing is that he still has no friends in this world. No relatives. He doesn't have any memory about this world. He just crossed over instead of wearing his soul through his body. In fact, he has crossed over. It's just that he has more memories of armored warriors. These are some things about this world that have nothing to do with the so-called original owner, which means that he did not pass through anyone, but came in his own identity. Mu-Yun, hurry up from here. It was too hot and humid to walk in this room, and it made him feel particularly uncomfortable, in such a narrow and hot and humid space. Going down is afraid that I will grow hair, but now I have some hair in my heart. If he continues to stay, he will go crazy and there will be no way to continue to live in a place. Is there a guy living in this room? Why does this room also show that it is not vacant? I remember that this room was clearly vacant before. At this moment, he suddenly heard a sound outside. A middle-aged lady said something like this, and that person's finger just pointed to the room he just came out of, but he happened to be standing next to the wall. Maybe because of the perspective, the middle-aged lady didn't see him, and he only saw the fingers that the middle-aged woman stretched out. Seeing this scene, Mu-yeon was a little surprised. I didn't expect that there would be such a thing as me. Isn't this room rented by him? But that's normal. It's just how to prevaricate his clothes. If this is an inn, then it's really bad. It looked like it should be because he found little ones all over the place. Guest rooms, each of which looked like 5 with his kitchen. 7. The width is the same, the area should be the same, but the room looks a little worn. It should be that the rent is slightly cheaper, but it does not mean that he can live here without spending or registering the rent. How can he explain his stay here? Blue reminds you, 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 3. Sealed Another Demon Biobe. How could Biobe, the sealed ghost demon, pass by the room of other people's inn? How could it be possible? Obviously, he has never appeared in the eyes of the people in this inn, and he just went to this empty room. Let's go up and check it out. This matter really needs to be dealt with seriously. Maybe there's that thief Zhang Yang. I remember that Taoist likes to live in various inns. Maybe the financial affairs of our guests. There has been a lot of damage. Hearing this, Mu-yeon almost fell from the upstairs. How can there be such limitlessness? When did he become a Zhangyang robber? And he couldn't possibly cause any harm to other people's property. Gentleman does not take people's favor. And how can someone else's things be robbed at will? If you want to take it, you should take it face to face, instead of doing this kind of stealing. And he doesn't care about that. This is a very normal thing for him, but he didn't expect to see such a scene. Speaking of time travel, he didn't know where he would wear it, and it was normal for him to time travel into this inn. Other hand, Shinnen's competition is quite stressful, and now he is facing a very powerful opponent, but the Dark Shadow Realm's attacks are very frequent, so he has no way to accept that kind of unpredictable and high-frequency attacks. So that he had no way to imagine how he was going to endure it. If you continue to accept it. It was pretty bad for her too. The piano competition is about to start. I have to do it well. Thinking of the piano major that is about to start. In Shinnen, she can't make up her mind, and now she doesn't know how to deal with it. I just know that I have to hurry up and prepare for this very important game now. If not, then he will face a very painful blow, which will be very terrifying for him. In any case, he felt that this was a very fatal thing, so he was very concerned about it. Otherwise, how could he face these things so seriously, instead of going through these messy things? It's still not easy for him, and he still feels very dissatisfied in his heart facing this now, so he must be very unhappy in his heart since then. He hopes to be able to get a special balance in his heart as soon as possible, which is also very important. If he can pay attention to this situation, then it will naturally be very good. He sucked in a deep breath, and now the attacks received by the darkness have become more frequent, which caught him off guard, and Yingba didn't stop at all. There was always some vicious moves, wanting to the descendants of the armor of wood who went to Lianzhang were brought to the boiler factory. In short, those people have never stopped, and now he wants to remove that armor of wood. A belly full of bad water, he directly used a method that he often used to lure this guy out. He planned to melt the wooden armor, but he didn't expect to be blocked at this time. Chapter 4. Reject Shooting Phase Kindness. Chapter 4. Rejecting Shu Ting's good intentions. Fortunately, Mu-yeon knew about this in advance, and went to find the Dongshin on purpose. So he already knew this anime, so he deliberately tried to stop him. As for how he left the inn, of course, he explained it to those people. Those people are not fools. The difference naturally let him go. As for he just stayed in this empty room for a while, and he just explained it, saying that he was picking something from the eaves, and then accidentally almost turned it over. Then he rushed to this room. In fact, it didn't have much impact. Now, of course, those people let it go, and he couldn't wait to find that. Dongshin guessed it. When Dongshin came to this boiler factory, Yingba's lackeys had already tied the start to Wuhua, and he could see that this guy was also a cunning. Seeing this scene, Yutu, who didn't have Mu Yun's eyes to deal with it, wanted to know how to solve it. But the guy next to me seems to be easier to solve this problem. For him, it seems that this kind of problem will be very easy to solve, and Mu Yun naturally has no need to worry about it now. For him, worrying about it doesn't seem to make much sense. Think about what to do next with these lackeys. You let it go, otherwise I definitely won't forgive you. I didn't expect you to tie it up to Wawada, it's so annoying. Seeing this scene, he was extremely angry in his heart, that such a thing would actually happen. This kind of thing is simply too terrifying for him, and now this kind of pain makes him feel that there is no way to imagine it, and he can obviously avoid this kind of pain. Damn guy, he actually asked that person to make 5 flowers bigger. He clearly knew that that person should not have appeared here in the first place, and he should not have been tricked by you to get involved in these battles. This was something that shouldn't have happened. And these people actually made this kind of thing to make him feel very unbelievable. As for Muyun, he had already seen this scene in the anime, but he didn't expect it to happen in reality, and he was lucky to do it. Something to help. That's out of our hands, but since this guy has been tied here by us, of course he has to obey my orders, anyway. Now that he is in my hands, so what if you come, even though you are now I feel this boiler plant, but it's too late, unless you can save him now, but let's not think about it, this kind of thing is impossible. What Yingba's lackey said was very dirty, and his expression also looked very serious, with a feeling that was particularly terrifying to Li Jiao. After seeing this scene, several people were very angry. They didn't expect to see such a scene, it was a very heavy scene for them. Fortunately, Mu Yun has a special understanding of these plots, and you are doomed that these people will not succeed economically. After all, his ability is very powerful, and he knows a lot now. The plot in this armored warrior world is quite so a prophet-like figure. Chapter 5. The Little Soldier Dares to be Presumptuous. Chapter 5. The Little Soldier Dares to be Presumptuous. Hey, hey. Of men cheering and cheering floated out from a construction site, only to see some men in work clothes. While wiping the dense beads of sweat on the top of his head, he lifted his hammer high, and the hammer swayed with their arms, hitting the ground again and again. A hammer competition was held in the project, and each worker swung his hammer hard, and every time he hammered it, it was like earning more money. Scorching sky. Of hard work. Don't say it, it's really tiring to do 17-point physical work. A worker raised his head and said to the worker behind him who was vigorously waving a hammer, that the worker had no time to raise his head, and shouted in a dialect, "Why don't you talk here when you have time? It's better to hoe twice, the game is won. You might even get a bonus." Saying that, he lowered his head and continued the game. Worker Atu saw that other opponents were working so hard, and he had to stop his desire to rest. He swung the hammer vigorously, and the hammer smashed it down. He only felt that the hammer was blocked by something hard, no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't get it down either, so he put down the hammer in his hand and touched the hard thing with his calloused hand. Suddenly, a brown thing broke out of the ground, and the worker was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. The other workers screamed in fright and ran around. What is this? Before they could see clearly, the workers threw the hammer to the ground and turned to run away. Coax. Ha! The brown thing suddenly let out a roar, and the brown thing was covered with ravines, like a mountain that had experienced a landslide. So rugged, the largest body has a variety of rock patterns. The monster suddenly waved his hand, and a huge force lifted Atu on the ground. The monster's right hand flew into the air. Atu had no power to hold the chicken, so he could only let the monster bully. Creaking sound. Oops, it's a rock monster. In the survey room, Meijun discovered that the location of the factory was emitting red light, and the machine was beeping non-stop, as if to remind the armored warriors to hurry up and deal with the monster. Locate in that factory, Dongshin, this is up to you. Mizun watched the sound of the machine getting louder and louder, her eyebrows furrowed together. After Dongshin received the task, she stood firm, took her summoner, and rushed out the door. In the factory on the other side, the monsters don't seem to be satisfied. They only heard Atu alone. Why do you make me sleep? While roaring, the monster grabbed it recklessly with its big hands, and the workers smashed it to the ground again. Dongshin rushed to the factory as fast as he could, looked at the rock monster, and bullied the workers wanton. Stop. Tosugi raised the summoner high. Of course, Muyun didn't watch his belongings being taken away. He pushed his legs hard on the ground, and stabbed him straight at Haiguang's eyes. Suffer to death. Muyun was bound to kill the monster. After taking back the sword, he took out his mobile phone and looked at it. The time was 4.5 minutes. Well, the time was just right. The corners of his mouth showed an arc, and he smiled when he looked at the adoring eyes of the crowd. At this time, a summoner landed in Muyun's hand, and this was the reward after he killed monsters. Chapter 6. Muyun's Youthful Heart. Chapter 6. Muyun's Shaoshin, Wind Eagle Man. Transform. I saw that Dongshin summoned the power of heaven and earth, his body emitted a purple light, and an eagle shape suddenly appeared on his chest. Go ahead and capture it. Monster. Dongshin rose up into the air, and summoned a magical power with the summoner in his hand. The monster also waved his big hand, and the wind whistled along with the summoning of the monster. The two were evenly matched. At this time, Muyun suddenly appeared, and he arrived immediately after receiving the order. Just the two of you want to subdue me, ha 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 ha. The rock monster looked at Dongshin and sneered, if you want to subdue you, you probably don't need half of my skill. Say it. Dongshin turned into a wind hawk, and Muyun turned into Xingtian armor. The two of them kicked off the ground and slandered the rock monster. The rock monster was still bullying the workers wantonly just now, but now it has lost half of its power by this sudden blow. The rock monster saw its body shrinking slowly, and found that it could not beat Dongshin. At this time, lying on the ground, Atu suddenly screamed because of the pain. Dongshin immediately. Turning his head to look at Atu, the monster found that Dongshin hesitated. If he fought again, he might be subdued, so he took advantage of Dongshin not paying attention and got into the soil. With a huge size just now disappeared in a blink of an eye. Dongshin watched the rock monster take the opportunity to escape, and saw the worker Atu lying on the ground groaning in pain. Atu covered his stomach with his hands, the pain in his body and the thoughts of his bones made him feel the pain, and his body trembled slightly. After weighing the pros and cons, Dongshin did not choose to continue chasing, but walked towards Atu. He helped Atu, who fell on the ground, with his hands. Are you all right? Dongshin saw that there was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Atu's lips had become pale. He said this and nodded, looking like he didn't have the strength to speak. Dongshin took Atu to his own survey room. Meijun stayed in the survey room, watching Dongshin support the injured Atu, and walked in from the door. What's the situation? That monster, did you control him? Mizun asked Dongshin, who had just rushed back to the survey room, and took Atu, who was being supported by Dongshin. Atu's whole body was covered. Don't ask, he actually ran away for him. Dongshin said helplessly, and pointed at Atu. He is the one who suffers the most serious injury, and the rest is up to you. Signaled to Meijun, who understood what Dongshin meant, and put the injured Atu on the bed to heal him. In the process of healing Atu, she saw the bloodstain in a strange state. This kind of bloodstain should not be owned by an ordinary person. Meijun was very puzzled about the identity of the person in front of her. She guessed that this person should be the queen of the armored warrior. After a long discussion, the two of them decided that the injured person in front of them was actually a descendant of the Light and Shadow armored Light and Shadow village. Meijun extracted a bit of Atu's blood, walked into the laboratory, studied it carefully, and then walked out with a reagent bottle mixed with Atu's blood, turned the reagent bottle at the light, shook it, and handed it to her. In front of Dongshin. This blood does have the unique characteristics of the descendants of light and shadow armor, but it doesn't seem to be so pure, so he does not have the ability to summon light and shadow armor. Looking at Ah-Tu, who was lying on the bed and passed out, Mei Jen said earnestly. Dongshan put her 2 arms around her chest and nodded. Fei Lu reminded you, the 3 things to read are collection, push. Chapter 7. Clone Nether Demon. Chapter 7. Clone Ghost, the latest news. A large amount of coal has been lost in the coal factory on the outskirts of our city. I hope that citizens and friends who find suspicious persons can report to our station. On the LCD TV news channel, when the host said such words, Mu Yun, who was sitting in front of the TV, frowned tightly. Since the last time he let that rock monster run away, his heart has been very heavy, and he always feels that the rock monster will reappear under a specific circumstance, so he has to pay attention every moment, just to subdue the monster at the first time. Xiao Song, do you think that the loss of these coals is very bizarre? How could it be possible to lose so much coal for no reason? Mei Jun said to Xiao Song, who was sitting there in a daze. Xiao Song nodded. In his opinion, this matter was really bizarre, so he took the initiative to ask Ying to go and follow the clues to trace it. Otherwise I'll go to the coal factory and take a look, maybe I can find out something. Mu Yun looked at Xiao Song with a face of fighting spirit and decided to go with him. The 2 stopped a taxi to the suburbs and found the one reported in the news. The coal factory. They looked in through the rusted iron door of the coal factory and found that there was no one in the coal factory. The 2 of them just wanted to push the door and enter. A person suddenly ran over behind him. What are you 2 doing? You can't be thieves, right? The 2 of them turned their heads together and saw a man in a work hat looking at them suspiciously. How is it possible? What are you talking about? How could the 2 of us be thieves? The 2 of us are here to investigate how your coal was lost, and you actually bite back. Mu looks at people who question their identity. Said angrily. What to check? I'm the foreman here. If you don't go in, the coal here is lost. You let you in. If it's lost again, who will I go to reason with? The foreman quickly pulled the 2 men with his hands and let them both leave. I said, why don't you know what's going on? If we don't go in and check it out, your coal will only be thrown away. I'll see what you will do then. Mu vigorously shook off the foreman who was pulling the 2 of them. The foreman said, that's not up to you. At the same time, he pushed the 2 people out of the way and left as if he had eaten a dusty nose. The more I look at this place, the weirder it gets. I always feel that there are dark groups carrying out clandestine sabotage activities in the mines. Who had been silent for a while, suddenly raised his head and looked at Mu Yun, who was sullen. Mu Yun only reacted at this time. If they only rely on the strength of the 2 of them, there is no way to enter the mining field, so they decided to put their suspicions aside. Tell Mei Jun. The 2 rushed back to the survey room as quickly as possible. Mei Jun, we have just visited the mining plant, but the foreman didn't let us in at all, and even suspected that we were stealing the coal mine. Mu Yun first complained about the grievances he had just received from the foreman. Mei Jun, I always feel that there is a dark organization in the mining farm, and Mu Yun and I may not be able to enter at all, so this matter may require you to come out in person. Xiao Song added. Mei Jun looked at the 2 serious people in front of her and nodded. Chapter 8. The first encounter with a warrior in complete armor. Chapter 8. The first time I met a complete armored warrior, Mei Jun took Dongshin Muyun and went to the mining factory again. After discussing with the foreman, several people were allowed to enter, although the foreman was reluctant, but after all, I also want to know why the coal mine was lost for no reason. Sure enough, it's still beautiful and really useful to talk about. Mu Yun said jokingly, the atmosphere in this mining farm is strange, the air is cold and clear, as if no one has been here for a long time. There would have been a lot of workers mining, but where have they gone now? Perhaps after the coal mine was lost again and again, the workers chose to leave this strange place. Dongshin and others went to the deepest part of the mining field together, but they saw that the mining field was full of ruins, as if it had been maliciously destroyed by others. What on earth made this place like this? Mu-yun looked at the big hole and the small hole on the ground, puzzled. A few people kept walking, looking at the environment around the mining field while walking. Ha ha ha, you still found it. Suddenly, a monster appeared in the ground, and Dongshin took a closer look. It was the rock monster that slipped out of his hands that day. Don't you remember what we were like last time? How dare you be so arrogant now? Mu-yun laughed and looked at the rock monster in front of him. At this moment, behind the rock monster, an ugly general appeared. Ugly general, I knew it was all your fault. After seeing the ugly general, everyone knew where these coal mines that disappeared out of thin air went. The ugly general looked at the few people in front of him, then looked at the rock monster standing in front of him, and let out a sarcastic smile. Sound. Feng Yingxia. Voice change. Xingtian armor. Fit together. After giving each other a knowing look, Dongshin and Mu-yun transformed together and decided to fight the monsters in front of them. The ugly general watched the two people transform and did not help the rock monster. He felt that the rock monster could compete with the two people. After the rock monster roared, the stones near the mining factory rose to the ground, all floating in the air, still in the air. There were raised sand grains, which caught the eyes of Mu-yun and Dongshan for a while. Together. After the two of them chanted their own spell together, the power came together. The power to swallow the flame. The power to swallow the howl. The strength of the two people pulled together, and the stone floating in the air smashed to the ground in an instant. The rock monster found that his move was useless, so he wanted to use a more powerful move, but at this time, Mu-yun was very fast. Throwing his flaming sword towards the rock monster could not resist the penetrating power brought by the sword, and was obviously unable to parry. He had summoned was useless. He turned around angrily and left, shouting, "Evacuate!" And it disappeared in an instant. Mu-yun took out the kill stick, and was about to conquer the rock monster that was unable to resist. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed, and in an instant, the rock monster lying on the ground disappeared, and only pieces were left on the ground. Stone. It can get away. That had just been knocked down was saved by the monster that came with him, escaped the kill sticker, and escaped back to the Shadow Realm base together. Chapter 9. Reunion. After the 9th reunion and Wang Wen's separation, Mu-yun was walking on the street and muttered to himself, "It is interesting to say that this day is interesting, and it is really boring to say that it is boring. As an armored warrior, there is not even a single person to speak." Mu-yun was bored. He planned to find something to do to kill time. He thought that the last time he ate it, he was not satisfied, and he was ridiculed by others when he ordered food. He definitely couldn't hold his breath. I noticed every detail this time, and I must go to that place to prove myself again. Mu-yun beat his chest with his hands, took out his mobile phone, plugged in the white earphones, and played one of the most popular songs at the time, and followed him all the way to Kenny's door. Speaking of which, KFC is really popular. It is still full of people. Mu-yun stood at the door of KFC and looked inside. "Last time I accidentally hit the door when I entered, it's really embarrassing." Mu-yun, who had learned the lesson last time, passed the glass door this time, and saw that the word that was not posted was "pull." He didn't push the door again, and the first hurdle passed smoothly. Everything seemed to be going well. Mu-yun didn't shout as loudly as last time, but found a place to put down his things, and came to the ordering place alone. "Bring me some fries, a large one, and a glass of Coke with ice, and this burger will be double layered too." Seeing the various kinds of Dong Mu-yun on the menu, a light flashed in his eyes. It was the light of worship for food, and the waiter saw that the machine in his hand was facing the payment of Mu noodles. Code. Mu-yun's balance instantly decreased a lot. "If I keep eating like this, it seems that I am myself." Mu-yun found that his money was spent so fast, and there must be some distressed Mu-yun who was standing aside waiting for his food, looking around, wanting to find some new things. His eyes locked on the girl sitting by the window, still that familiar position, still that familiar appearance. Oops, it's heart-wrenching. The girl had long hair scattered and was wearing a pink dress. Even if it was just a side face, he knew that this was the last time. The girl who made his heart move, Muyun picked up his food, and made 2 steps in 3 steps. He walked over to the table. Missed it last time, so I must seize the opportunity this time. Muyun secretly cheered himself up. Hi, beauty. Although Muyun didn't learn any high-tech, but he learned a good trick to seduce girls. The girl raised her head slowly after hearing the voice. Hi. The girl's tender eyes collided with Muyun. Muyun suddenly bumped into the deer, and he thought in his heart, I didn't ask for his contact information last time, I must not miss it this time. Muyun took advantage of the situation to sit opposite the girl, took out one of his fries, wrapped it in ketchup and put it on the girl's plate. The girl smiled awkwardly when she saw Muyun's behavior. Remove the fries by hand. Sorry, thank you for your kindness, but I don't eat ketchup. Muyun's face is black on the spot. Chapter 10 Muyun Embarrassed Chat. Chapter 10. Muyun's Awkward Chat. Why don't you eat ketchup? This is the essence of KFC, why doesn't she eat it? With a dark face, Muyun thought to himself, of course he wouldn't show this kind of thing, otherwise he would make this girl not interested in him. Oh, look like this, I don't think tomato sauce is that delicious. Muyun could only take advantage of the situation to show that he didn't like to eat ketchup. He embarrassedly swallowed the ketchup-covered French fries thrown out by the girl. The girl directly squeezed a little yellow sauce from a packaging bag onto a chicken nugget. Here, try this. Of actions, the girl delivered the chicken to Muyun's eyes. What is this? Muyun looked at the pile of yellow sauce, and felt a little uneasy in his heart. After all, this one. Because he had never eaten it before. I think this is delicious, mustard. After hearing that girls like this sauce, Muyun put the chicken nuggets in his mouth without hesitation, and immediately the pungent smell of mustard filled his mouth, and Muyun's mouth felt like it was on fire, as if countless flames were burning him. This is still very important to him, so it is more meaningful in his eyes. Muyun really couldn't stand the pungent smell of mustard, so he could only spit out the chicken nuggets he just swallowed. The girl couldn't help but laugh when she saw Muyun's embarrassed appearance. The girl took out a piece of paper from the straight pump, handed it to Muyun's mouth, and helped him wipe off the mustard that was stuck beside his mouth. Omegas, she's doing it. What can I show her? Muyun blinked to make sure that he was not dreaming, and looked at the woman in front of him who was wiping his face seriously. It feels like flying in fate. Muyun couldn't help humming a song in his heart. How can I describe this feeling? It's like a dream, flying in the sky, side by side with the sun. He didn't dare to move, he really didn't dare to reach the girl after the action was over. The girl saw that he was in a daze, so she raised her hand and shook it in front of his eyes, and he calmed down. After slowing down, Muyun first shook his head vigorously. After confirming that everything that happened just now was real, he nodded happily, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became bigger and bigger. What's the matter with you? The girl thought Muyun was very strange. She blinked her big eyes hard, her long eyelashes fluttering. I wondered in my heart, is it the first time he has eaten mustard sauce, or maybe it is the first time he has been wiped by another girl? Thinking about it this way, this strange boy in front of me is very cute. This thing is also very tasty. Muyun pointed to the chicken nugget he had just spit out, and felt that it was rude to let others see what he spit out, so he took out a piece of paper and wrapped the chicken nugget. The girl opposite saw the cute Muyun. She couldn't hold back her laughter. She laughed out loud in front of Muyun. The girl stood up with her hands on the table, and held it with her slender hands. With a smile on Muyun's face, he said to Muyun, "Why are you so cute?" Muyun was really heartbroken when he was praised by this sentence. Chapter 11 Add 2. Chapter 11. Add, I said you were interested in me. The girl stretched her head forward. Her long hair exuded a faint fragrance, and Muyun was fascinated by this fragrance. This feeling makes him very fascinated, and he is also very sinking now. This feeling makes him feel very confused. If he doesn't pay attention, then naturally it will not work. Why is she so fragrant? This is a fragrance that I can never experience when fighting monsters. Those monsters only have a stinky smell. Mu-yun thought to himself, and pursed his lips. Girl looked at the stupid straight gay man in front of her. Even if he had any thoughts about him, he probably wouldn't show it, so he decided to take the initiative. Ah me. Mu-yun felt that all of this happened too fast. He was dizzy, and before he had time to show himself in front of the girls, he made such a big appearance. Damn, it's a shame to throw it home today. Mu-yun cursed his stupidity secretly in his heart. His palms were all sweaty. He took every step cautiously, and in the end, every step was wrong. God, Earth, what should I do? In Mu-yun's heart, he was already kneeling on the vast black earth at this time. His head was raised high, his 2 hands were raised above his head, and he shouted at the sky, but this ruthless god is not willing to help this unemotional man. Self-inflicted. A voice called out from his fantasy. After Mu-yun calmed down, I saw that the girl took his mobile phone, and clasped Mu-yun's right thumb with his hand, pressed the screen, and turned it on. Fingerprint unlocked. Fingerprint verification failed, please try again. Such a sentence appeared on the screen of the mobile phone. The girl looked at Mu-yun with a puzzled expression. Mu-yun stretched out his little finger on his left hand and pressed it to unlock the fingerprint on the screen, and the screen was instantly unlocked. The girl looked at Mu-yun's strange habit, and thought about what the boy did just now, covered her mouth and laughed. Although Mu-yun didn't know what the girl was laughing at, he knew that his behavior must be it's very funny. Mu-yun now feels that he has lost all face. Oh, if you lose face, you will lose face. Shengzhou Wang Fengwo played the princes, just for the sake of Bomei people. I, Mu-yun, are like a clown jumping on a beam, and I also change the beauty in my heart to smile. It's worth it. It's worth it. At this time, Mu-yun suddenly realized that he was an optimist, scratched his head with his hand, and looked at the girl with an embarrassed expression. Who was completely passive, was dominated by the girl in front of her. The girl used her mobile phone to scan her prestige. After sending the friend request, she agreed to it. Mu-yun, there are only a few people in the prestige list. Suddenly there was an extra girl, and he was still a little uncomfortable. Seeing that the girl he likes has already added his prestige, even if the incident just now made him a little embarrassed, it turned out to make him very happy. After adding prestige, the only way to contact her often is to ask her out to play occasionally. Thinking about it, it's beautiful. Mu-yun happily picked up his double-layer hamburger, opened his big mouth and bit it, seeing that the food he was eating had been slowly eliminated by himself, and when he looked up, he seeing the girl on the opposite side who was surprised by him. Mu-yun suggested that the two of them go out together and press down the road to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 12 Mu-yun. Chapter 12. Mu-yun, why don't we go down the road together? I heard that there are a lot of interesting shops on the street. By the way, let me tell you, I am very good at catching dolls. While Mu-yun suggested himself, he invited the girl across from him to go out to play. Forget it today, I'll wait for something else. If you have anything, you can contact me with prestige. The girl stood up and waved at Mu-yun, indicating that she wanted to leave, but Mu-yun had no way to stay, so she looked at the back of the girl leaving. After watching the girl out of sight, Mu-yun opened the prestige interface. Zhang Saitong. Mu-yun looked at the notes in the newly added friends on the prestige interface, and slowly read out the girl's name, thinking happily, it turns out that her name is Zhang Saitong, she really lives up to her name. Nice people have nice names too. After processing all the food he ordered, Mu-yun decided to leave. Although this place was full of stories, he felt that this place was also the place where his sweet love started. It was still very fatal, so in his eyes it is very necessary to pay attention to it. If you don't believe it, it will be very outrageous. No, I have to find a place to practice my doll catching skills. Mu-yun was worried that one day suddenly the girl would ask him out to play, and his skills in catching dolls fell behind. Wouldn't he be embarrassed again? Mu-yun trotted all the way to the video game city by himself, and he changed the game for 50 yuan coins. The claw machines in this video game city are almost full, and there are all kinds of young couples standing in front of the claw machines. Behaves so intimately. Mu-yun looked at the couple, although his mouth showed a look of disgust, but he was yearning in his heart. He took out 2 coins from his small box, observed which doll in the doll machine was the cutest, and finally decided which one he wanted, put the 2 coins in, put his hands together and put them on his chest. Just like praying to Buddha, he muttered in his mouth, Amitabha, Atufo, please let me catch it. That soft iron hook, following the instructions of Mu-yun's hand, slowly fell down, seeing that hook hit a doll. Mu-yun pressed the button, and his claws merged into one. Very successful hit a side ball. Mu-yun failed. Just like this series of actions, Mu-yun repeated all afternoon, each time ended in failure. This ruthless doll machine is just here to deceive young couples. After experiencing countless failures, Mu-yun could only comfort himself in this way, but he turned around to see other young couples playing happily together, and imagined that he and Jang Saidong had caught the doll together. Mu-yun embraced Jang Saidong from behind. Jang Saidong's slender body looked particularly petite against Mu-yun's contrast. Her long hair fell in front of Mu-yun's chest, still exuding such a faint fragrance. Mu-yun. With his hands, he operated the claw machine with ease, and the claw was easily caught by him. As soon as he grabbed it, Jang Saidong turned his head and gave Mu-yun a positive look, and the two of them met and smiled. I said, big brother, if you want to catch it or not, give me a place quickly, we two still have to play. A rush of boys completely pulled Mu-yun out of his fantasy. Chapter 13 Birthdays. Chapter 13. Birthday. I heard that Shaolin's birthday is coming soon. A hint of surprise on Minchi's face when she said these words, and she didn't want to say a word when she saw the people in front of her, because it was only in this situation that she showed her care. It is said that she likes a floral dress in a magazine, otherwise you should buy this thing. Mu-yun said these words with a smile, and in the current situation, seeing all the people in front of him alive is a very happy time. Because the world is peaceful, these people can live in it forever, but Shaolin's birthday is not. You can pass it casually, after all, it only happens once a year. If you go and buy this dress, even if the wages of these people are taken out, it will not be enough for several months. Minchi frowned helplessly, looking at the person in front of her. She didn't want to say a word. After all, she had to figure it out in this situation. Your upper lip touches your lower lip. We didn't think about it that much, because everyone knows what happened, so they like it, but you also have to look at the price. Minci looked at the person in front of her with an angry smile. In fact, when they got here, they could all understand what was going on, but few people were willing to say it. It can be swallowed into your stomach. I remember that you are not very good at handicraft. You can just give the same set to the child, and you don't have to get it yourself. Went to buy it at such a high price and made it myself, the material, probably a little better than the magazine. Seeing that the idea he came up with was about to happen, Mu-yun said helplessly and casually, these few people seem to think of something in an instant, wouldn't it be better if it was a gift that could show their thoughts? When they are giving away to others, they will try their best to use the things they bought, but if you make a different one yourself, wouldn't the meaning be better? Minchi has understood something for a long time. I went straight to buy my own fabrics, and took advantage of my spare time to learn all the things here slowly, and then a little bit of newbies were sealed out. When Xiaoyang saw it, his face showed excitement. Smile. I really didn't expect you to be so skillful and make this exact same dress. I've wanted to buy it for a long time, but because it's too expensive, I haven't been able to afford it. Was an embarrassed smile on her face. If it weren't for these people telling her, maybe she thought she bought it. Okay, it's not easy to have a birthday once a year, so make a wish quickly. As soon as Mu-yun said these words, he received a call for help from Guangying village. It seems that it was because Latu was attacked by the supernatural demon bull monster, so he could only ask them for help, otherwise all the people in there would die. An embarrassed smile appeared on his face. I have already said that I want to accompany others on their birthdays, but I didn't expect to read the underlined version of the novel. Please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 14 The Great War. Chapter 14. War, it's alright, just finish your own business first. The two people in the room said these words, and their eyes were also staring at Mu-yun. In fact, Mu-yun had no other ideas now. After all, it is better to drive these monsters away first. Good. Otherwise, at the end, before waiting for anything, you will already see the person in front of you, and you will not know anything, and you will be a little embarrassed. Don't worry, when we come back, we will definitely celebrate your birthday again. Mu-yun patted his chest and said these words. Just as soon as he arrived at Guangying village, he saw that Atu was being attacked, and Dongshan rushed out in time to save Atu. Looking at the monster in front of him, he was attacking the innocent citizens next to him without hesitation. Mu-yun's face became even more ugly. They were just a little late. This monster has already reached such a lawless level. What happened? There might be more problems. Hurry up and knock him down. Sinan also rushed over at some point, changed it directly, and kicked the monster's face with one kick of his equipment, as if the monster didn't respond with another punch. It's not easy for everyone to be happy for a while, but there will be such a monster, so ignorant to come over and make trouble, and not teach him a good lesson. I am really sorry for myself. The words that Mu-yun said directly stretched out and punched the monster's teeth. Seeing that the things in front of them were becoming more and more uncontrollable, they could only beat the monster hastily. Went back to his home. As soon as I went back, I saw Xiaolan who was sitting next to them and waiting for them to eat. It's hard work. She took it out with a smile. She had already prepared the meal. Although these meals were a little cold, the few people around just felt it. I'm sorry, although they have already agreed, when they went to their birthdays. To do such a thing, it would be unreasonable for anyone to change it. I don't want to say anything else to you later. Anyway, it's your birthday now, all this should be our best wishes to you, but I didn't expect you to wait for us for so long. To be honest, yes, I'm quite uncomfortable inside. These words, Mu-yun directly took out a gift from behind him, unwrapped it, and put it on Xiaolan's head. Thank you, although this birthday is not the most perfect birthday, but it is also a very happy birthday for me. If there is a chance in the future, I will have a good party with you. When he heard this sentence, Mu-yun scratched his face embarrassedly. As it is now, if he has nothing to do, it can be regarded as everything is fine. Unexpectedly, I finally got a day off, and I was completely defeated by this monster. It was as if I had done something with great difficulty, thinking of giving others a surprise, but in the end the surprise turned into a shock and embarrassment. But this kind of thing is not to say that there is no way to do it. In some cases, it is possible to do it clearly at the beginning, so there is no need to say so much. Chapter 15 Innocent Citizens. Chapter 15. Innocent Citizen, didn't I tell you a long time ago, if there is such a situation, you must inform us in advance, otherwise it would be very dangerous for you to come alone. Seeing the ant monster beside him dealing with innocent citizens, Mu-yun couldn't help frowning. Dongshan has already begun to help humans here, and wants to defeat this monster, but it is indeed very difficult to rely on his own strength. Watching the monster's increasingly arrogant and reckless Mu-yun directly transformed. I still don't know how this ant monster can become so big. It is already an ordinary ant, hundreds of times. In his tone. In fact, it has come to this situation, and no one can explain the rest of the matter, and if it has reached the current state, they more or less know that they need to do something in the future. What? Didn't I tell you already? If you can explain the things here more or less, it will be a benefit to others, because it has become like this, and if you yourself are in it, it will be a good thing. Very dangerous. However, just when Mu-yun and the others were about to dress up this ant, they saw that he released a black perception. For a while, a few people didn't dare to move around casually, because they were afraid that this thing would have any mutated consequences when it came to their body, because it was like this. If it is because of this one case, let themselves fail completely, or what kind of danger they have encountered, this is something they can't bear. All of us were rescued. Be careful, you too, if something happens, get out of here quickly. I'll go to the other direction now. If the ant monster comes out from the other side, I'll teach him a good lesson. After he finished saying this, he went in the other direction. Muyun looked at it and shook his head. He always felt that something was not right, and after waiting for the fog to dissipate, he found that the ant monster in front of him had slipped away. Have you noticed that these monsters seem to be able to entangle the descendants of Guangying village recently, as if they have something on them? Muyun frowned and thought about the things that were happening now. The rest of the sentence was actually not clear, but it was already in this situation, and these few people couldn't explain everything in what way. But if it can be explained clearly, it can be considered that what he did is somewhat correct. Although they all know more or less what they need to do in the future, or what to do, but if they can put this when things are said or done, it seems to be different. Actually, I also found out. I don't know why all kinds of monsters have been appearing in Guangying village during this period of time, as if there is an organization behind them, but every time they come, all the monsters are different, and I still don't know each other, and there may be competition among several monsters, so I think they should not have communicated with each other. Mu Yunjiao, his brows were thinking about what happened now, and he didn't say much about the rest. Anyway, we have to study this thing before we know it. Chapter 16 Experiments. Chapter 16. Experiment. Otherwise, let's see what will happen here first, and then if there is time, I will solve my own problems properly. I always feel that my situation can be seen with us. It's not the same. When she said these words, her face was slow and a little ugly. In fact, it has already arrived. Now they all know why they have suddenly become like this, and why their lives have suddenly changed. However, Muyun and the others didn't think of so many feelings in their hearts, and what happened now exceeded their reliance at the beginning. At this time, Dongshin's face was also a little ugly, and their life at the beginning was also very good. In the end, I didn't expect that what happened now has gradually exceeded their initial thoughts, and I don't know why there are so many situations in the villages inside. If there is something else, how will I explain it clearly? I don't want to tell you a mess at the end, newcomer. Under this circumstance, I have explained your own affairs to you very clearly, and now that you are in this situation, if you can really explain it to us, you don't need to say so much here. Although the woman in front of her is a descendant of Guangying village, no matter what, if they really figured out their own situation in such a simple way, the remaining problems need not be so messy. I know what you were thinking at that time, but if you are used for the experiment, what are we people going to eat? Pretty much what has been said. And it's very clear, if you're really not happy, I don't want to tell you either. At this time, Dongshin has already decided to use himself as the experimental question for the special experiment. If they know that they can have such great ability, they will change it slowly. In any case, as long as the situation can be realized, there will not be so many cadres in this village in the future. They must also know why these monsters exist. If the things that happened at the beginning would be very different, they can only know whether what they are doing is right or wrong. But if you do it like this, it's really not right. It's nothing to do in this way, but what they did is even more excessive. As soon as these people said it, they saw that the man in front of them was particularly ugly, because they have already reached the current situation. If the rest of the matter is really said, it is impossible for these people to discuss it here. So much, anyway, if they can get to the current state, it can be considered a good thing for them. If you really don't want to, you don't have to continue here. Anyway, you are not alone. Let's be more careful and see why these monsters come. If there is no new Abudi in remembering my culture, maybe one day will be enough. Chapter 17 Fire. Chapter 17. One wave of fire has not settled, and another wave has risen. Muyun's side has just gained a wave of fans, but because of transformed actor, the praise and criticism are directly mixed. Flicking through the latest Weibo posts, Muyun was in a calm mood. I'm just wondering, the transformed actor is an old showman to show an unknown side. This Muyun's play has never been higher than 2.0. What are you looking for in black, red, black and red? Arrived at the studio, Muyun flipped through Weibo and saw these comments, and relentlessly put the phone in his pocket. Indeed, the transformed actors, that Muyun came to participate in today are all powerful, no matter what. People are not popular, but their acting skills are remarkable, and it is also based on this point to compete with those celebrities who rely solely on their faces to get a lot of traffic. Muyun stood at the door to check the time, and waited for Mao Bin for a while. Mao Bin came in a hurry, gasping for breath. It's not too late, it's only 5 minutes before we open our eyes, let's go first. As you are, if the director finds out, he must be very angry. He paid a lot of money to invite Sun Li, Hu Yanbing and other big names in the middle, but he has to wait for you, a little-known little person. Knowing that he was late and had an impact on Muyun, Mao Bin took the initiative to apologize. Didn't you say there are still people waiting for the super class? Seeing Mao Bin pretending to be stupid, Muyun did not criticize him again. 2 people entered. In fact, Muyun knew in his heart that the voices on the internet were already overwhelming. Some netizens even made such comments. Because Muyun is black and red, even though such a powerful program, it still has to rely on a 2 gossip hotspots come to bring the fire, so as to have the ratings. After all, it's not just a show that wants to eat, but the TV station also gets a piece of the pie. Live broadcast started, the big screen in the studio was dark, but the people on the internet were already active. I ran to my house and waited for the super to come. Please this. Fat friend wake up. Wait until Chow is Sun Li's. The overwhelming barrage was swiping one by one, because Muyun hadn't been recorded yet, so Muyun saw this. Some people even mentioned him, but his words were not very good. Little Master came to Muyun, but I want to see what kind of weirdo he is. I want to see how big his acting skills are, so that I can really wash him in one beat. Really not in the mood to watch it any longer. Muyun put away the phone. But what surprised Muyun was that when the show was officially recorded, because the show had interactive and links, it would also introduce the barrage of fans, and the screen-filled barrage was overwhelming. Lin Chao and Luo Feng were twisting their necks to the point of breaking, staring at the big screen, but almost only 1 or 2 of the hundreds of barrages mentioned them, and the rest were all about Muyun. My Muyun is really handsome, I want to marry him. That is, he is the most handsome, and whoever doesn't have eyes will attack him again. The lines of indifference are all about Muyun, and the others are not easy to talk about. Just when the big guys watch it with relish. There seemed to be scolding on the screen. What is this? Hurry up and get out. Please let the fans of Muyun's family be more rational, please don't force the screen. Chapter 18 Silence. Chapter 18. Silence, who are you saying is irrational? I'm just posting a comment. Why are you eating your rice? Muyun kept silent by the side, and even some fans thought that Muyun was too talented, and the wonderful facial expressions of Lin Chao and Luo Feng were caught in the eyes of the big guys. Oh, the last big brother who claimed to be a fan of Lin Chao, can he grow his brain? Since he can take other people's things directly, and put it out as his own song, why not let people say it? I agree with the statement above, and I dare to say that other people's acting skills are worth 50 cents. Then, may I ask if your ability to compose music is -5 cents? The comments are really wonderful, as if the recording scene tonight was handed over to these fans for rehearsal. To be said that Muyun's strength should not be underestimated, even though Muyun has passed a bit, and his medal, they haven't diminished at all. As the name implies, these medals are Muyun's fans. Whether his fans are black fans, passers-by fans, or central fans over the years, they all bring more people than these mentors. However, some people are not too concerned to watch the fun, and the big ones came to the live broadcast room of Transformed Actor, after listening to Muyun's new song. So out of love for the song, I also expressed my attitude in the comments. As long as Muyun's acting skills don't really want to be embarrassed to the point of smashing the computer, I can still bear it. God said that at any rate, he opened a window for others. I can't just close a door. Right, agree with the point of view upstairs. After all, like some people, you can't take other people's shortcomings and cough to death. The barrage of fans one by one attracts big guys to be more. was in the mood to watch it to see which fans could say shocking words next. And these no-names are the most likely to be heroes, and their classic comments are likely to become tomorrow's buzzwords. The guides who originally wanted to give up Muyun. I also think that Muyun still has a certain foundation. The Devil from Heaven has attracted many loyal fans for him, and it has become the basis for him to reopen his peak era. This wave of melons before the show started, everyone has eaten enough, and what shocked everyone even more is that the original program team's slogan made by Lin Chao was temporarily changed to Muyun. What's even more exciting is that Muyun's competition was put in the first place, and the script is a fragment of The Legend of Junwan that Sun Li sealed in one fell swoop. The relationship between King Guojun and Junwan is supported by many people, so the most delicate part of the two of them is also shocking, and I feel that the acting skills are simply delicate. The black fans who learned that Muyun will play the role of King Guojun were very dissatisfied. Trouble, don't let someone with such embarrassing acting skills blackmail the prince in my mind, okay. The words of the fans are very eye-catching, and the screen is also scrolling with the latest one, and the latest one is used instead of the previous one. The program began to be silenced. The content of the campaign was that King Guojun and Junwan finally said goodbye to the part where King Guojun finally drank poison in order to let Junwan live. King Guojun's reluctance and love for Junwan in his heart should not be underestimated, and the actor played his feelings very realistically. Chapter 19 Trouble. Chapter 19. Trouble, trouble, don't let the cancer Muyun entrap the TV series in my mind, okay. Then I'll just stop watching the comedy, and I plan to watch it again. As soon as Muyun appeared on the stage, his appearance surprised many fans, but some people were still unwillingly expecting Muyun to break down in the acting section. Look at Muyun's eyes without gods, and I don't know if he can act well. I don't think he can act the true feelings of King Guojun. Who knows, since he first debuted, all the best resources have been given to his company, but apart from a face, he couldn't do anything else, and then the company gave up if he didn't. The people watching the show complained one after another, but Muyun was not affected by them. At this time, Chen Rong, who was playing with Muyun, pushed the door and entered. You are here after all. As soon as Muyun opened his mouth, his deep voice and delicate feelings suddenly revealed, and everyone was surprised. Is this still the original Muyun? Isn't it that Muyun's acting skills are very embarrassing? He can't even show his face except for his face. Why are his eyes so attractive and everyone is involved in it? And at this time Chen Rong's tears came down all at once. Yeah, am I late? Chen Rong's Junwan trembled to be opposite to Muyun, and then wanted to reach out and touch Muyun's face. Muyun's tears and the vicissitudes of his face came out all of a sudden. The tears fell down Chen Rong's fingertips, and he gently held Chen Rong's hand and placed it on his cheek. Huaner, you have lost a lot of weight. Muyun's voice is very entertaining, and no one sprays Muyun for a while. Why do you want to come? I know he's all ready. Shush. Muyun closed his eyes gently, and happily allowed Chen Rong to hold his face. Time was silent like this, although there was no sound in the whole scene, but at this time, silence is better than sound. The crowd was even more surprised when they saw their superb acting skills. This is still the original one. No matter how long it took, no matter how the director praised him, it was a wonderful beginning, became anticlimactic, and finally collapsed Muyun. The show was very popular, but after Muyun went up, the traffic gradually disappeared, until finally the entire program group stopped broadcasting, and Muyun was not popular, but was criticized by the masses even more embarrassingly. The end, Muyun picked up the glass of poisonous wine, drank it, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, slowly closed his eyes, and fell on the table. Chen Rong collapsed, holding Muyun's face and hugging him into her arms, muttering to herself, "Wake up, okay? I haven't told you, both of them are your children, both of them are your children." Quote. After Chen Rong said this, she stood up and walked out of the room slowly, and the curtain fell. The scene, the audience all burst into thunderous applause, and the big guy watching the live broadcast in front of the computer also looked incredible. My God, I'm crazy, is this still the original Muyun? Muyun's acting is very good. Okay, who said he can't act? I'm sure I didn't know what the situation was. I'm really good at acting, better than ordinary young meat or even old actors. Who the hell is talking nonsense? Hurry up and bring me a bucket of water to keep me awake. I was blind at the time. Why do you say that Muyun's acting skills are embarrassing to the cancer masses? Chapter 20 Question. The barrages swiped frantically after the performance, and the big screen was quickly occupied by half. There were red member barrages and ordinary barrages, but they were all bragging about Muyun's acting skills. Really burst. Soon, because everyone praised Muyun's acting skills, other words also came out. It's all childcare. How much benefit did you give? Just say yes as soon as you come up. Do the actors in the back still want to act? Allow me to quietly interject. Muyun is obviously much more stable than Chenrong's acting skills, and Chenrong's eyes are also recognized by others on weekdays, so Muyun is not more worthy of praise than Chenrong. I won't say it. I silently found a piece of tofu and killed myself. When I didn't say it before, my god, it really exploded. And maybe because the show has just started, everyone still doesn't believe in Muyun, and can only determine what they see in front of them by comparing with others. I think we simply haven't seen these shows, so we think it looks good when we see it. Maybe the other actors are really little stars outside the 36th line, and those who play tricks will come to make up the number. Of course Muyun stands out in such a competition. I don't believe it, if the real strength faction Muyun can still stand out like this. Muyun's acting skills made everyone uneasy, and after Chenrong stepped down, unease appeared in her eyes. If you don't mind tonight, just go to my room and sleep. I'll sleep on the ground to make sure nothing happens, but the security here is not very safe. Muyun's tentative invitation. Chenrong looked at Muyun's true eyes and knew that he could not do anything to herself, so she nodded silently. Due to the doubts about Muyun, the big guy first researched what basis the show was performed on. I don't think I mentioned the arrangement. The big guy deliberately gave it to Muyun. This is a live, sexual stage play. As long as you arrive at the scene, it will be equivalent to entering the play in the future. Every minute and every second will be blocked after the live broadcast. There is no need to fake it. How to fake it is to say that they will shoot a scene first, spend a few days to arrange it, and then go to the scene, pretending that the live broadcast is a one-time out. The suspicion of the big guy thinks that it is impossible. After all, no one has such a great effort. Even if it is a temporary shooting, it is impossible to have no traces of cutting. At this time, Muyun's performance also reached the stage where the judges voted. The first person is to wait for the super. He is no longer completely in charge of the current vote, and directly points to the masses. Come on, you said who you want me to vote for. I think the comments on the big screen just now gave me the answer, so I didn't make up my own mind about this vote, and voted for Muyun directly. Muyun easily got one vote, and the second place was Sun Li. The village smiled and watched everyone, because this scene was his original one, so he was very sure of Muyun's acting skills, and he performed his feelings for King Guojin at that time and King Guoyan's feelings for him very well. Without saying a word, the husband and wife sang along, and the ticket went to Muyun's arms. Everyone is not surprised by the vote, but these judges also voted according to the public's choice. Even if there is a default link, they will do it because of such a situation. If the director team is temporarily changed, it will not say. What accusations are made? Chapter 21 Awaiting Verification. Chapter 21. Waiting for verification. If Muyun remembers correctly, the old uncle at that time was indeed in their forensic hands, and I don't know what the verification result is now. I want to know about other situations anyway. Maybe I can really connect all these things directly, interlocking each other, and directly find such an enemy. At least they are very passive now. I don't know when we can really find out the truth. After all, more people may be involved in the future. If more people know about it, I don't know how much damage it might cause. At least this one behind the scenes may be a murderer. After all, he doesn't care about these things at all. On the contrary, when it comes to such things, it is not easy for them to deal with them. After all, they are completely in a passive situation now, otherwise, they would like to turn passive into active. Maybe things can be handled more easily. The main reason is that all the clues have been disconnected now, and that person has already left, not to mention such a friend in my eyes, the ward. There's no way a monitor would exist at all. What's more, when Muyun came here, he had already paid attention to observe everything around here. It seems that the people here have already discovered something, or the people who work here and those who act here have already found out. I found it, so I can't see any monitoring here at all. You can't even see some stuff. Therefore, it is impossible for me to check the monitoring right now, so I directly ruled out such a possibility. A hospital is a bit more difficult than I imagined, although there are more nurses, but at least the nurses also have a kind of elusiveness. Because in my opinion, this place is always full of unreality, because there may be very big secrets hidden here, even the kind of secrets that my lover can't find. Otherwise, how could there be any here? There is no monitor at all. If it is because you think too much, then it is also possible, because after all, the mastermind behind the scenes may have already thought of this part, so he wants to completely destroy the monitor. It is also possible to drop. But according to what it looks like now, we can only check the surrounding monitors. After all, there are monitors all over the world, as long as it is in some public places. Dongshin also thought about it with Muyun at this time, but at least his observation ability is always weaker than Muyun, because at least Muyun has some things that he doesn't want to pay attention to, and he has already noticed. Almost as long as I glanced at myself, it has been 10,000 years, because I can completely remember such things. It seems that I think it is really worse than myself, and I really didn't notice some of the situations here. It's just that this place has become so mysterious. Even such a hospital is quite small. How can such a patient be sent directly here? Chapter 22 Faulty. Chapter 22. There is something wrong, let alone in my opinion, this patient seems to be a little nervous. When he entered, he pointed at the window very urgently. There, it seemed that it was really because someone wanted to hurt him. But from the current point of view, the wooden house is there now, so there should be no problem. You are really too tender. I didn't expect you to be better than a kid like me. When I first entered this place, I already observed that there is no such thing as surveillance here. What's more, you can see that this is a wild country. How can it be possible to see surveillance? Well, it may not be the case all over the country. Because in this world, it is impossible for all kinds of fairness to exist all the time. Almost born in such a world, it is impossible to have fairness. From the very beginning, everyone's starting line is not the same. Because some people can stand on the top of the car as the starting line, but some people can only stand on the real yellow starting line. When the car has gone far, they are still there, silently chasing behind them. So naturally this is not necessarily the same starting line, it is just a kind of material life. It has been controlling them very seriously, so that they have no way to believe everything here. The starting line is the same. Muyun directly noticed such a problem. It is absolutely impossible to have it so simple, so from this point of view, for himself it's really true. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have been completely cut off. What kind of person is the other party? I can imagine such a range, and even a patient can move to such a large one. Inside the ward. What's more, such a disease is a little more serious than I imagined. Although it was just knocked out by an axe, there was no damage to the straight line, but at least he should be in the intensive care unit. I just didn't expect that being moved to such a small ward, this hospital may really have such a little gross profit, or that it has received money from the other party, so there are some things like this. So a little hidden. After all, this is the way the world is. As long as the other party has money, it's okay to buy off any kind of interpersonal relationship, or even want to hide other things. Even if they can hide it with confidence, they don't talk about it at all. It is possible to say some of them. What Muyun thought of at the moment was such a situation. The world was too complicated, and he had to re-examine the surroundings. Dongshin really didn't expect that the Muyun in front of him was so much smarter than he imagined. After all, he really didn't notice such a situation all of a sudden. From what I see, it is really like what Mu-Yun said at the moment, then all the clues are really broken. Chapter 23 Retreat. Chapter 23. Retire the whole body. Then if this is the case, they can only wait for the forensic doctor and other hospitals and other situations to investigate again. Maybe they can come back, the real result. At that time, if such a group of people find the real mastermind behind the scenes, they may be able to reach the point where they can retreat completely. If they really escape to the ends of the earth, there may be no way can be found. At that time, they will only be able to hunt down all over the world, even the most wanted criminals in the world. Naturally, for such a problem, they can only reduce the big and small things to nothing. Of course, such a big thing can only be reduced to the small, not to nothing, because after all, so many human lives have already been involved. Naturally, no matter what, it shouldn't be possible to turn such things into nothingness. Otherwise, it would not be fair at all for those dead humans, and even for those who did good deeds. It would be extraordinarily special, as if it was to let them be prestige, even without paying any cost. If this is really the case, then the world is too unfair, so naturally Mu-Yun can't bear all this happening, so he must want to find out this case in a short period of time. You can only follow other clues. Yes, almost one footprint has already passed. If this one footprint is in this place, I think we should maintain it first, and need to maintain it. Otherwise, some people can approach casually, not to mention that the people here may not have a high level of cultural quality, so it is better to protect them. Although Mu-Yun and the others have already taken it, such a photo may not necessarily be manipulated by others. Naturally, they also need to maintain such a case, even under such conditions. To the first hand information. What's more, the other people from the reconnaissance team will naturally come to such a place at that time, so they have to make sure that nothing goes wrong, or even get the first hand information, then they will definitely be able to find the culprit behind the scenes. At least at that time, if you can't find it, you can make the case a little easier, and everything can be easily linked together, and it won't be more difficult than it was at the beginning. It's really like this: let's maintain this place first, and then hand it over to the people in the investigation team when they arrive, and then report it to us directly after the observation is over. It must be very accurate for us. Result. Dongshin now also feels that what they need is indeed accurate. As a result, they will be able to look around for people's eyes. After all, there are really very few people who are very familiar with this place. You can even think of escaping directly into that forest, then it is indeed possible that you have already known what kind of layout may be here, or even what kind of things there are also possible. Chapter 24 Topographical Understanding. Chapter 24. Terrain knowledge. A person who has a good understanding of the terrain here is nothing more than a very good understanding of this place. If he does not know very well, then he will not be able to move towards that uninhabited, or even uninhabited place. Run where you can't see at all. Either the other party is too powerful, so he can observe everything here. Otherwise, Mu-Yun has no way to think about everything here, and Dongshin also has no ability to believe it. This is indeed true. Make yourself feel extra weird. That's why I have such an idea in my heart. If I want the investigation team to give them a very accurate answer, naturally their observations must be accurate. When the commoners heard what Dongshin said, they couldn't help but feel very shocked. Usually, they like to joke when they look at Dongshin, but sometimes they are really helpless when they are serious. Yes. Because Dongshin has always been their boss, and of course it's just an indirect boss. Naturally, their boss is more powerful than their responsibilities, and even has a bigger position than them. Their bosses have already spoken, then naturally they can only obey orders, and it is impossible for them to make any plans of disobedience, unless they have an idea. After all, if their boss can make such a reaction, then they can only obey. There are still some useful people in the civilian bureau. They have already observed all the data to the investigation team, and even let them the investigation team came directly. So maybe where are you going now? Here is to see which one is to go directly to the original place where the case happened at that time. Because Muyun has always had such a habit, it is nothing more than that if something like this happens, what he usually observes is not only in such a way of terrain, or even observed those clues to deduce the real people behind the scenes. Because of those testimonies, it has always been possible to make fakes. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't be able to use my own ability, that is, my own observation ability, to kill a day at the Civilian Detective Bureau. Little Detective Muyun is their god. Naturally, it is also because he can help them with too many clues, and even can help them get too many great achievements. So what they need is such a talent, and naturally it is impossible to let such a person be lonely. Let's ask that patient now. I see that he was also very nervous at the time, and he kept pointing at the window. Maybe he really saw that person, and if we find the heart lock then, it should be easier. After Muyun carefully observed the surrounding terrain, he also realized that this might really be because of an opponent who was too powerful, so they couldn't find any clues simply by saying a word. Other words, this clue has already been frozen by other people, so they feel very helpless. There is no way to connect such things. The opponent is indeed the opponent, but there is no need to be too strong, otherwise, the case will be very difficult to solve. Chapter 25 Earthquake. Chapter 25. Earthquake. In a very small city, there is an industrial area. The industrial area looks extremely prosperous, with many industrial parks and some entertainment equipment. There are also countless factories and some small workshops. One of the construction sites is very lively now, and many workers are gathered together, not knowing what they are doing. Those workers were wearing blue overalls one after another, and everyone looked very serious. They stared straight ahead, as if they were doing something solemn, and everyone seemed to be absorbed in it. It seems that everyone is focusing on this. Everyone wants to be able to do something well. In their eyes, it seems that this is very important, and now these workers are participating in a very important game called King of the Hammer. Everyone's attention has been focused on it, and one person seems to be so absorbed in it. Under this situation, everyone hopes to be able to do things better. Okay, it's up to me next time. I will definitely win this Hammer King game. Believe me, I will definitely win the championship, and then I will definitely surpass you and get a lot of prizes. This champion's prize really makes me like it a little bit. I want to win the championship. I will definitely work hard to win the championship. In any case, they all hope to be in the army, and everyone is working hard to win the championship, and the workers are working hard to compete. They are participating in this right now. And at this moment, they suddenly felt the feeling of the earth shaking in the future. Everyone felt the instability of their feet, and their feet were shaking violently. Shaking rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It looks like an earthquake is going on, but these people don't think it looks like an earthquake. Because they clearly felt that the buildings around them were not shaking, only the ground under their feet was shaking violently. If an earthquake is really happening, then how can the surrounding buildings not shake at all? It's impossible for an earthquake, it's just an earthquake inside a building, and although their underground is particularly shaking, it's obviously not the kind of earthquake. Because these people often live in such earthquake-prone belts, they naturally know what an earthquake feels like, and it is obvious that what they are experiencing now is not an earthquake. Be precise, they clearly felt that something was hitting the ground, and it was very likely that something was about to burrow out of the ground. What's the matter? Why is the feeling that the earth is shaking suddenly? My God, it's terrible. Why is this happening here? My God, I can't even imagine now that there is such a thing. Things happen. I'm also a little worried. Why is there such a sudden feeling of shaking the ground here, and whether this game can go on? Yes, what's going on? Why did the earthquake suddenly occur? I can't even imagine that an earthquake would suddenly occur here. Chapter 26 Landslide. Chapter 26. Landslides and earthquakes. What kind of cause is this? I'm really scared right now, that this kind of ground shaking would happen here. God, I am now. You must leave quickly. Wait a minute. Why the door is tightly closed, and who is holding the door? It's all closed. Workers were a little nervous, and the game was interrupted for a while, and now it is naturally impossible for them to concentrate on the game here. After all, in such a state, if people can still maintain a particularly calm state to compete, it is simply too big of a heart. Now these workers are all in a panic, and everyone is in a state of danger. All the people put things in his hands, and everyone is staring at the ground. I want to see what the ground is like. It was an earthquake, or something was really going to come out, or it was just a leak in the water pipe or some other reason. Every worker was a little scared. Now everyone has a feeling of panic in their hearts. A tall and majestic man seems to be the leader of the workers. He has been instructing these workers during the competition just now, and he is also playing a role of supervising these workers. He speaks loudly to these workers. They said, "What are you doing nervously here to scare yourself? Speaking of which, what's the use of being nervous here? It's better to be a little calmer and do something practical." After what he said, the workers kept their mouths shut, and all the workers. You look at me, I look at you, and it looks a little bright, but he doesn't say anything, at least in such a situation, no one dares to offend him. After all, he is the head of these people. Even if they eat leopards, they will not dare to offend him. After all, he is the manager of these people. Naturally, no one dares to offend him. All the workers closed their doors one after another. Mouth. Although one by one was a little flustered, they still didn't make a sound anymore, and the scene was under control again, and no one continued to run up and out again. You guys go to the pipeline to check immediately. I want to see what's going on. The administrator said loudly with a sullen face. After saying this, the ground vibration suddenly became more intense. I saw that the ground shook violently and a violent trace began to appear in the central area, followed by a violent trace, a change expansion. Didn't take long for the violent trace to expand to a length of 5 meters, and more importantly, it split apart, and soon a very large pothole was formed in the middle. The ground was split in the middle, as if a knife had been slashed in the middle. If someone could fall into this gap in the past, this gap is quite wide, at least 3 meters wide and more than 1 meter long. Everyone was a little shocked after seeing this analysis, and they didn't expect such a scene to appear here. At this moment, a roar of a monster suddenly came from the ground, and the voice sounded so hoarse. Chapter 27 Rock Monster. Chapter 27 Rock Monsters. And there's a particularly terrifying feel to it. Everyone felt a shudder when they heard this voice. Everyone's body was uncontrollably and trembled violently, including that of the workers' administrator. His face turned pale in an instant, and the workers were even more frightened. Every worker's face appeared on his face, fine beads of sweat, and everyone was in a state of self-threatening. In this state, there is no way to control the situation. Employees were a little flustered, all the employees didn't know what to say, and one or two were eager to escape from this right and wrong place, but it is not easy to escape now. At the very least, if they want to escape now, they have to take into account some things in this field, such as some of their belongings. And if you want to escape, it's not an easy task, because their gate is already there, and they don't know when and under what circumstances. They have been locked tightly, including this Carmen's first place. What's going on? Ho ho ho. At this moment, a very large and strange-shaped monster suddenly drilled out from this crack in the ground. In an instant, the surrounding floor had collapsed to pieces, and many floors were stretched and flew out, and even worse. Directly on the staff, many employees died and were injured, and they looked very tragic, and those employees were all covered in blood, and they were all seriously injured by the floor. Who were not injured by the floor would be too frightened when they got to the monster, because this monster is too strange, and it is more than 10 meters high, at least even this house is almost unable to hold him. He said that his head was hard against the ceiling, and it also fell one by one. The employees were running around one after another, but how could they have the falling ceiling so fast? One by one all got hit. These co-workers were seriously injured, and the red blood flowed on the ground. It also smells so fishy, it's unimaginable, and now these employees are too late to care about this smell. Because now they found that the monster looked at them in a wrong way. At the beginning, when the monster rushed out, there was a sense of excitement, the kind of excitement of being free. But now, the monster looked at them like it was looking at prey. It's a terrible thing for them, and now every one of them looks very scared, and now they're all very scared of this monster. In such a state, how could they let this monster make it? And now they all hope to quickly leave this monster, leave this place of right and wrong. No matter what, they do not want their own lives. It's gone. Run, run, this monster seems to be killing us. You look at his eyes, God, it's too vicious. Chapter 28 Muyun's Proposal. Chapter 28. Muyun's Proposal. This is the first time I have seen this murderous look. I feel like I am being targeted by a demon, not a demon in itself, and now I seem to have almost dead. Someone shouted hysterically. Hearing this, Mei really jumped fiercely. Muyun also frowned. What happened here is really too weird, and this monster seems to really take them as prey, but it is absolutely impossible for them to let this monster succeed here. Let's be careful. The way, this monster looks so huge, and the table over there seems to be very solid. We can hide under the table, so it is impossible for anything to happen temporarily. Everyone calmly said that he had just discovered that the tables next to him were relatively solid, at least that. The monster slapped the table with a savage palm, and neither broke the table nor let the table has any damage. If the person hides under the table, it is estimated that the monster will not be able to do anything, and in such a state, the monster is often not very good at acting. After all, this is a behemoth, and people are relatively small, but their movements are also very flexible. In such a state, if the monster wants to get under the table, it will be a very difficult thing, and it can only think of overturning the table. But it is clear that the table has long been fixed beside the wall, and has been inlaid with something. In this state, under the table is the safest place, and the workers hid under the table after hearing this. Now everyone cherishes their little life very much. After all, at such a dangerous juncture, their lives are the most important, and it would be too bad if they didn't even pay attention to their own lives. Don't talk now. If anyone is talking, it is likely to attract the attention of the monster. The scene of the blood in front of his eyes, the male protagonist frowned fiercely. Fortunately, he was not injured. Although the floor just collapsed everywhere, and even though the ceiling kept falling down, luckily he was not injured at all. Those ceilings and floors seemed to have eyes that could not hit him at all, which made him feel very lucky, and his heart was also very happy. Be honest, if there is such an innate condition, it is beneficial for him to go to work next. If he has been seriously injured before fighting this monster, it would be really bad. It turns out to have powers. We must pay attention to restraining its powers. Meijun's face changed greatly, and he realized that this monster was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. This monster is so huge, and it has a rock-like shell. With these 2 points, it can be proved that this guy's defense ability is not bad at all, and this guy is also a supernatural beast, the combat power of supernormal beasts. She already knew. Having seen the combat power of many supernatural beasts, she will feel special fear after seeing supernatural beasts now. Chapter 29 Seal. Chapter 29. Seal. But now at this critical juncture, she still has to stand up, and she is also working hard to suppress this fear in her heart, trying to make herself look calm on the surface some, but her emotions were already showing on her face, and although she didn't say she was afraid, people could see that he was a little flustered now. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone tried their best to calm down. Now this rock monster seems to have rushed towards them, but it is clear that the target of this rock monster seems to be on Muyun, not Muyun. These innocent people around you. After realizing this, these people walked to both sides one after another, hiding as far as they could. Seeing this scene, Muyun doesn't think there is any problem at all, because for him, only these people can stay a little farther away to avoid accidental injury, and he can't help but use his strongest, a great defensive move. He immediately used the defensive move, and then he and Meijun had to deal with the rock. In his eyes, it was a bit difficult for 2 people to deal with the rock monster, but he believed that the heroine should be able to let the wind eagle in time. Touching, because it seems to be like this in the original play. Falcon Man Dongshan is dispatched. I saw the heroine shouting, and in an instant, there was a very big change. A very young man suddenly fell from the sky. This person knelt down on one knee and kowtowed to the heroine. And then charged towards the rock monster. Windok immediately fights the rock monster. Two guys are fighting together. The two of them seems that the fight is very hot. You won't let me, I won't let you. It seems that the fight is very fierce in such a kind of battle. Everyone was stunned when they saw the scene in front of them, and they didn't expect to see such a scene. It is also special for them. Everyone is looking at the scene in front of them, and they are also retreating one after another, but in this case, it is not enough to retreat. At least in the face of such a state, no one can maintain their own combat power, and they may not be able to let themselves retreat. This is a very bad thing for them, and now the eagleman still has rocks, and the monsters are now very tragic. It looks like you won't let me, and I won't let you. However, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the rock monster has the upper hand, but it seems that the Hawkman doesn't pay all his attention. He seems to be going to lift the seal of this monster now. At least Muyun can see this, because Muyun knows a lot about the plot in this world of armored warriors. And he found that many things here seem to be exactly the same as what he knew. It seems that Dongshin's current actions are to unlock the seal of the monster, but it is obvious that he is about to face failure. Because this monster looks really irritable, and Dongshin obviously has no way to keep up with his rhythm, and in such a state, there is no way to lift the seal. Chapter 30 Battle. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Dongshin couldn't keep up with the monster's rhythm. The monster moved around very quickly, and the movements were very fast. In such a state, he had no way to maintain a very fast speed. It didn't take long for him to completely lose the team, and he had no way to keep up with this rock monster. The rock monsters attacked him desperately, and sometimes when he was about to pounce, the primitive monsters quickly avoided. In such a state, he has no way to quickly keep up with the pace of the primitive audience, so that he dropped the team directly after a long time. That is to say, he has no way to touch to the seal of the monster in this contest between Dongshin and the monster. It is obvious that Dongshin has the upper hand. It didn't take long for him to announce that the seal against the monster had failed, and he had no way to deal with the monster. The seal, there is no way to strengthen the previous seal. In short, he has completely declared a failure in a short time. Ho ho ho. It was also the monster that quickly stomped the ground a few times, which caused a very strong vibration in an instant. The ground seemed to move very fast, and there was a sense of ritual that the ground was shaking. After seeing this scene, everyone was a little shocked. They didn't expect this rock monster to have such great ability and look so ferocious, and one of them was also a monster. In fact, the movement is quite flexible. Shan has no way to come, and sealing it in time has already explained a reason. Cut. He is actually more flexible than humans, and even his abilities are useless. In front of this rock monster, it seems that nothing counts. The monsters attacked these people frantically, and just when people wanted to counterattack him, the monster suddenly hit the glass with its head, and the glass shattered and exploded everywhere. A very large hole monster appeared in it, and it stepped out of the window directly, and even the window frame was crushed. Seeing this devastated scene, everyone was dumbfounded and did not expect this to happen. In their eyes, it was simply too terrifying. Everyone was dumbfounded for a while, but fortunately, it was the rock monster. Although he did not defeat it, it was also a monster. He took the initiative to leave, and it was the monster who could take the opportunity to escape. A good thing, but unfortunately there is no way to seal this monster. Thinking of this, Dongshin couldn't help but blame himself. It's all my fault. I thought I could seal this monster, but I didn't expect the seal to fail. This monster moves too fast, and my movements are too clumsy. I didn't give it to me. Charmed out, this makes me very depressed. Why did I encounter this kind of thing, God? My heart is really uncomfortable. Some of my God, why would I do such a thing? Chapter 31 Seal Failed. Chapter 31. Failed to seal. Dongshin's heart is very painful. He never thought that he couldn't even do such a simple thing well. The rock monster must be sealed. If you don't seal this rock monster by then, there are likely to be some problems. In his eyes, these people are really terrifying. If there are some problems at that time, then it is simply too sinful. Unfortunately, he did not seal it successfully. This rock monster looks so big, and its attitude has been sealed, half of it has been inherited, and he will soon succeed in the analysis. He didn't expect the monster to break free from his attack range, and make him unable to catch up at all. In such a state, his whole person has been confused, so that he had no way to respond quickly, which made his heart especially painful. If he could take the initiative at the beginning and go to seal this monster well, then maybe he can come. Seal this guy. There's no way. Who made him run too fast? And it's not your fault at all. I think it's not because of you that he's so fast. Maybe it's because of his speed. Very fast. His speed is naturally fast. It has nothing to do with you at all. You have tried your best to do what you should do now, which is already good. At least you have done what you should do now, so you won't have any regrets in your heart, and I also admire you very much in my heart now. I didn't expect you to have such an atmosphere. Come and take care of this guy. Muyun walked over quickly. He walked in front of Dongshin, and then slapped Dongshin on the shoulder twice, making Dongshin cheer up. And after Dongshin's spirit recovered, he patted Dongshin slowly on the shoulder, and again he seemed to comfort Dongshin in Japan, and what he said was not a kind of comfort to others. Anyway, he is a relatively comforting person. That being said, it's just that the rock monster has already run away. How can we pursue it in such a state? And it is also a monster. Will it harm others? I feel that the combat effectiveness of this rock monster is really good. It's too scary. It's too powerful. Why is there such a huge rock monster? And I feel that his strength is particularly powerful. If I were to deal with this rock monster, it would actually be very difficult, and I think it would be difficult for everyone to deal with this rock monster. It's just in this state. I still hope to deal with it as soon as possible, otherwise, the possibility of something happening will actually be very high. I don't want everyone to be in a dilemma, and I don't want this thing to be a monster. Any one of us hurt. It's a very scary thing for me to hurt anyone, and I don't want this to happen anyway. It can be seen that he is really very self-blame, and no matter what. How can Muyun comfort him? He seems to have no way to go out, to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 32 Light Armor. Chapter 32. Light armor. In such a state, he has no way to maintain a particularly strong perseverance to complete the next work. Seeing this scene, Muyun sighed deeply, and simply ignored these people for now. He planned to organize these injured workers to leave quickly. After all, these people were all injured, and they needed to be treated properly. There must be someone to organize it. As for that, the manager's momentum has already been smashed by the ceiling at the beginning, and now there is no way to take the lead, and he is a comparison here. It counts. So he immediately called on these workers to gather together. He counted the injured workers, and then let those who were not injured quickly help those who were more seriously injured for treatment. As for those who were not seriously injured, they were sent to find a nurse, and then they were taken back with some simple dressings. As for Dongsha, it has now been reflected, and Dongshin immediately went back with these employees. Now he also plans to take these injured employees and leave quickly. At this time, they suddenly found something that was not right, especially Muyun. He clearly felt that there was a seriously injured person who looked different from the others, and his expression also looked a little weird. Hold on, stop him, stop him. Muyun suddenly and obviously found that the injured person looks like a descendant of the Light and Shadow armored Light and Shadow village. If it is, then it is really great. After all, the descendants of the Light and Shadow armor can have the ability of light armor. This kind of person looks really good. Is very powerful. Although it looks very ordinary on the surface, if it is really able to summon the Light and Shadow armor, then the strength is definitely very sturdy, and it may be able to play a restrictive effect on these rock monsters. It's really hard to find a place to step through the iron shoes, and it takes all the time. This kind of person's ability to talk is not small at all. After seeing this scene, several people hurried over and performed a blood test on the injured person. Excuse me, Why did you suddenly test me for blood? What's wrong with me? Am I injured now or what's going on? I feel like you guys are a little weird to me. Why are you testing me suddenly? The injured person looked very uneasy, and he didn't expect that he would be suddenly tested for blood. He thought he would be an ordinary person, but he didn't expect that these people would treat him so seriously, and also give him a blood test. After a while, Nguyen suddenly frowned, and his brows were furrowed, as if he had encountered a big bad thing. After seeing this scene, the injured man frowned. His heart froze for a moment, and his brows were even tighter than Nguyen's wrinkle. Excuse me, what's wrong with me? I'm just too seriously injured, or what's the matter? Could it be that I have reached a hopeless level? Please rest and save me. Of course, if there is really no way to get here if you save me, please hurry up and tell me the truth of the matter, how badly I was injured, and if I die, I also want to know how I died. Chapter 33 Very Regrettable. It's like this. I originally suspected that you were the descendant of Guangying armor. Guangying, son, so I tested your blood, otherwise I would not have checked you. Don't worry, your body is fine, but it's a pity now that you are a descendant of the Light and Shadow armor Light and Shadow village, but your blood is not very pure. Your blood is not very pure, so you simply do not have the strength to summon the Light and Shadow armor. Nguyen said with great regret that Meijun wanted to say it originally. But Meijun was a soft-hearted person, and he was not too embarrassed to say it. He didn't know how to say this, but Nguyen said know how to say it. After all, this matter should be said sooner rather than later. If it is not said sooner, then this person will never know the truth. In such a state, there may be some problems. In any case, he still hopes to let this person know the truth of the matter. Otherwise, this guy will be checked inexplicably. In this case, it is not easy. And in such a state. After hearing this, the injured worker was obviously a little relieved, and involuntarily felt very comfortable. It turned out that there was no special situation in his body, and there was nothing to make these people feel at ease. A pain that is simply impossible to accept. In this case, he may be a drag on these people, and he also hopes that he can have a very healthy body. Instead of having a broken, unyielding body, thinking that his life is not in danger, he couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart, and now he felt that he was very comfortable. Didn't expect that he would encounter such a situation, which is simply wonderful for him. So that's the case. Speaking of which, I didn't think I was a descendant of the Light and Shadow armored Light and Shadow village, but even though I am a descendant of this place, but my blood is quite scary. I actually can't summon the Light and Shadow armor. If I can really summon the Light and Shadow armor, the first thing I do is to defeat that monster. That monster is really abominable. It actually hurt me, and it hurt so much, brother. This is really abominable. This rock monster can actually do such a thing. If you don't teach it a good lesson, I am afraid there is no way to quell everyone's anger. Atu said angrily. He is considered to be a warm-hearted person among these co-workers, but it is a pity that he is not skilled enough to teach that monster, otherwise he would have been the first to rush past. No way, but you can't summon the Light and Shadow armor, and it's no big deal. If you can't summon it, you can't summon it. Speaking of which, there are not many descendants of the Light and Shadow armor Light and Shadow village. Moreover, under the changes of this era, it is normal for the blood to be impure. If everyone can have very pure blood and can summon armor, then the world will be too peaceful. There are times when peace and danger are meant to coexist. Chapter 34 The problem is big. After learning this news, he really didn't dare to apologize, but Nguyen also comforted him well, because he knew that even if he felt uncomfortable in his heart, it was of no use. The ability is not there. Even if it is uncomfortable in the heart, it is of no use. You can only try to comfort yourself in your heart, so that you don't feel too sad. I am sorry to tell you such an unacceptable fact, but there is actually nothing to say now. Since the truth of the matter is like this, there is no way to be considered fashionable. I hope I can quickly put that. The monster was defeated, but obviously trying to defeat that monster is a very difficult thing. Nguyen felt a little guilty in his heart. He would not have told this person if he had known it earlier, but now this guy is so depressed, and he feels very uncomfortable in his heart. If he hadn't told this guy at the time, maybe this guy wouldn't. It's so sad. And in his eyes, don't tell people such a particularly unacceptable fact. It's actually very simple, and there won't be some problems at that time. He doesn't want to cause unnecessary trouble to himself, nor does he want to cause trouble to these people. In his eyes, trying not to cause trouble to others is a particularly important thing. Naturally, it is good. Well, then I have nothing to do. Since my studies are not pure enough, then I have no way to summon the light and shadow armor, and there is no way to help everyone deal with this monster. But now there is no way, then only that's it. I hope that the monster won't make a comeback. I just hope that the monster can stay away from us, the farther the better, so that we can be considered without any danger. For me, this is the most important thing. Knowing what's going on, I feel very anxious in my heart, and I always feel that there may be some problems in our factories. The seriously injured worker felt very comfortable in his heart. Speaking of this, it was quite inexplicable to him, and the monster actually beat him seriously. It would be true. He hated that rock monster very much. If you can deal with that rock monster, you can only entrust it to these Meijun, who have particularly powerful abilities, and Muyun. Their strength is stronger, and it will be easier to deal with that monster. Well, that's it. You go back quickly, follow Dongshin and the others, and take advantage of this time to heal your wounds, otherwise your combat effectiveness will also decline, and I don't want it to happen. Your body is seriously injured, and I don't want it to affect you at that time. Muyun said something very serious. After talking, he left with the girl from Meijun. The two of them planned to discuss the demo monster, and in any case, they had to deal with the rock monster. In any case, this rock monster dared to appear here. It must be premeditated, and it may have been in ambush underground for a long time. Chapter 35 Against Monsters. Maybe there are monsters underground. This possibility is quite large, and this sudden occurrence has made him feel some lingering fears. If he could properly explore his younger brother's current situation, perhaps this sudden and heavy casualty would not have occurred. So far, he has not counted the specific number of casualties, but if the number of casualties is counted, it will definitely make these people a little dissatisfied. After all, that's the reason for their lack of defense. If they defended enough, maybe there wouldn't be so many injuries, although it was inevitable that monsters would come out of the ground. But it's good for them to be more fortified. If we can be more fortified and more prepared, maybe some people will not be injured. For example, when the ceiling fell at the beginning, if these people could hide in a place in time, they would not be hurt by the ceiling. He was injured by a monster. Speaking of which, the fighting power of this monster was not shown on these people. Because these people are basically hit by the ceiling and the floor, they have nothing to do with this monster at all. They are just a monster, making these people so soft that they can't even run. It was for this reason that Muyun thought that to prepare an emergency passage, he had to find an escape route no matter what. Only in this way can some problems be solved smoothly, and in his eyes escape is more important than anything else. If there is an escape route that can better allow these people to escape, this is really beyond doubt, and in his eyes it is also very valuable. Let's go, just go back quickly. By the way, to investigate how many people are injured today, how many people have become seriously or slightly injured because of this incident, and the situation of people with minor and serious injuries is not handled well. It's the same. If you have a minor injury, you need to bandage it a little bit. If you have a serious injury, you must be hospitalized. We must pay attention to the situation here, and they should arrange it properly there. That's why we need to take care of it. To comfort them, Muyunbin's face said rudely. For him, this matter is quite serious, and there are many dangerous factors in the world of armored warriors. Of course, these warriors should come and go well. Dealing with some dangerous factors, such as trying hard to defeat those monsters and fighting against those monsters, is a very important thing. Live happily in this place. For Muyun, since he came to this world, he must do something decent. He can't live a life of mediocrity like a commoner, so he has no choice. to come into contact with some heroes, and there is no way to stand with those heroes to deal with those monsters. These are especially frustrating to him. Please download Fanfiction Novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 36 Coal Throwing Incident. And in his heart, he didn't want such a frustrating thing to happen. Anyway, he still hoped to avoid some problems as soon as possible. This is especially important to him, and now he hopes that he can do these things well, and that he can stand up like a big hero to deal with those particularly terrifying monsters. Regardless of, at any time, he should do these things well, and he also hopes that he will not reach those monsters, work hard to overcome difficulties, and work hard to face those problems. Is particularly important. If he can do these things well, then in his eyes it is a very honorable thing, and in his heart he feels that he will be very lucky to do such a thing. In any case, he hopes that he can do these things well. If he can really do well, then I will be very happy in my heart, and he is willing to work hard to complete these things. As long as you can do it well, then everything will be worth it. Too quickly left, and at this moment, there was a very bad news from the other side. Of course, the other side was referring to the suburbs. Mu-yun had a hunch that there would be some on the other side. It's just that he forgot what was going to happen. He only vaguely remembered that this rock monster appeared in the anime of this armored warrior, and it wouldn't be long before something happened in the suburbs. It's just that he didn't know what was going to happen, and now there is really bad news coming from the suburbs, and this bad news simply shocked him. Quote, "There a large amount of coal lost in the suburban coal factory, and 5 tons of coal was lost. Why did this happen? I never thought that so much was lost in the suburbs. What is going on? Let me go over there and have a look. I want to go and see what's going on over there and why this is happening." Yeah, it is absolutely true that this kind of thing happened. I was quite shocked at the time. I didn't expect such a situation to happen there. As soon as I heard that there was a lot of coal dumping in the suburban coal yard, he felt very bad in his heart, and he didn't expect that so much coal was thrown there. 5 tons of coal was thrown away, and he knew what was in one coal. Speaking of which, production can only produce more than 10 tons per day, but now it has lost tons of coal, which means that the problem of losing a lot of coal is coming. At that time, the coal factory was engaged in a kind of work, and many employees had been working on the site, but under such circumstances, how could someone steal their coal in a grand manner? There will be some records. But how could these people have been stealing so much coal right under their noses, and only found out after they stole 5 tons of coal? This is really inexplicable to him. Thinking of this, he recklessly left everything behind, and hurried over there to take a look. He wanted to see what went wrong at the suburban coal mine and why there was such an accident of throwing coal with great force. In any case, he had to find some clues to track down this matter. Chapter 37 Birthday Presents. Chapter 37. The birthday present solved the problem of mine loss in the coal area. Mu-yun and the others could be considered to have a real rest a few days later. When he looked at the pile of things that appeared in front of him, Mu-yun was at a loss, but he never thought about buying gifts for others. If you can't buy a good gift, wouldn't that make a girl sad? Mu-yun muttered to himself, then stood in front of the window for a long time. Seeing the dazzling array of goods inside, he couldn't imagine which one he should buy. Just when Mu-yun was in a daze, there was suddenly another person beside him. "Mu-yun, you don't even know what gifts to buy, right?" A low voice sounded behind Mu-yun, as if it was a little strange. Hearing this voice, Mu-yun immediately turned to look, only to find that it was Shin-nan. Seeing the person coming, Mu-yun's heart suddenly became a little more calm, because he always felt that as long as Shin-nan was by his side, maybe he wouldn't have to worry so much about this gift. "I'm thinking about what gift to give your cousin. You're here. Help me think about what to give." While Mu-yun was talking, he dragged Shin-nan into the shopping mall. The passers-by beside them saw the two people pulling, and they didn't know what they were whispering with their heads down. "Look at how these two big men are pulling. Don't worry about other people's business." These two people have no idea that they have become some strange characters in the eyes of others. After the two entered the mall and wandered around, they did not finalize anything in the end. Now Muyun is dizzy. Amazing, seeing so many things, but couldn't pick out any of them that could be given to Shaolin. He felt a little discouraged in his heart. No matter how rich I am, I can't buy a suitable gift. What do you think, Shinnan, if I can't come up with a decent gift for Shaolin, will she blame me? When he said this, Muyun's whole face collapsed. He seemed to be very concerned about Shaolin's opinion, which Shinnan heard from the side. It meant that he had no intentions. Why didn't you just give a gift? It's just a birthday. My cousin hasn't said anything yet. Why did you start to say such things? Shinnan probably couldn't figure out why Muyun had such an idea. How can you say that? After all, you are my brother, and Shaolin is your cousin. Naturally, you have to prepare a gift for her. Besides, a girl's birthday is very important. Muyun said with a righteous and awe-inspiring look. He seemed to be a little dissatisfied with Shinnan's performance. Hearing this, Shinnan was very speechless. In the end, the two of them chose a bracelet and wrapped it in a beautiful gift box. This was considered to have finalized Shaolin's gift. On the other hand, Minchi, who worked in Shaolin's dumpling restaurant, had her own ideas. I remember seeing Shaolin in the past. Reading this magazine, it seems to be reading this page. Minchi said, and then she flipped out a magazine, and by the way, she was still looking for something on it. Finally, she found the page she wanted. Above is a very beautiful dress. Workmanship is the same, but it is better than the combination. Chapter 38 Attentively. Chapter 38. My heart lit up when I saw this dress. As long as you make this skirt and give it to Shaolin as a birthday present, she will be very happy. Speaking of this, Minchi's mouth also showed a smile. And Minchi is also a person who says what to do, and soon put aside all the work in her hands, and concentrates on preparing to make a skirt for Shaolin. Hard work paid off, and finally this dress was made by Minchi. Seeing a beautiful skirt appearing in her hands, Minchi was very happy. She even hugged the skirt for a spin, and finally wrapped the skirt in the gift box she had prepared. When everyone was almost there, Shaolin suddenly realized that today was her birthday. Why are you all here? I thought you all had your own things to do. Speaking of this, Shaolin smiled a little embarrassedly. She seemed to have guessed something. Hearing her words, Shinnan immediately stepped forward, rubbed her head with his hands, and said fondly, "Silly girl, have you forgotten that today is your birthday? Okay, don't stand here. We have prepared gifts for you. Don't eat at home today. Let's go out to eat together." While talking, Minchi smiled sweetly at Shaolin, and by the way, she pushed Shaolin out of the dumpling restaurant. Seeing that everyone was beaming, Xiaodao couldn't refuse them, so he could only take off his apron and go out with everyone. I really didn't expect. You actually have the heart to give me such a grand birthday party. Saying that, Shaolin's eyes became a little wet, but she never thought that she would be so valued by the people around her. Words made the people around them wait a bit strange. After all, Shaolin is the treasure in their hands. If they don't protect Shaolin well, who can protect her? What are you talking about? Your cousin, I'm still here. If you were wronged, just tell your cousin. Today is your birthday, don't be so downcast. With that, Shinnan stretched out his hand again and rubbed Shaolin's head twice. Muyun stood aside, looking at this happy appearance. His heart was very happy. Although he does not belong to this world, he has been here for a long time, and it is also a very good thing to be able to live with these people. What do you want to eat today? I'll treat you, you're welcome. Muyun also wanted to make everyone lively today, and even had a smile on his face when he said this. Yo, why is Muyun so generous today? Shinnan said, then winked at Muyun. Seeing Shinnan's move, Muyun was really helpless, then shook his head, not planning to talk to him. On the contrary, the rest of the people felt very happy when they heard this, and the group immediately went to a nice restaurant. I just sat down and was about to order food, but Shinnan's cell phone suddenly rang. At such a quiet time, the ringtone of the mobile phone suddenly appeared, and it seemed that some people were not very gregarious. Chapter 39 A2 was attacked. Chapter 39. A2 was attacked while everyone was celebrating Shaolin's birthday, and other things happened on the other side. The sound of heavy breathing came, and the ground under my feet was not known to be contaminated, and it was covered with some black juice. A2 ran forward. He didn't dare to slack off at all, because he knew that as soon as he stopped, the guy behind him would definitely follow him, and he wouldn't be able to get rid of him. The only thing he could do was run hard and get rid of the guy behind him as quickly as possible. What the hell is this? Why does it keep following me? 2 ran forward while muttering in his mouth. Ha ha ha, don't even think about running away, you can't run away. An unpleasant voice came over and hit A2's ear straight. This voice was really unbearable to hear. At this moment he even wanted to turn around and have a good fight with the guy. It's just that A2 also knows that his ability is not enough. If he changed other armored warriors, he might be able to teach him a lesson. Don't get carried away, someone will teach you a lesson. 2 said, and then showed a look of resentment. But the guy behind him didn't pay any attention to what A2 said, and kept rushing towards him. When A2 saw this situation, he was very heartbroken. There was no one around him now, and he couldn't resist this guy's attack. If he was really hurt by him, then he would be able to escape his palm. I just thought of this. At that time, a light suddenly appeared beside A. Damn it, how dare you! Descendants of Guangying village start. I think you were really a little bold. Just after saying this, a man in armor appeared in front of A2 and stopped him directly behind him. Seeing such a situation, A2 was very happy in his heart, and now there is finally a rescuer. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you. You stand behind me, don't let the other party have an opportunity. Speaking of this, Dongshin's tone has already begun to be contaminated with some ill will. A2 recognized this person as Dongshin, and immediately felt relieved in his heart. Damn armored warrior, don't say these useless words in front of me, you will die. The supernatural monsters over there finally started to show their power. If it was just that he was chasing after A2, now that the armored warrior Dongshin appeared, he immediately changed his attack method. He no longer just followed them blindly, but started a fight. Desperate fight. Hearing this supernatural monster, Dongshin laughed indifferently, and immediately started to attack the opponent. It's just a supernatural bull monster, I haven't put you in my eyes yet. Dongshin opened his footsteps, and the whole person instantly entered an attack state. The opposite supernatural bull monster heard such words, and immediately began to make a chirping sound, and then charged directly towards Dongshin. The mountain shook in an instant, and A2 was almost unsteady. A2, quickly call Shin Nan and the others and ask them to help. After Dongshin said such a sentence to A2 who was behind him, he immediately plunged into the battle. Chapter 40 Supernatural Bull Monster. Chapter 40. After hearing what Dongshin said, A2, the supernatural bull monster, immediately took out his mobile phone and made a call to Shin Nan. At this moment, Shin Nan was preparing to celebrate Xiaolan's birthday. After receiving the call, his face immediately became ugly, and he also asked the people on his side. What did you say? A2 was attacked by a monster with supernatural powers. What the hell is going on this time? Shin Nan was very shocked after receiving the call, but at the same time, he also began to have an idea in his heart. If he didn't hurry up and deal with this matter, then when those supernatural monsters got out of hand, then he could some trouble. After hearing these words, Muyun also expressed the strong shock in his heart. What's the matter? Why did the monsters with supernatural abilities suddenly appear? Wasn't it okay? Why did you choose at this time? After speaking, Muyun's face also began to show a worried look. He was a little scared, and Dongshan couldn't stand it. After thinking of this, Muyun immediately said to Shin Nan, Shin Nan, you should hurry over, if Dongshan can't stand it, it will be a little troublesome. It is absolutely impossible to let the tricks of those supernatural monsters succeed. Speaking of this, Muyun seemed to suddenly think of something, and finally decided to go with Shin Nan. I'd better go with you, even if something happens, I can help you. When the other people heard this, they all nodded. Muyun and Shinnan went together, just to see A2 hiding behind a big tree, while Dongshan was facing the supernatural bull monster alone. That, psychic. The strength of the bull monsters is great, and they are all. Without caring at all, he rushed towards Dongshan. Rao is such a smart person in Dongshan, and at this moment, he seems a little helpless. Armor fusion. Muyun and Shinnan went into battle at the same time, and they still didn't believe it. With the three of them, they couldn't deal with a little monster with supernatural abilities. You guys are finally here. I thought it would take a while. Dongshan panted, then stepped back and let the two go up. Muyun and Shinnan looked at each other, and immediately understood what they were thinking. The two of them attacked the supernatural bull monster from left to right, leaving him powerless to resist. The supernatural bull monster was very angry and roared angrily. As a result, his weakness was exposed. Muyun went straight up and stabbed him with his long sword. An instant, the supernatural bull monster fell to the ground, and then went silent. Seeing such a situation, A2 was very shocked. He didn't expect the strength of these two people to be so strong. After a few rounds, he had already subdued this energy monster. Dongshan was also surprised. He frowned, and he had changed back to a human appearance, just covering his chest with his hands. Just now, in the process of fighting with the supernatural bull monster, I was accidentally injured. I thought this guy was so powerful, but it turned out to be nothing more than that. Shinnan smiled, then put back his weapon. A white light flashed, and two people appeared in front of him. Why is there a sudden power monster chasing you this time? Chapter 41 Infected. Chapter 41. Infected. Just as Shinnan walked in front of everyone with a smile on his face, he suddenly felt as if something was about to spew out of his body. That feeling made him very uncomfortable. Muyun, who was beside him, saw the strange expression on Shinnan's face, and immediately asked, "What's wrong with you? It seems that your face is not very good." "There seems to be something wrong with my body. I don't know if it is infected." After Shinnan finished saying these words, he covered his chest with his hands. It was obvious that he was really distressed. Muyun walked to his side and immediately supported him. "Did you encounter something that shouldn't be touched when you were fighting that supernatural bull monster just now?" When it came to this, Muyun was also a little worried. After all, if Shinnan was really infected, then the things behind them would be really troublesome, and they would not be able to go well when they were doing things. And consider many other things. I didn't expect that what he said was actually heard by Muyun and the others. These words were really heard by those people. Now everyone is feeling a little nervous. Some people don't know what to say. After a long time, they rushed over, and they all said anxiously, Hey, who is infected and why is this happening?" His heart is very uncomfortable. Dongshan really doesn't know what to do now. For a time, his heart is really panicked. And he is really frightened now. He didn't expect this guy to be infected. Could it be that he was really injured by that supernatural bull monster? If something really happened to his body, then it was true it must be treated, and now it is necessary to ask whether this guy is serious or not. How to say this matter is very important. If they do not pay attention to this aspect, then obviously there will be a lot of terrible things. It doesn't matter, I don't have anything to do with it. I think I'm quite comfortable now, and I think I shouldn't have any major problems. You should think too much. Shinnan said with a smile on his face. He deliberately squeezed out a smile, but the smile was really far-fetched. After seeing this scene, they closed their brows. They didn't expect this guy to be still here at this time. Hold on. What is this guy pretending to be doing here? What's the point of pretending? No matter what, they were a little unhappy when they saw the scene in front of them. They didn't expect this guy to be still there at this time. Forced smile, really it's a little too much. It's alright, don't worry, just put 100 hearts on it. I really don't have anything right now, and didn't you find out? I'm really good here now, I don't have anything, you guys just stay with me now, don't worry about me at all, I am really fine now, and I don't think it's really a big problem. but the reason why I don't look very comfortable now is that I'm actually probably having a stomach upset. I think after thinking about it, I think it must be a stomach upset, and there is no such thing at all. Chapter 42 Pretend to be calm. Chapter 42. Pretending to be calm. Shin Nan deliberately pretended to be calm and said, in fact, his heart was already very uncomfortable, and his body was also suffering from great pain. This kind of feeling made him unable to bear it at all, and although he appeared very calm on the surface, in fact he was almost unable to bear it, and he was also working hard to maintain a particularly strong state. Obviously he may not be able to be strong enough to face some problems. It made his heart still troubled, and after seeing the scene in front of him now, he was almost unable to hold it anymore. He didn't expect that he would experience this, and now he also hopes to calm down, but it is obvious that calm is not enough. He must be able to solve some things, especially in this state. He is likely to get worse and worse, and his body will also get worse and worse. Now he is trying hard to persevere, but obviously their expressions have made it impossible for him to continue acting. He looks very serious now, but now he is very painful. No matter what, it is difficult to continue to maintain such a state. It was really difficult for him to continue to maintain it, and now, no matter what he said, he had no way to enjoy the feeling of being able to stay peacefully. Because it is too obvious that his physical condition is not as good as before, he is now trying to maintain a surface calm, but it is obvious that the sweat on his face has already worn him. There is no way for him to continue to stand calmly as the uninfected person. In fact, he is really in pain right now, and he should have something wrong now. But how can he let his companions care about himself? It's not easy for his companions, but there are too many things to worry about for himself. Embarrassed, no matter what, he hoped that these people would face these problems calmly. Speaking of which, he now hopes that these companions can calm down a bit. No matter what problems he encounters, they should not worry about him. Because in such a state, even worrying is useless. So he also hopes that these people can relax and let these people calm down a little. Even if something really happens to him, he has nothing to be afraid of. You've become like this, how can you be okay? Just tell me, are you really infected by that monster? If so, I must cut that monster into pieces. In addition, you must now find a good place to recuperate. If you are really infected now, you must find a place to rest, otherwise you will actually be exposed. Even if you are really struggling, you will be exposed sooner or later. Mu Yun was almost in a hurry. He didn't expect this guy to be so stubborn. What's the point of this guy pretending to be so pretentious at this time? Chapter 43 Excessive. Chapter 43. It's too much to say that this kind of thing happened, and now he can't imagine that this guy would do such a thing to stand up here. Is it really interesting? The people who came from Chiangcheng to Chiangcheng really only harmed this guy. He didn't want this guy to harm himself at that time. I just hope this guy can become healthy. I just hope this guy can be safe. Speaking of, this guy is afraid and worried. They will worry about this guy. But why don't they worry about this guy anymore? They are afraid that something will happen to this guy. If this guy is really good for his friends, he should go to live a healthy life. Now he is seriously ill. It is necessary to take care of it properly. If it is really infected, it should be hurried to take care of it with their company instead of struggling here. Okay, just listen to Muyun's advice. It's really impossible for Muyun to harm you. You really need a good rest now, and we'll go looking for monsters, one less of you. It doesn't matter. Besides, do you have any fighting power now? If you really encounter a monster, do you have a way to protect us? It's still a monster that can be fought. I am waiting for you now. I think it's going to be a battle with that monster. Monster touched you. You fell directly to the ground. We have to protect you at that time. Haven't you become a burden to us? If you are really good for us, hurry up and find someone. We can't continue to suffer here any longer because we need medical treatment here. Quote. Dongshin also has it in his heart. Not so much, although what this guy cherishes is for the good of the team. But, this guy is too stubborn, and this guy has no physical strength. Just like what she said, this guy can't stand still. How can he protect himself? Then he will not become a burden to others. Even if he wants to cause trouble to his friends, he will still give him friends add more trouble. Instead, it's better to find a place to rest now. This guy still needs to rest, otherwise the problems will be more troublesome. He doesn't want this guy to make a lot of troubles to add a lot of mobs. It's really not good at all. Under such a state, it is impossible to protect anyone at all, not to mention the trouble of protecting others. At that time, I really don't know how many drills to add. After hearing this guy seems to it was also moved. The guy nodded, and left his back a little disappointed, looking extremely lonely. After seeing this scene, Muyun frowned and felt that his words were a bit heavy just now, and what Dongshan said just now was not gentle at all, and it was really sharp. Did we talk too seriously? Muyun frowned tightly, suddenly a little unbearable in his heart. This guy is quite pitiful. I was in a fierce battle with monsters just now. Chapter 44 Pay. Chapter 44. Paying itself is paying for them, which is really hard to say. Either way, it should be rewarded. But I didn't expect this guy to be so scolded by them now. I guess it must be very hard to bear in my heart. If it was himself, it would be very difficult for him to bear such a kind of pain. Speaking of this guy, it is really not easy, and now he feels a little sorry in his heart. Anyway, he wants this guy to be healthy, not like he is now. Even if he is really struggling here, he can't bear it in his heart, and the pain this guy will endure will be even more. It is not only a kind of self-blame in the heart, but also a kind of pain in the body, and now, if you scold this guy well, let this guy go to rest quickly. Maybe this guy's body will be slowly recuperated, and the pain in his heart will be slowly repaired. At that time, this guy can still join their team, and it won't delay anything at all. Maybe delayed. Wouldn't it be better for them to be in such a state? And he felt very happy when he thought about it now, but wasn't what he said just now really serious? Hearing this, it is estimated that my heart is also very angry. It can be seen that the expression of this guy is very indifferent, and it is definitely uncomfortable, otherwise it is impossible to show this kind of indifference on his face. Son. Okay, that's it. In fact, I think it's not easy for him. In fact, it's not easy for us. And this monster is too ferocious to say, so what if this guy is a train? It will be at a critical moment. Let them go, the monsters will be moved by him, and it's impossible not to hurt us. After hearing this, Dongshan patted Muyun on the shoulder, and she could see that she knew what Muyun was thinking, and she also knew that Muyun was indeed not easy, and this guy was not easy either, but here in this state, there is really nothing to say. This guy can only be quickly persuaded to retreat in a particularly vicious way. Otherwise, this guy will continue to support here, and there will be more problems and the impact will be very large. In any case, he does not hope that there will be too many problems at that time, and hopes to stop the loss in time, so that these things can be solved reasonably. Yeah, there's really no way, but how can we find those monsters faster? No, let's not look for those monsters. I feel that our combat effectiveness is too weak. It is really very difficult to deal with those monsters. Anyway, this is quite scary, and those monsters are too ferocious. We must try our best to resist. Now our side is injured. There are still quite a lot of people, and I feel that we all have some fear in our hearts. What he said was very reasonable. But Dongshan shook his head. Chapter 45 Smashed. Chapter 45. Fighting to the core. Hee, don't try to escape this time. Shinnan said such a sentence to the ugly general, and then the whole person rushed up. He swept his legs straight over, and the ugly general on the opposite side was immediately given by Shinnan. Got down on the ground. The ugly general never thought that he would be defeated by such a hairy boy, and he felt extremely resentful in his heart. Damn, how dare you beat me directly? I don't want to believe such a thing. The ugly general said, and then climbed up from the ground. His eyes were staring at the opposite Shinnan, his eyes were full of anger. Seeing the ugly general like this, Shinnan felt extremely happy in his heart. It has been a long time since he was able to fight those supernatural monsters on the opposite side so happily. Today, he is going to show the ugly general how powerful he is. If he doesn't teach these people a good lesson, they won't even know what he has done wrong. Do you think you can still do some tricks under my hands? Don't be delusional, don't even think about leaving here today, I will definitely beat you to the ground. After saying these words, Shinnan rushed up, and the ugly general stepped back again and again, trying to get out of Shinnan's attack range. It's just that he was just giving Shinnan another chance. At the right moment, Shinnan jumped directly behind the ugly general, then walked over with another leg, and pushed the ugly general to the ground again. The ugly general once again fell into a dog and ate shit, and he felt extremely hated in his heart. However, this did not make the ugly general give up his desire to shred the armor in front of him. Armored warrior has been unhappy for a long time, and it is hateful to destroy himself repeatedly. Do you think you can escape here? You're just relying on your own abilities. I don't think you can even compare to other armored warriors. That you are here alone, do you think you can subdue me by yourself? When the ugly general said this, he showed a very sinister smile. He seemed to have seen Shinnan dying in front of him. It looks so pleasant. However, this was just an idea in his heart, and would not have any substantial impact on Shinnan. So when Shinnan heard what he said, he just snorted coldly and said, "No way, do you want to talk to me like this with such lip service?" Regarding this incident, Shinnan really did not expect that it would turn into what it is now, but it is not difficult for him. As long as the dilemma in front of him can be solved, then all the problems will be solved easily. When he thought of this, Shinnan felt a little more confident. After all, behind him was the entire team. If he didn't leave, he could directly ask other people to come and help. At that time, the ugly general wouldn't be able to escape. I see how you are going to deal with me today. If you really have the ability to defeat me, then I am a little curious. Shinnan directly put the words here. He would never believe that this idiot would have the ability to knock himself down. If there was such a thing, wouldn't it have been successful long ago? Chapter 46 The Conspiracy Didn't Work. Chapter 46 The conspiracy didn't succeed. The ugly general never thought that Shinnan would dare to say such words to himself. He really didn't take him seriously. But from the perspective of the armored warrior, this seems to be something that Shinnan can say. Think about it, how could Shinnan, a proud and arrogant person, be frightened by a small supernatural monster in front of him? Moreover, this supernatural monster is still an ugly general who repeatedly steals chickens and loses rice. If it is in this person, if all his hands are at a loss, then Shinnan will really have to go back to the furnace and rebuild it. He might be laughed at by those people. Shinnan would never allow such a thing to happen. If it really happened, Shinnan would be really shameless. After listening to what Southwest said, the ugly general beat his chest with both hands angrily. I'll show you how great I am today. After Chojong finished saying these words, he ran straight to Shinnan, and then he didn't even care about the things next to him. Seeing such a situation, the corners of Shinnan's mouth lifted slightly. As long as he focused all the attention of this ugly general on himself, then he would not have the mind to take care of other things. This is Shinnan's main purpose. Otherwise, how could he spend so much time talking so much nonsense with this ugly general? The ugly general is now lying on the ground and screaming again and again. What is it? Shinnan has improved so much in a short period of time, and he can't beat him. Didn't you say you wanted to make me look good? Why are you lying on the ground? Shinnan stepped on the ugly general with one foot and the other with the other. He stepped on the ground, and his tone was very proud. Probably even Shinnan himself did not have his own strength to have risen to this point. Seeing that he had failed, the ugly general couldn't complete this mission, and immediately wanted to escape, but he had to do one thing before escaping. That is to take Xiaoxian, the descendant of Guangying village, along with him. Otherwise, he will not only fail the mission this time, but he will not even be able to take it back and claim credit. Wouldn't he be ridiculed by others at that time? It's ugly when he thinks about it. Zhang immediately said to Xinnan, "Don't think that you can rest easy after defeating me now. Do you think there are no other people by my side? Be careful, we will never let you. The mind is successful." At a time like this, even if the ugly general said such words, it would be of no use at all. Such words did not get the approval of Xinnan, because Xinnan believed that these armored warriors existed to protect these human beings, so no matter what kind of thing they are faced with, they can solve it. So at this time, even if the ugly general said this, he didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. "Do you think I'll listen to your words? Don't be kidding, this time I have a partner behind me. Even if you want to take Xiaoxie away, you have to pass us." It was Kunzhang who arrived just in time to say this. Probably no one thought that Kunzhang would arrive at the scene so quickly. However, in this way, the safety of Xiao Xiao will be guaranteed, and the conspiracy of the ugly general will be self-defeating. Chapter 47 Ugly will fail. Chapter 47. The ugly general failed. Not only Kunzhang, but also several other people came with him. It's just that their faces are not very good now, because they feel that the ugly general in front of them is really too abhorrent, and they think that they can snatch Xiao Xiao from their hands only by this method. It's really too ridiculous. The ugly general didn't even think that these people would come so quickly, and he was filled with incomparable resentment. He immediately said to the people in front of him, "How could you come so quickly? Hee, why are you scared when you see us here? You originally thought you were a smart person, but now it looks like that." As Kunzhang said, he protected Xiaoxi in his arms, leaving no room for others. If Xiaoxi had any problems in his hands, he would never forgive himself. When the ugly general heard what Kunzhang said, his face became very ugly. He immediately sighed heavily, and then said to the armored warriors in front of him, "I didn't expect you to be so united this time. It seems that I really want to see you, but don't think that you can escape this disaster like this." This kind of words did not withstand any waves in the hearts of everyone, because they did not feel that the person in front of them could figure out what monstrous waves. They just need to solve the problem in front of them now, and nothing else is needed to think more. Xiaoxi hid in Kunzhang's arms, and didn't show any signs of it. When Xinnan saw such a situation, he was heartbroken. Teammates now, then he is right. Paying for the ugliness will be even harder in the future. Besides, the current ugly general is not his opponent at all, so even if he and the ugly general fight alone, there is no need to worry that the ugly general will be able to beat himself. However, the ugly general is not the kind of pedantic person. After seeing that these people have helpers, he immediately activated some supernatural monsters on his side to support him. "Do you think you are the only ones with helpers? Is it possible that I won't find helpers?" When he said this, the ugly general immediately burst out laughing. He seemed to have seen the people in front of him, torn to shreds by his subordinates. All the supernatural monsters rushed towards these people, and now all the people were surrounded by a circle. Fortunately, Kunzhang was prepared in advance, and he fled to the other side with Xiaoxi long before this, so the two of them were not within this encirclement, and they could leave here smoothly. It's just that the ugly general didn't notice that, so he's still here, talking to the people surrounded by it with great pride. "Look at the way you are now, isn't it just being stepped under my feet? I originally thought you had any skills, but that's all. If you want to defeat me, you are still a little tender." After the ugly general finished saying this, he snorted fiercely. It seemed that he felt incomparable hatred for the fact that he was beaten down by Xinnan just now. However, this incident has already happened, and some people have seen it, so even if he shows such an expression, it will not change anything. Chapter 48 Escape. Chapter 48. The ugly general who escaped from life showed a very hateful expression when he looked at the armored warriors in front of him. He couldn't imagine why these armored warriors had to fight against him. It is clear that they can cooperate with each other, but these armored warriors have to help these hateful humans. I really can't figure out what is in their minds. If they can cooperate with the armored warriors, they may have occupied the earth now. How can this situation happen? But this is just the idea in his heart. If he really cooperates with the armored warriors, then at that time, half of the credit was given to the armored warrior, and he didn't want such a thing to happen. Mu-yun saw these supernatural monsters in front of him in this encirclement. His eyes looked very ugly. He originally just wanted to come and help, but he didn't think that he would also become a turtle in this urn. This gave birth to some bad feelings in his heart. Ugly General, is it possible that you can only surround us? Can this road be taken? Mu-yun said coldly, with a very calm expression on his face. Mu-yun is always like this, and he never shows too much of his emotions because of something. Because he knows that if his emotions are caught by the enemy, then he is likely to be led by the enemy by the nose, so he absolutely cannot let such a thing happen. After hearing what Mu-yun said, the ugly general said to him, I thought who was it? It turned out to be Mu-yun. I didn't expect you to be here too. I didn't find out just now that it's no big deal. I'll take all of you back after a while, and then I'll be able to reward you for your merits and deeds. You still want to be rewarded for merit and deeds? I think you are just wishful thinking. Shin-nan shouted at the ugly general. Although they were now surrounded by beasts, they didn't show any dissatisfaction, and they didn't even show any nervousness about being surrounded by these supernatural monsters. After all, for these people, this is just a simple predicament. As long as they work together, they can always get out. Why waste his energy for such a thing? After hearing what Shin-nan said, Cho-jong frowned fiercely, and then directly instructed a supernatural monster beside him to rush in, trying to kill the people inside. Give it a big hit. I'm just a little bastard. Do you dare to dominate in front of us? Mu-yun directly kicked the supernatural power, the monster just now with one kick. The power of his kick is really not small, but he is unwilling to show any of his strength in front of others. Now there is nothing that can be done, and he can only take action against these people. Now it seems that the people on the ugly general's side are not so powerful. It is estimated that if these people go up together, they are not Mu-yun's opponents. When the ugly general saw such a situation, he thought with a thump in his heart, could it be possible that these people really have the ability to escape from his encirclement? If such a thing really happened, then what would he call these supernatural monsters to do? Is it possible that you are embarrassing yourself? Chapter 49 Demons Dance. Chapter 49. The group of demons dances wildly. Everyone thought that putting Xiaoxi next to Shin-nan and Mu-yun was the best plan. Because the two don't care. In any way, the strength is first class. So everyone didn't really take this matter to heart. They even thought that as long as these two people were there, they wouldn't have to worry about anything. Some intrigues and tricks. Mu-yun, do you feel like there are some other things around us? Shin-nan was sitting in the hall, looking at everything around him. He suddenly felt that something was not right. Hearing his words, Mu-yun also frowned, and he immediately checked the surrounding environment through some of his senses, and found that something really seemed to be sneaking in. It seems that the incident this time is more serious than we imagined. We have to find a way to deal with these scraps as soon as possible, otherwise people around us will think that we don't have the ability at all. When Mu-yun said this, his face also became extremely ugly. He was originally a very powerful existence in the eyes of everyone, but now he was dizzy by these small pieces, which really made him a little embarrassed. If he can't have a clearer solution for this matter, then other people will definitely consider him a useless person. That ugly will definitely take advantage of this time to make a comeback. If we really can't do anything about it, let those people take Xiaoxi away. Maybe we can really do it. Shin-nan sighed. There are so many things that have piled up recently, they don't even think about what the reasons are. So at times like this, they just wait in place, and then don't let other people have a chance. Just such a method is simply not enough for them to fully grasp some of the enemy's movements. They should take the initiative to attack and take them down in one fell swoop when others respond. It's just that this kind of thing is too ridiculous, because they can't grasp anything now. And they couldn't figure out what those people wanted to do at all, so at such a time, they couldn't do anything other than wait with peace of mind. I just hope things don't get too complicated this time around. All we have to do now is to protect the small details, and don't think about the rest. Shin-nan expressed the thoughts in his heart. He knew that Mu-yun was a very strong person, so he also reminded Mu-yun about this matter. Hearing such words, Mu-yun nodded. Of course he knew what Shin-nan meant. So I won't cause trouble to others at times like this. The two looked at each other and smiled, but at the next moment they suddenly noticed some figures flashing in outside the window. Seeing such a situation, the two immediately became alert, and they could feel that the aura around them had changed significantly. It seems that the other party can't bear it anymore. We have to teach those people a good lesson. After Shin-nan said this, he immediately transformed. Chapter 50 in Battle. Chapter 50. During the battle, Mu-yun nodded after hearing what Shin-nan said, and he stood aside and clenched a lightsaber in his hand. The expression on Mu-yun's face was also very solemn, because he knew that if he did not get along with Shin-nan, he would definitely not be able to subdue those guys outside. At such a critical juncture, he can't take care of many other things. As long as the group of crumbs outside are cleaned up, then his heart will also feel very comfortable. When Mu-yun thought of this, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He hadn't moved his muscles and bones for a long time, and when he fought with that ugly general 2 days ago, he just beat him to the ground. Is really a relatively easy activity for Mu-yun. Obviously, Shin-nan also knew what Mu-yun was thinking right now, and the two immediately understood each other's intentions after they looked at each other and smiled. Then he ran towards the outside immediately. The supernatural monsters outside had no idea that these two people would find their tracks so quickly, and they were a little scared inside. But as long as you think about the number of people on their side, it's not a big deal. In the other direction, wanting to capture Xiao Xian while the two were dealing with other supernatural monsters. Their ultimate goal is to get Xiao Xie away, and the ugly general has already spoken. If they didn't bring Xiao Xian back this time, these people would not have done it at all. It's just at such a time, how could Mu-yun and Shin-nan let this monster's tricks succeed? After quickly dealing with a group of monsters, they immediately ran in the other direction, directly blocking their way. Why do you want to attack the people here? You don't even know who you are. Shin-nan said such arrogant words directly, and then threw the long sword in his hand in front of those monsters, blocking their way. The light emitted from the long sword stunned the supernatural monsters in front of him, making the supernatural monsters not dare to step forward. At the same time, Mu-yun threw out a long whip from his waist and hit the ground fiercely, making a crackling sound, and there was even some purple lightning on the whip. Seeing such a scene, the supernatural monsters did not dare to move forward, and even took a few steps back. There was some fear in their eyes. It seemed that they did not expect the strength of these two people to be so powerful that they forced them to in such a situation. It's just that at this time, they didn't dare to move anymore except to stay where they were, because what Mu-yun said in the next second immediately shocked them. I think you don't go back today. How good it is to stay with me. Once Mu-yun said such cold-blooded words, these supernatural monsters would never come back. Some of these supernatural monsters have never seen the power of Mu-yun at all, so they can only glance at the monsters next to them, trying to read something from their eyes. Oops, as soon as this Mu-yun comes out, we people will definitely be wiped out. What should we do now? Chapter 51 Back and Forth. Chapter 51. There is a back and forth. Forget it, let's take a look at the situation now. Some supernatural monsters have begun to have some fear in their hearts. It's just that it's useless for them to be afraid, because what Mu-yun has already decided, how can they allow others to go against him? If such a thing really happens, where will Mu-yun's face go? I said you monsters have no. Discuss it, who will come up and die first. Mu-yun moved his wrist, and then shook his head back and forth a few times, as if he was doing some warm-up exercises. Seeing such a situation, the supernatural monsters were like drums in their hearts, and they stepped back a few steps, not daring to go forward to provoke this evil spirit. Shinnan was very amused when he saw such a scene, but his face did not show any expression. He looked at Mu-yun beside him, and only felt that the strength of this person was that he was subdued without fighting. Soldier. Think about it, if those supernatural monsters are afraid of Mu-yun, what use are these armored warriors? Can't they all stand aside and wait for this Mu-yun's performance? Mu-yun hasn't waited for those supernatural monsters for a long time. I couldn't help feeling very strange. I immediately took a step forward, put my hands on my waist and said arrogantly, if you guys are fighting or not, get out as soon as possible, and if you want to fight, come up. That the supernatural monsters had never seen before, was directly frightened by this Mu-yun, and hurriedly ran to the side, but how could Mu-yun let them easily now have the desire to fight in his heart? If he checked it out and ran like this, wouldn't it make him very shameless? Idiot, trying to escape under my hands. Mu-yun said a word lightly, and completely blocked the way of those supernatural monsters. A yellow light lay in front of them, and they dared not pass. Behind him is Mu-yun, and in front of him is a ray of light. These supernatural monsters have never encountered such a battle. What should we do now? Are we going to stay here and die? The supernatural monsters never thought in their hearts that they would encounter such a thing, and they even felt that such a thing should not be linked to themselves at all. Originally, it was just to grab a person, but now I am trapped here. Wouldn't it make other people laugh out loud? The dignified supernatural monster is trapped by two people, which is completely wrong. Possible things. I'm going, this Mu-yun is so powerful, so we don't have to do anything else as long as we rely on this Mu-yun in the future. Such a voice suddenly appeared in Shinnan's heart. When he looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes almost fell out. He has never seen Mu-yun so powerful. Before, he only thought that Mu-yun was a very intelligent person. Now it seems that Mu-yun's ability is also very powerful. They really underestimated Mu-yun before. A little bit. When thinking of this again, Shinnan immediately walked to Mu-yun's side, then patted Mu-yun's shoulder and said, "Brother, you are so powerful, why have you never seen you show your strength before?" Chapter 52 Hidden Edge. Chapter 52, Hidden Edge. Don't you know there is a word called hidden edge? When Mu-yun said this, he showed a smile. He never knew that in the eyes of others, he was just an idler without any ability. But it didn't matter, he didn't really care. Now as long as he can show all his abilities when he can, and then solve the predicament, then it is also a very good thing for him. After hearing these words, Shinnan seemed very shocked, probably did not expect such a situation. In this relatively tense time, if this matter can be successfully handled, it will be a good thing for everyone. Thinking of this, Shinnan's feelings towards Mu-yun immediately became more complicated. Originally, I only thought that Mu-yun was a very ordinary person. The big deal was that he was more courageous than others. It turns out that it seems that no matter what. When was it that Mu-yun stepped forward to help them? When these people thought of this, even Shinnan himself felt a little ashamed. After all, as an armored warrior, he has to need the help of others many times. This kind of thing is really difficult for him to accept. However, there is no way to do this. Only after those people around you have made a clearer decision, can you better help some people in need. And this is the meaning of the existence of these armored warriors, not just for their own fame and fortune, but to help more people. Original. It's like this, now it's all up to you. I'm going to clean up some small things, and the big army here has to rely on you to solve it. After Shinnan finished saying these words, he patted Mu-yun's shoulder with his hand, and then went in another direction without looking back. He had to protect Xiaoxi as soon as possible. Hearing these words, Mu-yun nodded, then turned around and directly faced a large group of supernatural monsters beside him. When those supernatural monsters saw the look in Mu-yun's eyes, they were immediately shocked. Because the current Muyun is fundamentally different from just now, they have no idea where they have provoked this killing god, and they are terrified in their hearts. At the same time, he also began to think about countermeasures, how to get rid of his predicament and quickly escape from here. They don't want to fall into Muyun's hands like this. If that's the case, wouldn't they come here for nothing? Not only did they fail to complete the mission, but they also had to take their own lives. Inside, this is really unreasonable. But who is Muyun? How can he take the thoughts of these supernatural monsters into his eyes? All he wants now is to drag these supernatural monsters. It would be even better if they could be resolved, as long as they can achieve their own goals by any means. Such a thing is nothing to Yun Baiyan. Don't think about leaving here. Isn't it too ridiculous to want to leave when you are in my hands? After saying these words, Muyun stepped forward directly, then picked up his whip, and slashed towards those supernatural monsters fiercely. The supernatural monsters fled one after another, but they were of no use at all. Chapter 53 Shadow Bully is angry. Chapter 53. Shadow Ba is angry that Muyun is playing happily on this side, but the ugly general on the other side is directly angered by Shadow Ba. Yingba had no defenses at all, and was directly beaten by the armored warriors. He looked at the tragic appearance of the supernatural monsters in the image, and hated the armored warriors in his heart. In Yingba's cognition, this is simply impossible to happen. Because he never thought that his subordinates would be so pedantic. In the end, he didn't expect everything to be different from what he imagined. If he had known that his subordinates were so useless, he would have sent people out long ago, and he would not have been laughed at like this by those people. The ugly general stood below, and waited for Yingba's orders with a sullen expression. Now Yingba sees the ugly general like this, and hates him very much in his heart. Look at what you can do like this. It's just such a simple thing, you can't do it well, and now you let all the armored warriors see our jokes. If this spreads out, what can I do with my reputation? You are so useless, then I will simply send you back. After Yingba finished speaking, he snorted coldly. This kind of words sounded like a death sentence for him. How can he be sent back? If he is sent back, there is only a dead end, so at this time he immediately fell to his knees and said, "Please give me another chance, I will definitely put the Queen of Guangying village on the ground. If someone caught it, it will be available for your research at that time. It's best that what you said can become a reality. If you fail again this time, I will never forgive you lightly. Get out, don't show up in front of me. If you fail again this time, you don't have to." "Yes, my lord, I know, I must disappoint my lord." After saying these words, he immediately left the base with a scrambling and crawling. Because he knew that if he stayed here any longer, he might have to wait for the Shadow Master's mind to change, then he would not be able to eat and leave. Taking advantage of the opportunity to escape now, it is right to leave here quickly. While the ugly general was walking on the way to the Happy Dumpling restaurant, his hatred for the armored warriors became stronger and stronger. If it wasn't for them to stop him these times, he would have brought back the descendants of Guangying village. How could he have become like this? On the waistband. This was something he had never thought of before. This time I have to do it right. If it doesn't work out, I'm really screwed. Armored warriors, you can't stand in my way. When he said this, the ugly general had already forgotten all the punishments he had received before. I completely forgot how I was taught a lesson by the armored warrior before. Just when he arrived outside the Happy Dumpling restaurant, he found that something terrible happened inside. He immediately leaned on the windowsill and looked out, wanting to take a closer look to see if the supernatural monsters he sent out won the final victory. After all, he sent a lot of people this time. Chapter 54 Shock. Chapter 54. Shocked is that things are not what Ugly thinks, because some of the things he saw next completely broke his cognition. He couldn't imagine at all why two armored warriors were able to knock down all the supernatural monsters he sent out. This was a very impossible thing for him. But now it is really happening in front of him. He didn't even have a way to deny these things, and at a time like this, he fell into a state of shock. At the same time, he also began to wonder why the two armored warriors inside were so powerful. No, he has now discovered a very strange place. That is, there is only one armored warrior, and the other is just an ordinary human being. If he remembered correctly, his name seemed to be Muyun or something. Right, what is the origin of this Muyun to be so powerful? The Muyun inside has already discovered that the ugly general is lying on the window. So Muyun immediately threw the whip in his hand to the windowsill in the next moment. Those lightnings splashed directly in front of the ugly general, and the ugly general was taken aback. Then, it was exposed in front of Shin-nan and Muyun. Those supernatural monsters looked very surprised when they saw the ugly general, but at the same time they began to show sympathy. Because they feel that there is one more person to be punished next. Hiding in the corner is a tortoise. I thought you had any skills, but that's all. Muyun said these words lightly, and then immediately cleaned up all these supernatural monsters. After staying in this dumpling restaurant for so long, it's time to go out and find a bigger place to exercise. If you stay here all the time, you will have to pay for anything you break. He didn't want to provoke himself into such a thing. In the blink of an eye, all the people came to the scene outside. Who are you and why are you so powerful? The ugly general immediately asked such a question. He really wanted to know the identity of the Muyun in front of him, and only after he knew the identity of Muyun, could he have a better countermeasure. But how do you know that Muyun doesn't care what he said at all, but calmly asked, after knowing my identity, what can you do to me? You're thinking too simplistically. A little. Hearing such words, the ugly general was extremely shocked. He had never seen a human being so arrogant before. But this Muyun does have arrogant capital. After all, looking at the strength of others, one person can deal with so many supernatural monsters. If the armored warriors add up and compare with Muyun, I am afraid they are not so powerful. Suddenly, an idea suddenly formed in the ugly general's mind. Armored warrior, don't you feel ashamed to see that every human being is better than you? Hearing such words, Shin-nan sneered directly, and then said, the three things of reading are collected and pushed. Chapter 55 Whimsical Ugly General. Chapter 55. The whimsical ugly general. Shin-nan doesn't take the ugly general in his eyes, because he knows that there is a more powerful partner in front of him, so he still has to thank him at this time. Let's take a look at Muyun's. After all, if it wasn't for Muyun, he would have been surrounded by those supernatural monsters now. And the safety of small details may also become a big problem. When he thought of this again, Muyun immediately started a counterattack against the ugly general. However, he didn't expect the ugly general to be in a state of not wanting to fight at all, because he knew that he couldn't beat the Muyun in front of him. If he does it blindly like this, other dangers will arise at that time, then it will be troublesome. Stop, I don't mean to fight with you, or let's make a deal. As long as you hand over the descendants of Guangying village to me, I will let you go, and I will not trouble you again from now on. It's a good deal. And you don't need to pay any price, anyway. The descendants of Guangying village are of no use to you. If that's the case, you might as well be a favored person and give it to me. Speaking of this, the ugly general even felt that his plan was very good. He also began to laugh in secret. Just how could the two people in front of him allow his plan to succeed? They are simply not used to the ugly general, and at this time, they expressed great contempt for what the ugly general said. Don't you think your brain is flooded? We are so troublesome and careful, you actually want to snatch it away, and even shamelessly tell us this. Good negotiation. I think 80% of you haven't woken up. After Shin-nan finished saying this, he laughed out loud, as if to express his mockery for the ugly general's words. After hearing this, the ugly general's face became very ugly. He didn't even think that these two people actually toasted without eating and drinking. I negotiated with them so nicely, but was treated like this. He couldn't bear it any longer. and there were other supernatural monsters beside him. All such things were heard by those supernatural monsters. When he went back and talked nonsense, his face would be lost. So at such a time, he felt that these two people were simply against himself. The ugly general is not afraid of Shin-nan, because he feels that an armored warrior can't compete with him at all, but Mu-yun is different. Mu-yun, a human being able to fight against so many supernatural monsters, really made him a little impressed. At the same time, he also wanted to dig Mu-yun to his side. With the help of Mu-yun, I think they will be more successful in the future. It's just that it's all on his mind. Even if he wants to dig Mu-yun, he has to see if he has the ability. Mu-yun could see what the ugly general was thinking, because the ugly general's eyes were too naked. With just a little brainstorming, you can guess what he's thinking. So at such a time, Mu-yun felt that the ugly general in front of him was a bit too ridiculous. Chapter 56 Disillusioned. Chapter 56. Disillusionment. Mu-yun really can't imagine why Ugly would want to win over himself. But from the side view, it seems that he can also express that his current strength is relatively strong, so he can be targeted by these people. However, Mu-yun had no such idea. As a person, he still wanted to live as a human being. He didn't want to get involved in these dirty things. So he said to the ugly general without thinking about it, "Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking in your heart. Don't you just want to win me over? I advise you to get rid of this thought as soon as possible. I will never be with you." You cooperated. And don't you think you're a little too ridiculous? I'm just a human being, but you, as a supernatural monster, want to cooperate with a human being. If such a thing is said, wouldn't it be? Are you making the people at your base laugh out loud? Such words were directly said by Mu-yun, and he had no scruples at all. And with his ability, he doesn't need to care about anything. The ugly general didn't know why his mind was directly exposed, and he was still a little overwhelmed. And when he looked at Mu-yun, he also took a bit of scrutiny, as if he was asking why he was able to know his own mind. Seeing the stupid appearance of the ugly general, Shin-nan also thought it was very interesting. "No, you actually want to let Mu-yun join you. I really think too much." After Shin-nan finished saying this, he popped out, because I think today's event is a little too bizarre. And it makes people feel even more strange about the ugly general's attitude towards Mu-yun. If he can't beat him, he wants to win over. It is estimated that few people will believe it. The ugly general probably felt a little embarrassed after his thoughts were seen through by the two of them, and he immediately said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. When am I going to recruit him to our base? I haven't said anything yet." "What? You didn't say it, but I've heard all your thoughts. Could it be that you think I'm just ranting? In fact, you know it yourself, and not a single word of what I said just now is a lie. It's just that you don't want to admit it. Do you think I can cooperate with you for someone like you? Despicable, bah." Mu-yun had always looked down on the army of supernatural monsters, but now that this ugly general has done such a thing, he is even more unwilling to be involved with these people. So the ugly general's mind was completely broken. The ugly general originally wanted to win over this Mu-yun, because seeing that his strength was relatively good, he would be able to add to the icing on the cake for them at that time. It's just that now that he was rejected, he was a little embarrassed and angry, and more of it was his anger after his thoughts were spied on. He immediately summoned some of the remaining power monsters, and then stood in front of him, wanting to do something to those two people. It's just that the remaining supernatural monsters were fighting when they saw the two of them, so they didn't dare to do anything at all. Chapter 57 Win Without Fighting. Chapter 57. Win without a fight. When I think of this, things suddenly become a little interesting. Shin-nan looked at Mu-yun in front of him and didn't move at all, just stood there quietly, as if everything in the world was under control. Such a state of affairs is truly surprising. The ugly general on the opposite side also seemed to have discovered this. He couldn't believe that the Mu-yun in front of him was so powerful that he already had an aura that looked down upon the world just by standing there. But it was just an idea in his mind. As for the others, it depends on the specific circumstances behind this. I said, you just stand there. Do you think you can defeat me like this? When he said this, Muyun's face was full of sarcasm, because he felt that the ugly general in front of him really had no brains. As long as the ugly general is a little smarter, it can be seen that there should be a way to defeat Muyun, but his brain is just a decoration. When thinking about this, Muyun's attitude towards the ugly general in front of him it also became very strange. But this ugly general didn't realize anything, and wanted to say a few words over there to ease the current embarrassing situation. However, what situation can be resolved now? Muyun just wants to make this ugly general clean up. The ugly general is just relying on his own selfishness. Just pointing fingers at others, others will laugh at him when he speaks it out. He is obviously the leader of a relatively powerful monster, but he has put himself in such a situation, and I don't know what to say. What is he? Okay. I advise you to stop acting rashly. As long as I give an order next, your fate will be miserable. Don't think that I really dare not do anything to you. The ugly general hummed twice when he said this, as if he felt that his strength had greatly increased, and even when he looked at Muyun, his eyes became very contemptuous. Seeing the ugly general like this, Muyun was very impatient in his heart. He immediately took a step forward, and said, "What do you think you are? How dare you exaggerate in front of me, and I'll let you know how powerful I am in a moment." After Muyun finished saying these words, he slammed the whip in his hand fiercely, and the whip hit the ground with a crackling sound. And at the next moment, Muyun found that the ugly general in front of him seemed to be a little blurry. He thought it was his mistake. What's the matter? This person in front of me doesn't seem to be a real entity. Just as Muyun finished saying these words, that ugly general was directly scattered by the whip in his hand. Seeing such a situation, both Shinnan and Muyun were stunned, as if they had never imagined that the situation would turn into what it is now. Both of them have the same doubts in their hearts at the same time, that is, where is the real ugly general? What's going on? Isn't this ugly general still here? After Shinnan finished saying these words, his eyes widened immediately. Muyun also shook his head. He had never seen such a scene before, which really surprised him. Looks like we've been tricked again this time. Chapter 58 Solutions to the Problem. Chapter 58. The solution to the problem. The two of them stood on the spot, and then looked at the monsters with supernatural powers around them. They originally thought that this ugly general could be cleaned up, but they didn't expect it to turn into what it is now. They couldn't bear this sight in their hearts, and immediately began to punch and kick those supernatural monsters. Those supernatural monsters probably never thought that they would become punching bags. At a time like this, they all fled to the side, and there is no chance of fighting with the two people in front of them. Because they are also afraid of their own strength, they can't beat these two people at all. Instead of wasting time on this kind of thing, it is better to think about how to get out of here as soon as possible. After thinking about this again, those supernatural monsters began to flee to the side. Thinking about them, they usually do a lot of evil and have always been domineering, but they were beaten to the ground in the hands of such two people. I'm afraid it will make others laugh out loud, but in the current situation, it seems that they have no other way. If they can, they also want to have a good fight with these two people, but the strength is too disparate, and they have no way. Looking at the current situation, your master doesn't care. You guys, are you still going to die for him? Muyun directly told the thoughts in his heart to let these supernatural monsters in front of them see what the masters in their minds were like. These supernatural monsters stopped fighting after hearing Muyun's words. They seemed to. It was because they fell into contemplation, thinking about what they had done before, and now that they are here, they have no power to fight back. Shinnan was also a little shocked after hearing what Muyun said. He didn't understand why Muyun said such a thing. Could it be that there is a specific meaning in it? When thinking of this, Shinnan directly used his own hand stabbed Muyun. But Muyun did not answer his words. Instead, he stood aside and quietly waited for the movements of these supernatural monsters in front of him. Seeing such a situation, Shin Nan was a little undecided in his heart. He seemed to want to ask clearly if there were other reasons for this. However, in such an urgent situation, Shin Nan is not very easy to ask for the exit. When some supernatural monsters inside finally reacted, Mu-yun threw the whip directly in front of them, and then blocked their way. Forget it, I wanted to let you go, but it looks like you don't appreciate it. If that's the case, then there's no need to stay. After Mu-yun said these words, he directed an evil smile at these supernatural monsters. Seeing Mu-yun's appearance like this, these supernatural monsters were extremely panicked. They didn't even know what they had done to actually suffer such a punishment. This matter obviously has nothing to do with us. It is completely done by an ugly person. Why does it have to be counted on our heads? Some supernatural monsters stood up, and then said such words one after another, as if they were trying to gain some chances for their own lives. Chapter 59 Ugly is back. Chapter 59. The ugly general is back. I can't control the affairs between you, but now you are blocking my way, then I will not let you go. After Mu-yun said these words, he became very vicious. He had no intention of letting go of these supernatural monsters in front of him, and he just said that just to sow discord. Now that the ugly generals have all escaped, there is no need for these supernatural monsters to stay. If you let these supernatural monsters stay, isn't that just letting the tiger return to the mountain? When something else happens in the future, it's not that he has to bear such consequences. Mu-yun is not such a stupid person, so he intends to destroy all these supernatural monsters, and it is best to avoid future troubles. When he thought of this again, a strange smile appeared on Mu-yun's face. He seemed to be thinking, as long as he could subdue these people in front of him, then his strength was one aspect of certification, and from another. In terms of armored warriors, their path has gone better. Shin Nan was shocked when he heard such words. He never thought that Mu-yun had such thoughts in his heart, but it was good, at least it solved a big problem for them, and it didn't need to. I am afraid of what the ugly general will do in the future. After all, if his plan fails this time, the people above the ugly general will not let him go easily. Do you mean to drive us out and kill us? Damn it, I should have known it long ago and shouldn't have believed your words. Those supernatural monsters only realize now. They have already been fooled. It's too late. Mu-yun has already decided something. How can they have the slightest retreat? I have to say that these supernatural monsters are really whimsical, and they still want to escape at a time like this. If so, then there is only one way to go. After seeing the expressions on the faces of those supernatural monsters, Mu-yun felt extremely amused. It never occurred to him that the monsters with supernatural abilities were also afraid, but in this situation, he couldn't control much. But when Mu-yun was about to step forward, he found that the ugly general came back directly. He was very surprised. The ugly general had already left just now. Why are you coming back now? Didn't you already leave and leave your own? These subordinates, are they running back and doing what they want to die with your subordinates? Mu-yun's words were never pleasant. Therefore, at a time like this, directly suppressing the momentum of the ugly general is the most important thing. As for the other things, he can't think about it that much. Anyway, the final result will not change at all. What kind of way to say some other things? When thinking of this, Mu-yun's heart seemed very happy, because he knew that what he was going to do next could completely beat those people outside, and just rely on it. His strength alone is enough to make these people drink a pot. Probably the ugly general didn't expect Mu-yun to be so arrogant, but Mu-yun does have such strength, so it's nothing, but they should think about how to escape next. Chapter 60 Evil Plan. Chapter 60. Evil Plan. I just went back to get something. Now is the time to start the real battle. Don't be too happy too soon. When the ugly general said here, he hummed twice, as if he felt that he was very powerful now. However, in Mu-yun's eyes, this kind of situation only felt very funny. After all, Mu-yun had absolutely powerful strength, so he would not be afraid of these guys in front of him at all. When those supernatural monsters saw the ugly general who had gone and returned, they had mixed feelings in their hearts, and immediately began to shout in the direction of the ugly general, "Sir, you are finally back, we have been waiting for you for a long time, and we thought you lost it. We're leaving now." The ugly general didn't answer them, but what he thought in his mind was that he had already left, but Yingba ran out of nowhere, and then ordered him to completely solve this matter today, otherwise he didn't even want to go back to the base. Due to the majesty of the Shadow Tyrant, he can only come back here again, and he has left so many subordinates at one time and said it, which is also something that makes his face dull. The situation of embarrassment on both sides, the ugly general suddenly felt that the Muyun in front of him was very annoying. If he had known that this Muyun was so powerful, he should have increased his firepower and concentrated on dealing with Muyun. As for the rest, he doesn't want to pay attention to it anymore. When he thinks of this again, the ugly general will immediately let all the supernatural monsters around him go towards Muyun. Those strange people are a little afraid of Muyun, but he thinks about extending him. The head is also a knife, and the shrinking of the head is also a knife. It is better to die early and give birth early. Under this concept, they all went to Muyun without their lives. Muyun was really taken aback when he saw such a situation, but the whip in his hand was not a vegetarian, and in 3 or 2 blows, the supernatural monsters that rushed towards him were smashed. On the other side, the ugly general let the supernatural monsters surround these 2 people, and then he ran into the room and caught Xiaoxi. Both of them were immersed in the fight, and they never thought that the real purpose of the ugly general was actually to sway the tiger away from the mountain. At this moment, they even resented their carelessness. Ugly warns me, if you dare to do anything to Xiaoxi, I will definitely not let you go. Muyun directly said such a warning to the ugly general, but the ugly general did not take it to heart. His ultimate goal is just to bring Xiaoxi back. Now that Xiaoxi is in his hands, if he stays here, wouldn't he put himself in a very dangerous situation? So even if he heard it, if Muyun threatened like that, he wouldn't really do anything. He just smiled, then grabbed Xiao in his hand, and said to the 2, "I thought you 2 had any skills, so it turns out, but that's all. Now I've got the people, and you don't need to worry about the next thing. You hold them 2 as soon as possible, and I'll leave first." Those supernatural monsters probably never thought that they would be thrown here by the ugly general again. At this moment, they even felt that the purpose of their existence was to help the ugly general to do things, and the other things were no big deal. Chapter 61 No Problem. When such a big problem occurs, he is not particularly worried, and now he hopes to find this thing with peace of mind, so that he can be regarded as a reassurance. But obviously I'm still there now. I am worried about these things, and it's nothing if I'm online. The problem is that I don't even know what I'm looking for, and I don't even have a goal. Hey, I don't think there's anything to worry about, but I think we've been too bad during this time. I think we've had a really bad time this time, like a thief with a guilty conscience. Obviously we didn't do anything, we were just in the quiet of the sea, and we didn't expect to be bound by these people. I really think it's too much. If it is possible, I would like to not encounter such troublesome things again, but the problem now is that I really feel bad when I encounter this kind of problem. I hope to change it as soon as possible, but obviously it is not easy to change now. Luffy also felt that it was really too much in his heart. After all, this matter has really been involved, and many people seem to be doing evil. Obviously, this matter has nothing to do with him at all, and now he has become a victim. He didn't know whose eunuch he was, or what he had committed to encounter such a thing, but now it was obvious that he had to do it well. In this way, I can be considered at ease, otherwise, these people will really come to the door without a director. Come and say that he is obliged to help them in the whole thing. In fact, it is obvious that he has not done any bad things, and this thing should not be for them at all. But now, if he didn't help, he would appear a little cold-blooded, which made him feel particularly angry, which made him particularly want to go to the place where he vomited blood. If not, then he actually had nothing to worry about. After all, this question itself is not very relevant. If you come up with something, then the things people say will make you special. Because these people are here to do it. If he has been bullying himself here, then he will not be able to think of a way to fight back. He now hopes to have a beautiful counterattack. Only in this way can he be considered particularly firm in his heart, and now he also hopes to be able to show up firmly and hope that I can do a good job of this matter down to earth, and deal with it in a graceful manner. Since then, I will be quite happy in my heart. But the problem is that you are a part of this boat, you are our brother. If we encounter any problems, shouldn't you help? But now I know I'm sorry for you, but you really don't want to help us. Too bad. You know what? Chapter 62 Bondage. Dongshin and the others persuaded them very hard-heartedly, and Muyun couldn't help but persuade a few words, even though he knew that Dongshin didn't have any problems to do this at all. Originally, this Dongshin wanted to make a breakthrough here. Things of the world. He originally wanted to call on these people to help him conquer the world, but he didn't expect that these people stumbled on Dongshin before they conquered the world. Ambitious people. Lu Fei wanted to do something big, instead of competing with these people for these trivial things, but the problem is that these people like to compete for these trivial things, because these trivial things are also their fundamental interests. It also involves a lot of people. Anyway, these things are obtained by them. If they don't analyze it well, then naturally it will not work. Yes, I know that these people are helping, but what can I do now? I don't want to compete with these people for these trivial matters, but what's the point of not fighting? I don't want to compete with these people now. These people are too involved, and I now hope to change as soon as possible. Otherwise, it is very likely that there will be some problems at that time. If it does happen at that time, then I naturally cannot be very happy, because in my eyes, this point has already involved too many people, so it can also be seen now that this problem is really bad. It is always useful for everyone to do things carelessly, and I am also now. Hopefully these people will be very honest about it. Is nothing more than trying hard and speaking rationally. Although this matter has nothing to do with him, the problem is that he is also the person on this boat. As Muyun said, they are all a rope, if they don't help each other well. Then after Muyun and the others are really some blessings, does it mean that he can't do anything more? Otherwise, if he really does something, they won't help Muyun, because he won't help Muyun and the others now, and if he encounters something difficult in the future, they won't either. Help, in this case, he is not in a state of isolation, he does not want to encounter such a trouble. It is better for him to be as fair as possible. Well, it's good to have this good thing, but I can see that you can still see what this problem has to do with us, so let's say it now. If I help, what problems will I have at that time? If you want to, you have to help me, otherwise, my heart is the most depressed. After all, you have received such a great favor from me now. If you don't forget to kick my words to death, I will definitely be very depressed in my heart. I hope everyone can understand my thoughts. I just hope everyone can understand that I have gained so much now. In fact, it also has a certain relationship with you, but you should be more serious now. Chapter 63 Against Monsters. After seeing this, he got a very big enlightenment in his heart. Now these monsters are really too powerful, it is not easy to deal with these monsters. It is for this reason that he is particularly afraid, because these fast hands will float up, which is really very difficult. If you want to deal with those monsters, you must have very powerful abilities. If you don't have enough powerful abilities, there is no way to deal with them, and each of these abilities monsters is very powerful. There is absolutely no way to fight against it. It is for this reason that he is particularly panicked, and now he hopes to deal with it properly, otherwise, he may cause a great disaster by then. And now I also hope that I can be more serious. I just hope that I will never make something again, otherwise I will have an indecent and ordinary angry feeling in my heart. What you said is very reasonable, but now I don't think it's time to be reasonable. It's not a matter of whoever quarrels louder is okay. I think now that the monster has left here, we have a great responsibility. If we hadn't let go of these monsters at the time, these monsters wouldn't be able to demolish the houses of those people now. This thing is really very cause and effect, and I also think it's very important now. You can follow it yourself. If you have the responsibility, you should take responsibility for this matter, instead of having a bigger scene than anyone else here. Mu Yun is very reasonable. These people are making this scene more and more loud, and now these people are holding guns here all day long. The people here who are making the rounds are so arrogant and look very straight and arrogant. In such a state, my heart is even more depressed. Because these people will definitely have some very irrational behaviors when they are so high. Maybe now these people find it unsatisfactory to quarrel, maybe they will fight, and this kind of thing is also possible. If these people really fight, then I actually don't want to see it, but now these people are really arguing very fiercely. If these people are really suffering, then I actually don't want to see. Well, it's nothing, but the monsters we encountered now are indeed quite vicious, and as you can see, the smoke is a very large monster, with a height of more than 10 meters. It is for this reason that you must pay attention, and I think there are things that really must be paid attention to. If everyone can pay attention, then there is no need to worry about the problem of this monster at that time. Muyun said loudly with a stern face. In his eyes there is nothing scary about rock monsters. What is scary is his own heart. If his heart is pumped up at the time, then even if there are small monsters, no matter how small, the enemy is also difficult to deal with. Because I was destined to be a coward in my heart, no matter what, this is very important. Chapter 64 Poor Ability. But now I also hope to pay attention. If I can deal with those monsters well, of course I can, but if these people can't help me deal with the monsters, then I will deal with them by myself. The audience gets a good rating, and he won't let himself get any debt now. He will teach those people a good lesson, and he will also give this monster a very big retribution. Well, let's just decide. It's also because monsters are very difficult to deal with. Even if we really lose, it doesn't matter. We can say that now it's not bad, at least for the sake of it. Prove that we are very brave characters, and now I hope you all are very brave to deal with these monsters. As long as everyone can be very brave to face it, then I am really happy in my heart, and now I also hope that everyone can be very open-minded. Dongshin next to him also seems to care about this matter very much. He now hopes that these people can deal with some things very seriously, and he does not want these people to be lazy. In such a situation, if these human beings can't be particularly united, then I may really face a very big disaster. In the world of armored warriors, there is a great need for warriors. If all these people are cowards, then where is the future of the world of armored warriors? The armored warriors will not have any brave heart. Then they are not worthy of being warriors. They can only be a coward. A coward. He wants these people to be a little more mature. He used to hope that these people, they can all be very brave. Don't ask these people to make any big attacks. Just these people don't be a tortoise in the face of some danger, because the last time these people were not united, they left that monster. Although Mu Yun and the others are very good, they are relatively good when facing those monsters. However, there are a lot of things that are really scary. And those coworkers obviously have enough strength to stop that monster, but they just don't look like it. They all hid in the corner, even under the table, and some went even further. They ran a pit on the ground and put their heads in this area. This is no different from an ostrich. Could it be that it put its head in the ground? The monsters won't see it. The monsters can still clean it up. Speaking of, this kind of guy is just too stupid. He just lost a little bit of human beings. If he could, he would like not to be with these people, and even he felt very uncomfortable breathing the breath that these people once breathed. Disgusting, because these people are so cowardly. There's no way, since we all live in one place, we must unite, and we haven't found that all of us have become hostile to us. They always feel that we are too arrogant here. Thinking about fighting against those monsters all day, they all feel that we are very over the top. In fact, I think they are very over the top. Chapter 65 Black Rhino Armor appears. Chapter 65. Black rhino armor appearance. Seeing the very proud look on the ugly general's face, Muyun and Shinnan also hated themselves very much in their hearts. They never thought that the ugly general would have such ability. Thinking about it, they had clearly seen through the ugly general's plan just now. How could they be put together by the ugly general at such a time? Damn, now it should be. What should I do? The ugly general has already taken Xiaoxi away. If we don't hurry up and think of a way, won't Xiaoxi fall into their hands? When the time comes, they will do something to Xiaoxi, and we have nothing to do with it. It's predictable. When he said this, Shinnan's eyes showed some nervousness, and he even started to blame himself, why he didn't think of such a thing just now, and he didn't realize that the ugly general had ulterior motives. It's just that it's useless to say these things now. After all, the ugly general has already taken Xiaoxi away. If they don't rush to solve this matter, then Xiaoxi will be injured. In their eyes, this was something that was impossible at all, but now they were slapped hard by reality. Regardless of respect, this is the fault between the two of them. If the two of them are not too careless, this kind of thing would not have happened. At a time like this, both of them even began to think that if they had been more careful before, the current situation would not have happened at all. Looks like they really hit my bottom line this time. Muyun said these words fiercely, and his eyes became very fierce. He didn't dare. I believed what happened to me, and I also began to think that if I hadn't been too conceited, I wouldn't have been given such a degree by the ugly. At the moment, he seemed a little stunned, and he even started to think about what kind of method should be used to solve the predicament in front of him. Just when the two were thinking about how to rescue Xiaoxi, a light suddenly came from a distance, and then immediately arrived in front of the two of them. Immediately brought back the Chojong who had escaped, and also rescued Xiaoxi. Seeing the person coming, both of them were very pleasantly surprised, and Shinnan walked up and called. Bei Miao, why are you? Shinnan's tone contained some surprise, but also a sigh of relief. Bei Miao is Xiaozai's older brother. As long as he comes, the next thing will be resolved smoothly. The ugly general who returned to the place seemed to be somewhat confused about the current situation, and he even showed a puzzled look. What's the matter? Haven't I left here already? When he said this, the ugly general immediately frowned, not knowing what he should do. He couldn't imagine that he had already left here, but was suddenly brought back. How could it be? It caused a strange feeling in his heart. Seeing the ugly general like this, Shinnan and Muyun immediately laughed out loud. Do you think that in front of Bei Miao, you still have a chance to escape? Delusional. Shinnan said unceremoniously. Chapter 66 Bei Miao is awesome. Chapter 66. Bei Miao's greatness. Bei Miao just snorted coldly after seeing all the people waiting here. He didn't seem to take everyone here seriously, he just came here to save his companions and his sister. For these guys in front of him, he didn't care at all. And at a time like this, he also knows that if he doesn't get rid of these people quickly, then it will be a more difficult problem waiting for him. He doesn't want to be trapped in such a place all the time. Spreading such a thing out is not only irresponsible to him, but also an irresponsibility to his companions. Okay, don't talk sarcastic words there, but quickly adjust your state and deal with these guys with me. After Bei Miao said this, he immediately got off his sports car. But before that, he had already settled the small details. Seeing Bei Miao's action, Muyun and Shinnan both showed smiles at the same time. Of course they know what that means. It seems that these supernatural monsters here have no chance to escape today. The supernatural monsters saw that they could leave here, but a more difficult guy came out, and their hearts were extremely sad. And also began to resent the ugly future. If it wasn't for the ugly generals being too conceited, how could they be forced to such a point? You armored warriors, bah! Don't use 3 people to deal with us. Is still unwilling to give up easily at this time, and he says such things. Seems to think that using something like this, it will be useful to stimulate the 3 people in front of you with words. But if he thinks like this, He is completely wrong, because these three people will not be disturbed by such words at all, and they will even become more frustrated. When faced with such a situation, the three of them had only one belief in their hearts, and that was to quickly take care of the people here, and then they would have a chance to do their own thing. Instead of blindly dealing with the ugly here, they are very annoying. In a state of being at odds with others, as long as there are conditions, they will try their best to leave here. It's just that the ugliness will not be known at all, and the few people in front of them will be regarded as the kind of ignorant people. But judging from the battles just now, the thoughts in the ugly general's heart are definitely wrong. And in such a situation, even if the ugly general wanted to do something to them, it was impossible. Because a relatively powerful character has already arrived, if the ugly general is still so conceited, there will probably be retribution. After Beimiao looked at the situation in front of him, he immediately imagined a possibility, and he immediately said to Mu Yun, who was beside him, "I will give you a few supernatural monsters here, and I will deal with the rest. As for the others, Xin Nan, you shouldn't have any problems, right?" After saying these words, Beimiao turned his attention to Xin Nan. After hearing this, Xin Nan immediately patted his chest with his hand, and said, "It's totally fine, just leave the little bastard here to me. But you must get rid of that ugly, otherwise there will be some troubles for our next affairs." Chapter 67 Smashed. Chapter 67. Fighting to the core. After saying this, all three of them showed a clear look. They already knew what to do next. It's just that they still need time to arrange this matter properly. The ugly will be very surprised when he hears the conversation between these three people. He still said over there, "Do you think you can solve me with just the three of you? It's just wishful thinking." But in this case, it doesn't make any sense for these three people at all, because they have already regarded these power monsters in front of them as very weak opponents. So even if there are any conspiracies and tricks of those supernatural monsters, in the eyes of these three people, they are not afraid. But now Mu Yun does have other thoughts in his heart, because he felt that he was so careless just now that the ugly general took Xiaoxi away. Fortunately, Beimiao didn't get angry with him, otherwise the trust they had finally built up might be wiped out because of this incident. When he thought of this again, Mu Yun immediately felt that this ugly general was a bit too hateful, and actually lowered his image in the eyes of his friends by so much. He suddenly felt that he should teach this ugly general a good lesson. So Mu Yun immediately said to Beimiao, "Beimiao, this ugly general will be handed over to me. The hatred between me and him is probably too good to count." After saying this, Mu Yun stood directly in front of the ugly general. If this time he can't subdue the ugly general, then Mu Yun can really die. He absolutely would not allow such a crime on his own hands twice. Otherwise, what should other people think of him? It's just that the other two people don't know this idea. They only feel that the current Mu Yun has a strong competitive spirit, and he has to kill the ugly general. The ugly general was also amused after hearing their arrangement. He didn't know why this Mu Yun was targeting him. At this moment he laughed out loud, and then asked, "Why are you Mu Yun? You have to fight against me. Do you think you can sit back and relax after defeating me? Have you forgotten that there are shadow tyrants behind me? You guys in armor are too naive." After saying these words, the ugly general's heart was very happy, and he felt that he had accomplished a very remarkable thing. If it was before, he would not dare to say such words to these people in front of him. But now it is all different. He just wants to give out the evil anger in his heart. Only in this way can he understand the hatred in his heart. Others, if he still cares about it, it would be really troublesome. The three of them frowned after hearing what the ugly general said. They probably didn't expect the ugly general to dare to say such wild words under the current situation. I really think he's a little bit confused about the situation. Mu Yun laughed twice, then said, "Ugly general, don't be too happy. Have you forgotten how you lost to me just now? If I wasn't too careless just now, how could I let you escape here? Today is your Memorial Day, don't even think about leaving here." Chapter 68 Ugly will be ugly. Chapter 68. The ugly will be ugly, so don't care. How ugly will do, at least at this time. He has no way to compete with Muyun. Muyun also knew this, so he dared to be so resolute, otherwise how would he dare to deal with the ugly general alone? When the ugly general realized this, it was too late, because Muyun used his body the law, extremely quickly dodged to his side, and also began to launch a new round of attacks on him. The ugly generals stepped back again and again, but Muyun kept attacking forward, and the other two were really looking at them with surprised expressions. It seems that he did not expect Muyun's strength to have reached such a high level. Even if they are still wondering if they are here today, it is estimated that they will not see Muyun's so powerful appearance. When Bei Miao saw Muyun treating the ugly general like this, he also had other thoughts in his heart, but he didn't say it. It was beneficial for them under the current situation. As long as the ugly general is taken down, the others will be no problem at all. They all understand the so-called catch the thief first catch the king. But what everyone did not expect was that the strength of the ugly general was actually very powerful. And they even started to interact with Muyun, which made them very surprised. Because just now, this ugly general always wanted to be small, and then he didn't match up with them. But now it is discovered that his strength is still there. At this time, we can't help but have a doubt in our hearts. That is why the ugly will appear so weak just now. The state does not matter. It's kind of weird in every way. It's just that as soon as everyone's idea came out, they were all interrupted by the situation on Muyun's side. Muyun seemed to have already guessed that the ugly general was just pretending, so he deliberately came to deal with him alone, just wanting to force him to show his true form. The ugly general has already been forced to this point. If he still hides, he may be defeated directly by Muyun. When his mission is not completed, he will be defeated again. If he speaks out, his reputation will not be guaranteed. At some point Yingba will pursue his troubles. When thinking of this, the ugly general gave up those thoughts in his heart and decided to have a good fight with Muyun. It's just that when his idea first came out, Muyun's strength far surpassed him. He was particularly shocked at the moment, and at the same time began to ask, Muyun, how powerful is your strength? Why did the confrontation between me and you become like this? After saying this, the ugly general took a few steps back, opened the distance between the two, and gave himself a chance to rest. However, the time has come. How could Muyun give him this chance? He immediately stepped forward and knocked the ugly general to the ground. The ugly general has never been insulted like this before, and he is very angry in his heart, but the power of the enemy is very disparate now. Even if he wants to do something, he has to weigh his own weight. Chapter 69. Flee in a hurry. Chapter 69. Fleeing in a hurry. When I saw Pus, Liquid Beast falling, the ugly general was very shocked in his heart, and at the same time he began to wonder if he had missed something. Pus, the Liquid Beast, can be regarded as a relatively powerful character, and now it has fallen directly. To say that Muyun on the opposite side didn't do anything, he would never believe it. But Muyun just slapped him just now, and at that time there was no problem with Pus, Liquid Beast at all. Why did it suddenly become like this at this time? No way. The ugly general has fallen into a strange state at the moment. He even began to think about what kind of tone he should go back and tell the Shadow Tyrant what happened here. Could it be that he really has to make some choices? Think about his wise life, and now he is stumped by such a situation. At a time like this, everyone was dumbfounded, and only one person remained calm, and that was Muyun. Muyun knew for a long time that his strength had risen to a terrifying level, and he was able to sense it when he fought with the ugly just now. It's just that those people still thought they were him before, so they didn't take his abilities to heart. Now seeing this Pus, Liquid Beast falling straight down, people will probably face up to his strength. In the future, even if you want to make trouble, see if you are qualified. When he thought of this, Muyun smiled lightly, and then said to the ugly general in front of him, "You didn't just now. This Pus of yours, the Liquid Beast, is very powerful, So it just fell down before it even started fighting. Is it possible that he deliberately let us see him as a joke, or is it just a joke? Under such a situation, the ugly general was even more afraid. Those supernatural monsters were all like this when they died, and Mu Yun, who was in front of him, did nothing at all, and directly sent the pus, liquid beast to the west. He just thought at this moment, it's best not to meet Mu Yun again. The most important thing now is to get out of here quickly, instead of thinking about how to complete the task, leaving the Green Hills so that they are not afraid of running out of firewood. This is the most important thing. I'll let you go for the time being today, and if I let me meet you again in the future, I'll definitely not make you feel better. After saying this, the ugly general wanted to leave here directly, but it was already in a very strange situation. If he could leave here easily, then where did he get these people in front of him? When he heard the ugly general say this, he immediately laughed twice, then stopped in front of him, and said directly, I think you don't take these 3 people in front of us seriously. We are now with all 3 of them here. Is it a little exaggerated that you want to escape like this? Hearing this, the ugly general immediately frowned, and then said fiercely, I really want to fight you, but under the current situation, how can you let me feel at ease with you? I'm not your opponent at all. If that's the case, why would I have to humiliate myself here? Chapter 70 Arrogant Bamiao. Chapter 70. The 3 arrogant Bamiao couldn't imagine that the ugly general would leave their sight in such a state. They are completely in a state of surprise now, and they can't come back to their senses for a long time. They seem to think that this situation is a little too ridiculous for them. I originally thought that I could have a good fight with this ugly general, but I never thought that the ugly general would just run away. Seeing such a scene, Shannan immediately burst into laughter, and then said to the remaining monsters with supernatural abilities, Your leader has already run away. Is it possible that you still have to wait here to die? After saying this, those supernatural monsters looked at each other and left here immediately. And the speed at which they escaped was astounding. It's all thanks to the 2 of you this time. If it wasn't for the help of the 2 of you, I'm afraid Xiaoxi would have been captured by them. Bamiao turned around, looked at the 2 people in front of him, and said something similar to thanks. It's just that when Shannan heard such words, he felt a little strange. After all, Bamiao was notoriously arrogant, and it was really rare to hear such words from his mouth. But of course Shannan knew that if Mu Yun hadn't been there, he probably wouldn't have heard such a thing. Mu Yun didn't think there was any problem, he just said cheerfully, Anyway, everyone is a friend, and where you can help, you will naturally need to help. If there is any problem, then it is in my heart. You can rest assured. After Bamiao heard what Mu Yun said, she immediately smiled, not sneering, or some other expression. At this time, Min Si, who was sleeping, also woke up, and then put on her clothes and walked out. Seeing that her dumpling restaurant was messed up, she immediately became the boss. My God, what the hell is going on? How did my dumpling shop become like this? Minchi said, and then looked around, as if to see what was going on. It turned out that Shannan, Mu Yun and others were standing outside the door. Minchi immediately went outside and asked, What did you guys just do? How did you make the dumpling shop look like that? If you don't clean up quickly, how will it open tomorrow? Hearing Min Si's words, everyone turned around slowly, and only at this time did Min Si realize that there was another person among them. Was a puzzled look on Minchi's face. She didn't know this person very well, but she felt a little familiar. This is... Min Si asked while looking at Shannan and Mu Yun, as if she wanted to get the answer she wanted from their words. This is Bamiao, he is also a member of the Armored Warriors, and if Bamiao arrived in time today, I am afraid that the supernatural monsters will directly occupy this place. When it came to this point, Shannan showed a happy expression. He finally knew why the Armored Warriors were so popular with people, and he was able to jump out to help in times of crisis. Such a person is really a very good person. Chapter 71 Unpleasant Relationship. Chapter 71. Unhappy getting along. When hearing such words, Minchi's face instantly showed a clear look. She never thought that the person who suddenly appeared was also an armored warrior, but now the most important thing in her eyes is her dumpling restaurant. So at such a time, Minchi put one hand on her waist directly, and then pointed at the people in front of her with one hand and said, "Did you guys fight in there just now? Otherwise, how could my dumpling restaurant become that one? Didn't I already tell you what it looks like? Even if you want to fight in the future, don't fight in the room. If you do that, you will damage a lot of things. Even if you want to pay, how can you pay for so many things?" Muyun never thought that Minchi was actually worried about such a thing. He suddenly widened his eyes, and then showed a look of at a loss. Seeing Muyun like this, Shinnan immediately felt a little funny in his heart, but it's just some tables, chairs and benches, can't it be deducted from his salary? Don't worry, if there is any damage, we will compensate, don't worry about others. When Muyun said this, he laughed twice. He seemed to think that Minchi in front of him was thinking too much about money. But this can't be blamed on Minchi. After all, this is the only thing she is thinking about now, and the other things are irrelevant to her. When it comes to this, everyone's hearts have a more accurate idea for Minchi. Probably Minchi will be in some small things. Face, and then point to something. However, Bei Miao was naturally unwilling to live with a woman, and the moment he appeared in Minchi, the expression on his face became a bit strange. It seems that I feel that I am not very kind to this person, so I don't even want to do the most basic pretense. I have to say that Bei Miao is really scary. It is really surprising for such a person to be able to strengthen the belief in his heart when no one has an accurate idea. Since you all said that you will lose money, then you have to be responsible to the end, and you have to clean up the things here. If I see these things lying about when they open tomorrow morning, then you three are going to be out of luck. After saying these words, Minchi turned around and went back to her room. Only these three people are left standing there. You look at me, I look at you, and then there is a confused look on their faces. It seems that they can't imagine why the final result will become what it is now. In their opinion, they should have celebrated it properly, and they drove the supernatural monster away. Become three people and become coolies. Pack things here. I said, why is Minchi like this? Obviously we drove the supernatural monsters away, but she didn't praise us at all, and now she wants us to clean up this mess. When he said this, Muyun sighed deeply, as if he was lamenting the troubles of his own destiny. Chapter 72 Two Wrong People. Chapter 72. The two people who didn't agree with each other waited until the next morning. When Minchi woke up, she found that everything outside had been cleaned up. This made her feel very satisfied, but as long as she thought about the scene she saw when she woke up last night, she felt a lot of anger in her heart. It's just that now those things have been cleaned up, even if she wants to have an attack, there is no suitable reason, so she can only swallow the dissatisfaction in her heart into her stomach. At a time like this, she took another look at Muyun and the others, and found that they were still sleeping. At this time, she got a little angry, went up directly, took their quilt away, and started cursing. By the way, the sun is about to dry your ass, and the three of you are still sleeping here, shouldn't you hurry up and get ready to go to work? When he said this, Minchi's voice was raised several decibels. Such a voice, in the ears of Muyun and the others, was like a magic sound filling their ears, and they had been busy until late last night before resting. Now they still have to do some work at this moment, which makes them very dissatisfied in their hearts, but even if they are dissatisfied, they still have to work, otherwise, wouldn't they be free to eat and drink? When Miao heard this voice, she immediately frowned and sat up from the bed sleepily. While rubbing my sleepy eyes, don't you know we were busy until late last night? When talking about this, Bei Miao fell down again, but when he went down, Minchi fell down again. Suddenly sneered and said, haha. I don't care. It'd be too much to want to live with me but not do anything. When she said this, Minchi's face had a strange look. She felt that if she didn't set rules for these people, I'm afraid these people would regard what she said as fart. After hearing such words, Muyun immediately began to smooth things out, because he knew that if no one came out to say something, they would probably become very scary. Everyone is a friend, so if you want to work, we'll go right away. Speaking of this, Muyun directly pulled the two of them up from the bed, and by the way, he smiled at Min-si. Probably only Muyun was a kinder person among the three. Fortunately, after hearing what Muyun said, Min-si didn't care about what happened this time, but she was still very dissatisfied with the other two, and even her tone of voice was a little irritable. For the sake of Muyun's face this time, I won't say anything to the two of you, but you must know that if you want to live here, you see and eat free food, so hurry up and work. After saying these words, Min-si immediately left here. She felt that she could not stay here any longer. If she stayed here any longer, she might be directly mad at the three of them. Why should she make herself unhappy for these three people? Fei Lu reminds you. Chapter 73 Relation. Chapter 73. Relationship. After Min-si left here, Muyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that there would be some other solution to this matter, but it seemed that he could only follow Min-si. Only by doing things with kindness can you solve all the difficulties in front of you. Otherwise, when Min-si gets angry, other people will definitely be made anxious by that kind of thinking, so it is better to solve this matter fundamentally from the beginning. This is a better thing for others to do. It's just that when thinking about this, other people's hearts feel that it is impossible to solve the matter so easily. When Bei Miao looked at Muyun, there was a little more exploration in his eyes, and he seemed to have no idea why he became like this. He immediately asked, "Why did you say such a thing just now? It's clear that we are dealing with this matter. If we blindly accommodate others, then we will put ourselves in a very low position. Are you up?" For Bei Miao, he probably couldn't figure out how to do this. The relationship between Shinnan and Min-si couldn't allow him to say anything dissatisfied at all, and he even helped Min-si to speak. Muyun is in the state of a middleman, so naturally he will not have any dissatisfaction. Besides, this time it was originally him. In Muyun and Shinnan's point of view, if this matter hadn't been made privately by them, they wouldn't have made everything the way they were. I have to say that Shinnan and Muyun are very considerate of others. Don't get into trouble over the little things. But Bei Miao is really not like that. He even felt that he had defeated those supernatural monsters last night, so they were the servants of merit. Not only did this Min-si not praise them, he even spoke ill of them here. This had to make him feel extremely dissatisfied. We have no reason for this matter. If we are in such a situation, let's endure it for a while. Since Min-si said we were wrong, it doesn't matter if we admit it. As for the rest, we don't need to what to think about, and you have to know that Min-si is actually a good person. If it weren't for some of the things we did that touched her bottom line, she wouldn't be so strict with us. And if the things in other people's homes are damaged, we naturally have to compensate. Could it be that you think there are other ways to cover up this matter? If so, wouldn't it be too simple? A little. When talking about this, Muyun also sighed, as if he was very strange to Bei Miao's brain that is not very good at turning, but this is no wonder. Bei Miao, when he got along with those people before, he didn't know what to do. In such a situation, how could it be possible to take this level into consideration? Min-si is a girl. Since they want to live with her in peace, they naturally have to consider everything. Otherwise, wouldn't these relationships be completely disrupted? At a time like this, Bei Miao could only nod his head, as he agreed with what Muyun said. Chapter 74 Pled Guilty. Chapter 74. The relationship between the few people here is a relatively clear determination, but for the ugly general on the other side, it's a very sad thing. Because his mission failed this time, Yingba's attitude towards him also became very bad. If Yingba had some kindness towards him before, then it's all gone now. Yingba absolutely cannot tolerate his subordinates failing many times in a row. This is a very shameless thing for him. Moreover, this was originally his own mistake, so how could he blame others? When Yingba saw that the ugly general came back, he immediately snorted and said, "Didn't you say that if you go this time, you must go there?" Is it foolproof? How can it be like this now? Do you still think that you are amazing? I think you really have a little understanding of your own abilities during this period of time. I originally thought you had some extraordinary abilities, but now it seems that it is nothing more than that. Even those armored warriors can't deal with it. It seems that I really gave you too much power before. When he said this, Yingba immediately frowned, as if he had lost all confidence in the person in front of him. Thinking about how he trusted the ugly general so much before, thinking that he would bring him good news, but now it seems that the ugly general did not bring him good news, and he pushed things to an extreme direction. Such a thing doesn't matter. Whoever it falls on will do. And everyone feels ugly at this moment. Not only did they fail to complete the task completed, and lost so many supernatural monsters, this is simply their shame, and now the ugly general has the face to come back. It must be said that the courage of the ugly general is simply too commendable. After hearing what Yingba said, the ugly general immediately knelt on the ground, and then kowtowed a few times before saying, "This time it is indeed my fault, but sir, you must believe me, I will be able to do it next time. The one who won this time is all to blame for the armored warriors. Those are the armored warriors. They are really powerful. I have no preparation at all. I will definitely catch them all next time. Please, Lord, give me another chance." The ugly general's words made other people very dissatisfied when they heard it. How could the ugly general escape punishment time and time again, and can still be reused by the Shadow Master? Don't these people deserve to have the Shadow Master? Admit it. You must know that Yingba has always been a very strict person. Only in the case of the ugly general, will he tolerate him again and again, and I don't know what the Shadow Tyrant is looking for in the ugly general. Other people are obviously very dissatisfied, but cannot be said directly. Yingba finally agreed to the ugly general's proposals and agreed immediately, but this time Yingba was obviously not as talkative as before. "I'll give you another chance this time. If you mess up again this time, then you won't come to see me. You know what to do." Yingba coldly finished talking about this matter and was about to leave. Only the other people were left standing there, and then they showed a dumbfounded expression. Chapter 75 Survey Data. Chapter 75. Investigate the information. Don't worry, my lord, this time I will be absolutely sure, since that the new armored warrior is very powerful, then I will take the initiative to ask Ying to investigate his information, as long as his information has been cleared by the investigation, and we can have a better plan when dealing with him. After saying this, the ugly general waited for Yingba's reply. Yingba, who was about to leave, looked a little shocked when he heard this. He originally thought that this ugly man was going to fight to the death with those armored warriors, but he didn't expect to just apply to investigate the background of this Beimiao. This had to make Yingba's heart feel extremely strange. But this is also good. If the ugly general can't even accomplish such a simple task, then he has enough reasons to eliminate the ugly general. At that time, others won't say anything. During this period of time, Yingba has already tolerated a lot of ugly generals. When other people hear ugly generals say such things, they always feel very dissatisfied, because they have done so many things wrong, but only use such simple things to make up for their mistakes. It really makes them feel unhappy in their hearts. But even if it's unhappy, what can you do? Isn't it just listening to Yingba's arrangements? If Yingba thinks it's okay, then it's not useless for these people to say more. Sure enough, at the next moment, Yingba actually nodded and agreed with the ugly general's proposal. The ugly general probably did not expect that he would be able to complete things so quickly. He seemed very shocked, and at the same time very happy. I will do as you say, but I have given you the last chance. If you can't take it well this time, then you know the consequences." After saying these words, Yingba directly opened here. He was afraid that if he stayed here again, other people would come and tell him other things. At that time, even if he wants to leave here, he will have no choice. Rather than wasting time here, he might as well adjust his thoughts and how he can catch the armored warriors in one go. The ugly general finally breathed a sigh of relief after getting his order. Anyway, as long as he could save his own life, it would be a very good thing for him, and he didn't need to think so much about other aspects. After the ugly general got such an opportunity, he immediately started an idea of his own. The first thing to do is to investigate where this Bamiao came from. Only in this way can we know ourselves and the enemy, and be victorious in every battle. However, what he thought was too simple. Even if he found out where Bamiao was, there was no way to defeat Bamiao. It seems that this Bamiao is still hidden deep enough. I actually searched for so many days and didn't even have any clues. It seems that I really should work hard, otherwise I can't explain it to Yingba. When the ugly general said this, he sighed deeply, as if he felt that his current situation was a little too helpless, but he had already made a military order in front of the Shadow Tyrant. If he checked if you don't have anything, you should really leave the base. Chapter 76 Apologize. Chapter 76. Apologize, Bamiao, why are you so gloomy today? Didn't you have a good rest today? When Mu Yun saw that Bamiao was a little listless, he immediately said such words. After hearing what Mu Yun said, Bamiao just smiled faintly, then put down the cup in his hand, and sat on the stool beside him before speaking slowly. I just thought that my relationship with Minchi was a little strange, so I want to make amends with her. Hearing such words, Mu Yun was very shocked. He couldn't imagine that Bamiao could actually say such words. At this moment, he doubted whether the Bamiao in front of him was real. When he just thought of this, Mu Yun walked over directly, and then looked up and down at Bamiao, looking at Bamiao with an inexplicable expression. What are you doing looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face? After saying this, Bamiao immediately stretched out his hand and scratched his face twice, only to find that there was nothing else, which made him even more puzzled. I don't have anything else on my face. You look at me like that, and I thought you had any opinion on me. After saying such words, Bamiao laughed twice, and finally showed a brighter smile. It's right to laugh. What do you do with a sad face all day, and people who don't know think it's something? I just feel that my previous attitude towards Minchi was bad, and it's our fault, but I still want to attribute everything to her. No, so I've been thinking about what method to use to make amends with her these days, but I really don't have any solution in this regard. I wonder if you can give me some advice. Hearing this, Mu Yun finally understood. It turned out that Bamiao was not as cold as they thought, but sometimes showed his own personality in certain aspects, so he was unwilling to change the way he did things. But after getting along for the past few days, they all know that Bamiao is just a temperament that is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Of course, they will not have other dissatisfaction with Bamiao. Minchi seems to like eating cakes, or else you can just buy a cake to apologize to her. It seems that there is a cake shop in the city center that makes a very good cake. If you can buy it, it will be an artifact of apology. After saying this, Mu Yun directly sent the address of that cake shop to Bamiao. Bamiao understood after reading it, then smiled, and immediately set off to buy a cake. After finally reaching the location, Bamiao found that there were a lot of people here, and it seemed that the business was very good. Isn't it just a cake? Why so many people come to buy it? It's really popular. Bamiao said this in a low voice, but no matter how low his volume was, he was heard by the person standing next to him. After hearing this, the man laughed twice, then walked up to Bamiao and said, I'm afraid you don't know this, little brother. The cakes in this cake shop are the best in the city. Yeah, there are a lot of people buying it. If you want to buy it, you have to stand in line. Chapter 77 Wash off the stain. He hurriedly told the news to the people over there, but it was clear that the people over there were not very serious. After all, there are indeed many doubts about this issue. Some problems occurred. In such a state, men will inevitably believe it. At least those people are particularly fond of messing around. No matter what, they are unlikely to believe Mu Yun's words. Even if it is what Mu Yun said, there is a little loophole. None. But they may not believe it. because Muyun doesn't have any evidence here, and there are clear words there, and there are a lot of arguments attached. In such a state, I am afraid that no one can believe Muyun's words, and now Muyun is also suffering from other people's doubts, which makes him very insulted in his heart, and now he would rather ignore these people. It's a pity that now he has been involved here, it is naturally impossible to ignore them. It's a pity, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen. If so, I might as well ignore those. Anyway, these monsters have nothing to be afraid of, there are more of us and less of them. It doesn't matter, even if it's really terrifying, it's really easy to deal with a few more of us. It's all the same, we don't need to take ourselves seriously. So many people present, it doesn't matter if there are a few of us or not. We can all sit back and enjoy the success, and in this case we will save some persecution. There was already something in Muyun's heart that he wanted to give up. In his eyes, this is quite. He has fought several fierce battles for a long time, and he doesn't want to continue to maintain such a posture no matter what. At such a time, the more he wants to take a good rest. It is obvious that reality does not allow him to take a lot of rest. Often he has many things that make him feel particularly helpless every time, and he is now. I don't even have time to do other things. In any case, he hopes to deal with it as soon as possible, but obviously many things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. All things make him so angry, and now he has no way to deal with it. All these things are done. Once something really happens at that time, the consequences are really unimaginable, and he doesn't want to create some more monsters anyway. Otherwise, my heart will not be willing to rely on some trouble. In his eyes, he still hopes that there will be a little less trouble, but obviously those people don't know how much he hopes to have less trouble now, or he is still arguing with him. There is no need to argue too much about these little things. If you spend too much time arguing about these little things, you might as well do it all over again. In this way, you can have a good relationship. Anyway, there is no need for these things in my heart. There are too many arguments. The big deal is that I didn't start arguing at all. I don't know what those people are arguing about. Did they just want to quarrel with me? If I win, I don't even bother to argue. Chapter 78 The Role of Cake. Chapter 78 The Function of Cake. Hearing this, Bei Miao was extremely shocked. He had never encountered such a situation before, and he had to wait in line to buy a cake, so he immediately asked the person next to him, "Is the cake here really so delicious? Could it be hyped up? Do I still lie to you about such a big thing? The cakes here are delicious, just ask the people around here. Where will I lie to you?" Bei Miao immediately nodding his head, he said, "I'm sorry, but I think too much. Since you said so, then I'll trust you." When Bei Miao finally bought the cake, it had already been 2 hours. He couldn't imagine that he actually spent 2 hours in line to buy this cake back. If Muyun and the others knew about it, they would probably laugh at me. Bei Miao said in a low voice, then looked at the cake box in her hand and smiled helplessly. When Bei Miao returned to the dumpling restaurant, she found that Min-si was already busy in the back kitchen. It's been too long since he went out, so by the time he came back, Min-si had almost finished things. Min-si saw Bei Miao appearing not far in front of her, and felt very strange. She couldn't help but start to think, doesn't this Bei Miao hate her so much? Why is she here now? In Min-si's opinion, Bei Miao almost she is someone who will hide. If she doesn't hide at a time like this, what is it for? What are you doing here? Shouldn't the front court help you? It seems that there are more there. After saying this, after speaking, Min-si suddenly wanted to bite off her own tongue. Really, which pot can't be lifted without opening it? This is the dumpling restaurant in Bei Miao. In order to finish some relatively basic things, Bei Miao is reluctant to contact other people. It can also be seen that Bei Miao is an extremely annoying person. People who are in contact with strangers, no wonder his temper is so arrogant. But what makes people feel strange is that this time Bei Miao didn't say anything against it. Instead, he smiled and put the cake box in his hand in front of Min-si. Said, this is a cake I bought in the city center. I don't know if it suits your taste. You can try it." Hearing this, Minchi was very surprised. She could see that the packaging of this cake box was from the cake shop she liked very much. And that cake shop is very difficult to buy. She didn't expect that Bei Miao went out for so long just to buy cakes for herself. Under such circumstances, she felt a little moved, so she immediately said, "You go out like this is it just to buy me a cake for a long time?" "Actually, it's not just to buy cakes. I just asked Muyun and the others, and I know you like this, so I bought it for you, and I want to apologize to you for the things I did a few days ago, that I didn't know you well at that time, so there are some inadequacies in my words and actions, and I hope you don't take it too seriously." It was too strange to say such words from Bei Miao's mouth, but Bi Yuminqi was very happy when he heard such words. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. Release the former suspicion. Minchi was obviously a little surprised when she heard this, because she never imagined that Bei Miao would do such a thing for herself. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Bei Miao was not the same as the person she imagined at all, and maybe there were some differences in some aspects. Minxi's gaze towards Bei Miao also softened a lot, and the contradiction between the two has been resolved, so there is no need to think about so many things in the next time. Originally, the relationship between the two had finally reached the point where it is now, but it was suddenly disrupted by one incident. How did it suddenly become outside, noisy? When he said this, Minchi suddenly showed a very indescribable expression. At such a time, she didn't seem to be able to imagine what was going on. And Bei Miao, who was standing on the side, was also very surprised by this incident. "There won't be anyone doing anything outside, let's go out and see." When they said this, the two went out immediately, and they also saw the scene outside. This time, the ugly general dared to come, and there were several supernatural monsters behind him. Seeing such a scene, Bei Miao's heart was very helpless. He just stood up and put Minxi behind him, as if to protect her. When Minxi saw Bei Miao's movement, she suddenly felt that Bei Miao was also a very good person. If it wasn't for this, how could she be like this? So at this time, Minxi's impression of Bei Miao, "It is of you. Ugly general, you still dare to come, don't you? How did we get defeated once?" When he said this, Bei immediately showed a funny look, because he didn't think the ugly general would be able to fight them this time. Think about it, the last time the ugly general had escaped, isn't this time the same result? So at this moment, Bei Miao did not take the ugly general in his eyes at all, and even started to imagine the ugly general's last it's over. The ugly general didn't know that Bei Miao's heart was already thinking about his fate, but at this time he looked at the supernatural monsters behind him and felt more confident. This time was different from before. Now, with the help of these supernatural monsters, he will definitely be able to wipe out these people. If he can't do it this time, then I'm afraid the punishment will be very deep for him by then, so he doesn't want to make it difficult for him. And I don't want those people to feel that he has no ability at all. If so, wouldn't he really have no way to raise his head in front of those people? He said to the two people in front of him, "Last time you were lucky, do you still think you can easily defeat me this time?" Just as these people were talking here, Muyun suddenly received a call from Shinnan. It turns out that there are also monsters with supernatural abilities in the urban area, and that supernatural monsters are very vicious, and have already injured a lot of people. What did you say? Do you mean that there are also monsters with supernatural abilities in the city? Chapter 80 Wolf Beast. Chapter 80. When Muyun, the wolf beast, was very surprised when he received this call, he even thought about why there were monsters with supernatural abilities in both places. What secrets are there? When Muyun thought about it again, Muyun was very surprised. At the same time, he also began to think about what method he should use to stabilize the situation here. If he couldn't even do this, if he arrives, then it will make things a little worse, then it is his fault. However, on the other side, Shinnan was dealing with those supernatural monsters. Dongshin has been fighting here for a long time, but it has no influence in the slightest, and I don't know whether. The power of the supernatural monster has improved, so the two of them can't defeat him together. After another attack, the two were defeated, and there was no way to deal with the supernatural monster in front of them. At this time, their hearts were extremely shocked, and at the same time, they began to think about what kind of method should be used to eliminate it. That supernatural monsters are uniforms, and if the supernatural monsters are not subdued, then what other problems will arise? Then those ordinary people will really suffer, no matter what. Who is it for? At a time like this, they should all think about it. If you don't get rid of the supernatural monsters as soon as possible, then only ordinary people will be injured when they arrive. Since they are armored warriors, they must take up the responsibility of protection, otherwise, wouldn't they be blinded by this name? When thinking of this, Dongshin helped Shin Nan, who was lying on the ground, then patted Ash on the chest and said, "It seems that if the supernatural monster in front of him is very arrogant, and then runs directly in front of other people, isn't it that ordinary people are in danger? When it comes to this, they also have a more comprehensive idea in their hearts. They also know that this time things are not as simple as they seem on the surface, and they will not completely put this matter because of these 2 points. The matter is resolved. They can do is try to suppress this matter as much as possible. It is best to solve this supernatural monster directly, so that he can no longer do anything wrong, but this kind of thinking is too simplistic. The supernatural monster is very fierce, and when looking at the two of them, there is also a fierce look in his eyes. It seems that if he does not knock down the two, he will not give up." After discovering the intention of the supernatural monster, the two immediately stood up, and then ran towards the supernatural monster together. They have decided not to beat the supernatural monster today. Will not give up. The supernatural monster looked very excited after seeing the state of the two people. He immediately slapped his chest with his hands fiercely, then screamed twice, and ran directly towards the two of them. Muyun also appeared here at this time. When he saw the two of them looking like this, he was still dealing with the supernatural power in front of him. The monster seemed very shocked, and he also yelled at the two of them, "This is a wolf beast." Chapter 81 Muyun Help. Chapter 81. Muyun helped the two people relax immediately after hearing Muyun's words. All of a sudden, they relaxed and felt that their hearts were very at ease. After all, these words were like a calming needle for them. Their hearts were really like a reassurance pill, and they were not panic at all. When I think about this, I feel very happy, and then see that this guy has come to the theater, although the man is very happy. After all, with the help of this person, naturally there is no need to worry too much, and now, they are no longer in limbo, but the three of them together are not much stronger, but it's a little bit more relaxed. After all, if there is one more person, it is one more power. In any case, they hope to increase their power, and now in their eyes, this is quite valuable. When they saw Muyun's arrival, they were very happy, and at the same time they began to think, as long as Muyun joins, then they can have a good result in dealing with the so-called evil wolf beast in front of them. Because they know that Muyun's strength is very powerful, as long as Muyun is willing to help them, they are not afraid even if there is a very powerful opponent. Well, I didn't expect such a powerful person to stand by our side. It seems that if we want to deal with those opponents, it is actually not a very difficult thing. We already have such a powerful helper, with such a powerful helper. Even if there is a very powerful opponent, how can it be possible to achieve a state of evenness? Thinking about it, Muyun is so powerful standing in their position to help them. This is something that no one else has imagined, and everyone began to think in their hearts, as long as Muyun can continue to on their side, they are not afraid even if something goes wrong. However, at this time, there are indeed too many things in their minds, because Muyun only wants to finish what he needs to do at this moment, and then it is best to help them. The purpose of coming here can be achieved. Naturally, this matter is also very important to him. Now he hopes to pay attention to this issue as much as possible. In any case, he hopes that he can pay attention to it. It is always right to be more careful. the more I wish I could pay attention. But on the other hand, if someone wanted to challenge his authority, then he wouldn't mind teaching those people a lesson, and the wolf beast in front of him seemed to have no idea what was going on at all. Because the evil wolf beast roared at Muyun when it saw Muyun's arrival, as if to express his dissatisfaction with Muyun, but what Muyun hates most is that others face him with such a face him. So at this moment, Muyun went up directly, and said, "You are so unreasonable, you wolf beast, you dare to take Joe in front of me, what do you think you are?" Please download Philu. Fiction. Chapter 82 Lesson 1 or 2. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you really don't know the sky is high. Don't mention being so angry in his heart, and now he really doesn't want to continue fighting against this guy. In any case, this guy must be taught a good lesson, and now he is going to take good care of this man with a lot of material. Otherwise, this guy really doesn't know what kind of monsters he has created, and he has to take care of it anyway. Because this matter is simply too important to him, and now even when he is capable, he doesn't do much work, so it can be seen that that guy is not afraid of Muyun at all. In his eyes, it seems that Muyun is an ant-like existence, maybe because of his size, the supernatural monster looks so huge. And Muyun looks so small, like an ant, but although Muyun has a very small body, why doesn't he have a very huge power? Trash. When talking about this, Muyun immediately sneered at that supernatural monster, as if he was comparing his voice with louder. Seeing the current situation, everyone was very speechless, but as long as it was Muyun, if you're happy, what's the big deal about such a thing? Anyway, for him, these are very normal, and now it is obvious that his business is more aura. Because he himself has a very huge monster and there is no way to compare it with that monster, the monster looks very, relatively large, but in fact, the power quantity is not. And the momentum seems to be inevitable, it must be because of the monster. He doesn't have the thinking and strength of people, and he doesn't have the courage of Muyun, so he is really humble in this regard, and it is because of this that he looks so funny. A human who looks very small, has a huge momentum, but another monster who looks so huge has no momentum at all, like a coward. Such a scene looks really funny. I guess everyone who sees it will laugh. Anyway, people see such a scene and they don't think about Shu, but they are also more worried about Muyun's problem now. After all, if Muyun wants to deal with monsters, it is also a little difficult. Although Muyun's strength is very powerful, it is obvious that the monsters are also relatively powerful. The monster is not a dry eater. How could it be that Muyun bullied the monster so fiercely and destructively? If there is something good or bad about Muyun, then they really don't know what to do, because all of them regard Muyun as a spiritual pillar. So everyone is very worried about Muyun's situation. If Muyun really has something wrong, it is estimated that their hearts will be messed up. Obviously, in their eyes, Muyun has become their backbone. In any case, they don't want Muyun to have an accident. If there is an accident in Muyun, the consequences will be very unimaginable. In any case, they don't want Muyun to have any problems. 3 Things to Read, Collection, Push. Chapter 83 Just in Case. If Muyun really had some problems, it would be a devastating disaster for them. They don't want such a thing to happen, they only hope that Muyun can be healthy, and they only hope that Muyun can be at peace with each other, otherwise, none of them will feel at ease in such a thing. There are too many. The more at this critical juncture, the quieter people's hearts became, because they clearly felt Muyun's strength, and it seemed that they had made some progress, and they didn't know when the progress started to appear. In short, in their eyes, Muyun is a very pleasant existence. Every time Muyun appears, it can bring them great surprises, and when Muyun appears here, their hearts will be a little more stable, although they are still a little flustered in their hearts, but their hearts are more than the beginning. Time is much better. At least when they first saw the monsters, many people fainted from fright. Now that Muyun is here, they are very calm, and it can be seen that their backbone has gradually been established, and their spirit has also recovered. So at a time like this, everyone's hearts expressed a very grateful mood for Muyun's appearance. But on the other hand, they felt that if Muyun couldn't get this matter done as soon as possible, other problems would arise at that time. Evil Wolf Beast seemed to be very dissatisfied with Muyunli, so when Muyun finished saying those words, he immediately chuckled twice, as if he was laughing at Muyun. Muyun's heart, how could such a situation exist? So he immediately frowned, and then said to the Evil Wolf Beast, "You better stop, if you want to do something in front of me. It's completely impossible. If you're a little bit more sensible, I can let you go." When he said this, Muyun's face also showed a proud look. Was a very proud look on his face, and it could be seen that he was smiling very happily, and there was a very bright and sunny feeling. In any case, he is very happy, and he is also waiting for the sun. In his eyes, it seems that nothing can defeat him, and now he is very confident in his heart, and he feels that he must be able to defeat him. Of this monster. For him, it is not very difficult to defeat this monster, and now he is very confident in his heart, because he feels that it is not very difficult for him to defeat this monster. Because he already has a way to break this monster, and he has seen the weakness and flaws of this monster. If you use a certain method to attack, maybe the monster will expose his weaknesses and flaws. At that time, if you can attack this monster in a big way, you must not know that you have discovered this guy's flaws, and then you will be better to implement his plan. In any case, he will successfully implement his plan today, and he already has a very clear understanding and view on this matter in his heart. Chapter 84 Looking for teeth all over the place. In his eyes, this is quite valuable. In any case, he hopes that he can handle it well. The more calm he is at this time, and his heart is also very clear. He already has a very large plan specifically to use to deal with this monster. Because this monster is very cunning, and its speed is not slow at all, but, although the attack power is relatively strong, it does not have a high accuracy, and he also found the shortcomings of this monster. He made a plan specifically for the shortcomings of this monster. I believe that today he will kill this monster smoothly, and he will also establish a threat among these people. After all, many people feel that they are incompetent. When he first arrived, many people were unfamiliar with him. It was for this reason that he hoped that he could make great achievements, and then people would especially believe in him. Because I never let these people down, these people will naturally regard themselves as a savior. It's amazing. If this person is here, I feel that we already have hope, and this monster will definitely be defeated by him. I feel that this guy is really powerful, this young man is really promising. If my son is half as good as his, I'll be content. Yeah, it's really powerful. I feel that this young man is here to save us. I really admire him. If I had his ability, I would have already defeated this monster. It's a pity. After seeing the scene in front of them, everyone relaxed, and the two of them couldn't help but feel a little scared. Both of them knew that this guy was not an ordinary person. This guy is not arrogant to be able to release such a thing. This guy is quite original, but there must be a certain reason for him to appear here. There shouldn't be anyone who tipped off the news. I don't know if it is. However, we must have more conditions. Everything is going well, but when the time comes to be framed by others, it will be really bad. I don't want anything to happen at that time. If something does happen at that time, the consequences will be very unimaginable. I don't want to make some scourges at that time. Be careful with me now. Shinnan and Dongshan knew that Muyun was so powerful. So even if Muyun said such arrogant words, they didn't show any other meaning, and under the current situation, if this matter is not resolved quickly, there will be problems at that time. More people are hurt. They don't want to be like this. They still remember what happened, but now they don't want it to happen again. If there is a scene online, then there will be some things in their hearts that they can't bear, and obviously they don't want to see such a thing. A scene emerges. Once there is some danger at that time, the consequences will be very unimaginable for them. In this case, they naturally hope to take care of this guy. How powerful this guy is, they still have to take care of it, but it is clear that Muyun does not intend to do so. He's going to beat these two guys all over the place. Chapter 85 What Can You Do? On the other side, Muyun and Dongshin made new moves, and the two of them went to the mining area to investigate. To be stared at by Ugly, and that monster kept making some very powerful monster voices, and the voices sounded extremely strong. The sound of the beast's roar was wave after wave, which was really shocking to the ears. Such a scene as that they haven't seen where they are connected. Now they can only try to calm down and only hope that they will not make themselves, particularly panic because of this matter. The more critical it is, the more I hope that I can face it calmly. Only in this way can he be able to do some things as much as possible, and he also hopes that he can do them well, which is very important to him anyway. For him, this is very important in itself, and I think the society is getting bigger and bigger, which makes them all feel very flustered. No one wants to see such a thing happening now. They were a little worried though. Such a scene naturally made them feel particularly scared, and now Dongshin and Muyun can only fight back against the odds. They have to deal with this monster, which is a very important thing for them. The more they need to calm down at this time, and now no matter how powerful this monster is, they all have to be dealt with. Even if they are timid and irresponsible, they all have to face it. Uncomfortable your heart is, even if you are really fighting against the beast, you have to bite the bullet and rush up. Because this monster doesn't care about it at all, it will still attack him hard. It's not that if it can stop attacking this monster, it won't attack itself. So now they can only fight against the backwater, which is very important no matter what, and now several of them feel very flustered in their hearts. This incident happened a little too suddenly, which caught them off guard, and this monster is indeed very powerful in attack. In any case, they have to pay attention. In this case, they must be cautious for the time being, and the more they need to pay attention at this time. Everyone, be careful, now this monster is likely to reveal his target at any time, and it is likely to suddenly become angry. We must pay attention, do not provoke this monster. If we get this monster, then at that time, it is very likely that this monster will directly enter the rampant state. I don't want this to happen at all. Once the time comes, then there will be no way to save everything, and I am also a little worried in my heart. Everyone must be careful, and don't fall for the other party's strategy, and I can see it now, this monster is indeed quite powerful, we must be more careful. Muyun paused and then said, in his eyes, this monster doesn't have much ability, it's just people's psychological effects. If something happens at that time, let's help each other out, so that we can better clean up this monster. I don't believe it, this monster is so capable. Chapter 86 It does not matter. It is precisely because of this reason that he dare not despise this monster. After all, this monster is indeed quite capable and can do such a thing. Speaking of which, this monster is not bad at all. If he didn't take it lightly, then there was naturally no problem. He didn't take it lightly at the time. The people around him were a little bit afraid, and some of them ignored some of them. Nowadays, these people are timid and fearful, and on the other hand, they are afraid to take some actions, and they also think that it does not matter if these monsters are not dealt with, and it is a big deal that some buildings will be destroyed by these monsters. It doesn't seem to be bad for them, but it's obviously a serious matter for them, and he doesn't want some trouble at that time anyway. In his eyes, if something really happened at that time, it would be quite terrifying. If something really happened at that time, it would be a very terrifying thing for him. If there were some problems at that time, then my heart will be very unhappy, and it will really cause a catastrophe at that time. Under this state, it is very likely that some problems will occur, and now these people do not need to look forward to the future. If they continue to stand before and after, then it is easy to cause some panic at that time, which is not a big deal to them. Good thing. The reason why they can't do these things at that time is entirely because they are very worried in their hearts, and these monsters are obviously really capable. It is for this reason that he hopes. It is a particularly important association for him that he can deal with these monsters together with these people, instead of panicking here and doing nothing. After reaching this point, there will inevitably be some in his heart that he now hopes to be able to do his best to deal with these endless problems. In any case, he hopes that he can do a good job, and now, he also hopes to get all these things done as soon as possible. Once something happens at that time, then my heart will be very angry, and I don't want to make some bad consequences now. Once something really happens at that time, then in fact, he will feel a special shame in his heart. After all, this problem has indeed involved too many people. In any case, he hopes that he can come up with a foolproof plan. And in such a state, the more nervous you are, the better you can do things, and now, I hope to be able to think of these people smoothly and not let these people argue with me. What? There are too many things happening now. If they don't talk about it properly, then it is more likely that some situations will arise. I don't want to have some problems at that time, unless all these things can be solved by then. Resolved. Otherwise, his heart is actually reluctant, and now he has no way to come and use a very enlightened method to figure out some of these problems. Chapter 87 Continue to Heal. Chapter 87. It was also from that time that he continued to heal, and Chungla began to change. He didn't like to eat, and gradually he couldn't eat a single bite, and the whole person gradually lost weight, so he was worried about Chungla's. Only then did the body begin to get nervous, and she invited Shepherd to help Chungla treat the disease to see if he could make Chungla return to the healthy appearance it used to be. When Shepherd heard the words, he knew in his heart that it was not anorexia. He thought that there must be some concealment in the shopkeeper's words, and he didn't want him to know, but it didn't matter, as long as he knew the situation of Chungla. But when he thought of the previous concealment of the shopkeeper, Chungla's condition was delayed, and he was misdiagnosed, so Chungla just fainted now. Shepherd couldn't help being very angry, and said to the shopkeeper coldly, "I knew this earlier, you should have told me earlier, otherwise I misdiagnosed that Chungla had anorexia, forcing her to eat, causing her to faint now. You are really irresponsible for her body, how can you be so daddies?" He felt that it was very important, and now he also felt very angry. He never thought that this guy would actually want to conceal his illness. This is his daughter. Why did he suddenly hide it here? Since he has already started to be healed, why don't he believe why he can't tell the truth? He doesn't even think about what this guy thinks. In any case, he has no way to understand this guy's mind, and now he is also more and more disappointed with this shopkeeper, who is still hiding it from him here. Is this a mistrust of him, or is it that he doesn't want anyone at all? A thing made him very angry, why this guy doesn't even pay attention to his own daughter. Such a situation is that he sees it so much that it has refreshed his concept, making his heart uneasy for a moment, and his own heart is also more and more, this kind of thing is too much. The shopkeeper felt very guilty when he said this, but now he was very worried about Chong-Li's health, so he asked Shepherd to not care about these things first, and persuaded him to say, "I know it's all my fault, but Chong-Li is in good health now. What matters, Shepherd, can you help her? I'm really worried that something will happen to her." "Okay, I just want you to remember not to be like this in the future. This kind of thing is very important, you have to hide it, and it will be your daughter who will harm you." The shopkeeper nodded and said, I know, I will definitely not in the future. You hurry up and show Chungla, I am really worried." "Understood, I'll show him now." Shepherd shook his head helplessly, and now he can only take care of Chong-Li's illness and let her wake up. Otherwise, if things drag on, things will really happen to Chong-Li's body. Shepherd now knows what Chungla's real condition is, and it seems to be more handy. He gave Chungla a rough look, and secretly asked the system how to treat Chungla's disease. The system reminded him that he could use it for Chungla. Hemostatic pill, and then the soul-piercing beads can be used for training. In his eyes, this is naturally very important, and now he also finds it very interesting. Chapter 88 The Innocent Wounded. Chapter 88. The innocent wounded evil wolf beast was shocked when he saw that there were 3 people on the side of the armored warrior. But it didn't affect him in any way. When Nguyen saw that the evil wolf beast wanted to attack the people around him, he immediately went up, and then kicked him to the ground with one kick. Probably because the wolf beast has never been treated like this before, so it seems a little helpless at this moment, and even begins to become dazed. When Xin Nan and Dong Shan on the side saw such a scene, they were immediately blinded, and they quickly asked, "What's going on? Is it because this monster's brain is broken?" When speaking of this, the eyes of the two showed doubts, as if they were very helpless about this matter. After all, they never thought it would be such a result. Regardless of point of view, this is a new experience for them. They are lucky as long as they do their own thing well. How dare they think about other things? After hearing the words of these two people, Muyun just smiled lightly, and then said, "It's not that you don't knowing my strength, what do I do so nervously?" Muyun's attitude towards these two people is very strange. After all, his ability is obvious to all. Could it be that he did something earth-shattering today? When he thought of this, Muyun touched himself with his hand, as if he felt that he really looked like an unforgivable bad person, and he was even different. Even the monsters are afraid of him. "Hey, if you want to fight, look for me, other people, you can't move." When Muyun said this, he smiled with a light-hearted expression. When the evil wolf beast heard such words, he immediately snorted a few times at Muyun, as if to express his dissatisfaction, and he didn't know why the evil wolf beast in front of him couldn't speak, and he was still talking. With a very stupid look, Muyun felt a little funny in his heart when he saw it. After seeing such a situation, Xin Nan and Dong Shan, who were standing on the side, only felt a little helpless in the face of what happened this time. But as long as they can defeat the supernatural monsters, they don't need to care about the scene. After seeing the appearance of the supernatural monster, Muyun felt very fortunate. Fortunately he came. Otherwise, the situation here today can become a little embarrassing. "The two of you go here first and I'll deal with it, and the other ordinary people will ask you." After Muyun said these words, he walked directly in front of the evil wolf beast, and then put on a look like he was going to fight with him. The evil wolf beast didn't show any other emotions when he saw Muyun's action, but his eyes were on Xin Nan and Dong Shan who were on the side. He seemed to be asking Mingming that he was fighting with these two people. Why did he suddenly change people now? "Muyun, you must be careful, this wolf beast is not as easy to deal with as other supernatural monsters." When Xin Nan said this, he covered his chest and coughed twice. Dongshan immediately supported Xin Nan, and then said blamely, "The people there are Muyun, if he can't do anything, then wouldn't the others be even more helpless?" Chapter 89 Let's Fight. Chapter 89, Fight. Muyun has completely entered a state of battle, and he already has a surefire plan for this incident. Even if there is an accident in the middle, it will not affect his performance. "It's time for me to perform." When Muyun said this, he suddenly let out a cold snort, and even the aura in his whole body changed. It's not the same as before. When Xin Nan and Dong Shan saw it, they felt a sudden sadness in their hearts. Because they can guess the final fate of the evil wolf beast, so at such a time their hearts are extremely sad, and at the same time they begin to sympathize with the evil wolf beast. A guy like the wolf beast will not show mercy to the people in front of him because of certain things. At this time, the supernatural monsters even started their own actions. Because they think that the person in front of them can't do anything, so as long as they maintain their previous state, they can definitely do things well. With supernatural abilities were not afraid of him, he only felt a little frustrated. How could he be struggling? Why didn't these guys give any face to them? The performance was very dissatisfied, and at the same time, he also began to sentence these supernatural monsters to death in his heart. For Muyun, the reaction of these supernatural monsters was too extreme. If they could show a little bit of fear, probably Muyun would not want them to disappear directly. "You guys have already touched my line, it seems that you have to stay today." "Already?" Muyun said in a cold voice, then tilted up, a strange smile appeared on his face. Right now, everyone is paying attention to the movements here, as if they want to see something from the people here. But where Muyun is there, it seems that everything doesn't need to be worried. Even Xinnan and Dongshan began to rest on the side and didn't care about those things at all. Those supernatural monsters were very shocked after seeing the actions of these two people, as if they couldn't imagine why these two people are still doing nothing now. They glanced at each other, but couldn't think of a reasonable explanation. At such a time, they suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that there are reinforcements behind them, but it doesn't look like someone will come to help them? When the supernatural monster thought of this, he didn't bother to care about anything, so he jumped up with his teeth and claws. When Muyun saw this, he immediately flashed to the side, and directly pushed the supernatural beast to the other side, and the supernatural beast was clumsy. He did not expect Muyun to use such a. They were very angry, and even began to bow their heads and feet over there, showing a very angry look. After discovering such a situation, the evil wolf beast also hurriedly called his brothers to run over. He felt that if he didn't hurry up to find someone, then he would not be able to complete his task, and he might not be able to complete his task by then. You will be scolded by adults. To read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 90. Not enough energy. Chapter 90. The energy is low and some other innocent citizens suffer at this moment. Those people never thought that they were just going out to go shopping, and that there were monsters coming out, which really made them feel incredible, but luckily the armored warriors had already appeared. If you hide somewhere, it won't be a big problem if you think about it. Damn armored warrior, do you think you can escape from my hands? The evil wolf beast said such words, and then charged directly towards Muyun. When Muyun saw this situation, he was slightly shocked. Could it be that this evil wolf beast is going to die with him? How embarrassing is this? When Muyun thought of this, he directly stretched out his hand, then he gently blocked the wolf beast from the outside with one finger. Then he said with a smile, "You are not my opponent, you should leave quickly, you can leave before I have the intention to kill. If you wait until the next time, I am afraid you will not be so easy to leave here." When he said this, Muyun's tone was mostly sarcastic. Because in Muyun's view, those people in front of him are not his opponents at all. It was a wolf beast or all the supernatural monsters rushed up. He also had a way to deal with those guys. Just thinking that he still needs to go through some troublesome things to defeat them, Muyun also felt impatient in his heart. However, this does not pose any threat. The evil wolf beast seems to know that if he doesn't act again, he will be wiped out by Muyun, so at this time he directly. Then he yelled, and then grinned. Seeing such a scene, Muyun felt unbearable in his heart. He immediately said to Xinnan behind him, "Xinnan, go over there and block him. If you don't subdue him, I won't believe it today." After saying these words, Muyun didn't care what the situation was behind him, and immediately began to fight with the evil wolf beast over there. However, Xinnan and Dongshan had already consumed almost all their energy in the battle just now, and now they actually felt an unbearable aura in their bodies. Both of them covered their chests, and then showed a very uncomfortable look. Dongshan thought that only he was like this, but he didn't expect that when he saw Xinnan next to him, Xinnan's face was also ugly. He immediately asked, "Xinnan, are you not feeling too well?" When he said this, Dongshan immediately patted Xinnan on the shoulder, trying to make him feel better, but he was also injured in the fight just now. In the current situation, the two are no different from ordinary people at all. Who was caught in the battle over there, didn't understand the situation at all. "I don't have anything to do. Now help Muyun to solve that. The evil wolf beast is the most important thing." Xinnan covered his chest and said weakly, but he wanted to stand up, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing him so brave, Dongshan just felt a little funny. Chapter 91. Show your talents. Chapter 91. Showing off his skills. Muyun is immersed in his own world, and he doesn't notice the surrounding scene at all. He still thinks that Dongshan and Xinnan have no problems at all, so feel free to make some friends. Hello, I handed it over to the two of them, but what I didn't expect was that these two people have been seriously injured. If they don't do anything, they will probably fall into a very difficult situation. Ugly General watched from the side, thinking that as long as he can make a contribution this time, he can completely ignore the armored warriors. The armored warriors themselves are nothing to him at all, and he seems to really hope to clean up the male protagonist and the others. In his eyes, it seems as if he is going to teach the male protagonist a lesson. Is a very old thing. He clearly understands that the beards are like heroes, but he just doesn't regard the male lead in them as heroes, and he looks down on the white beard all day long. Wish I could get rid of the white beard. For him, the male protagonist is a thorn in the eyes. The meat company can't wait to pull out this thorn in the male protagonist's eyes. Otherwise, he is not very happy in his heart, but now he has done it like this. A certain kind of thing really deserves retribution, otherwise people's hearts will definitely be very unhappy. Because what this person has done is too much, you don't even know about him. In any case, people should go to crusade against this guy, and this guy is indeed a lot of evil, and he should be punished very severely, otherwise if so, people's hearts will not be at peace for a moment. Think about that he received from Shadow Master will never be forgotten in his life, and all these humiliations were brought to him by the armored warriors. Suddenly became like this, how could he balance his heart? So at this moment, he wished that the armored warriors and the others would be wiped out by supernatural monsters. At that time, he could not only go back to claim credit, but also get Shadow Tyrant's reuse. This is the best result for him. As for the rest, he doesn't care so much now. For him, there is no need to take care of these at all, and now he wants to rush to take credit. He can't wait to destroy all these people, because to him these guys have no ability at all. They are still armored warriors, these guys are cowards, so they still hope that these guys will be quickly eliminated by monsters. For him, these armored warriors are all irrelevant things. Only by destroying the monsters can he have a better future, and if he can really help the monsters to destroy all the armored warriors, then he will get a lot of rewards. He really hopes to be able to quickly claim credit. For him, the moment he gets the reward is his victory. What skills you armor warriors have is nothing more than a little cleverness. In fact, your strength is not at all as good as our very brave monsters. Our monsters are very powerful financially. Chapter 92 Right and Wrong. In the face of strength, you crooked little cleverness is useless at all. You should hurry up and capture it. Our monsters are still very welcome to join you. What's the point of you still protecting those human beings? You should hurry up and follow us, just do the right thing. I didn't expect this armored warrior to be so powerful. It seems that I didn't come forward directly this time, which is really a wise move. Now the energy of Shinnan and Dongshan is almost exhausted. As long as I wait a little longer, you can go straight up to catch them, and bring them back to the base. Yingba will definitely praise me, and maybe even write off the wrong things I did before. The ugly general said such words secretly, not knowing that his current ugly state was completely in the hands of Mu Yun. Although Mu Yun was fighting here, he was still paying attention to the changes around him. So when the ugly will appear, he immediately noticed the unusual breath in the air. At this time, how could he have no defense at all? It's just that the ugly thinks he is smart and feels that no one can find him, so it becomes a bit unreasonable in terms of doing things. After Mu Yun knew that he could solve those people, he didn't hesitate anymore, but when he turned around, he suddenly found that the state of Shinnan and Dongshan was not quite right. He immediately put down the fight here, then quickly dodged to the two of them, and asked, "Are you two okay? When I was talking to you just now, why didn't you tell me that you had a problem? I knew it earlier. You're hurt, I won't let you stay here." He can't help but care about these people in his heart now. For others, if people are injured, then their combat effectiveness will be reduced a lot, and he can't help but start shutting down some people, because he finds that the conditions of these people are really bad. That's right, the two of them were obviously hurt, but they were obviously not going to tell him the truth. Because these two people are still worried now, so naturally, neither of them said anything. Two looked at each other, and neither of them spoke in tacit understanding. After seeing such a picture, in fact, he probably already knew what happened in his heart, and he knew that both of them should be injured. After saying this, Mu Yun's face still showed a very worried look, and he suddenly felt that the words he just said were just assholes. Those little hooligans fight. Do you really think that you are an Iron Man, and others are also Iron Men? When he thought of this, Mu Yun smiled apologetically, and then said to the two of them, since the two of you are injured, then go back quickly, here I am. One person can handle it. Xinnan and Dongshan did not object to what Mu Yun said, because they knew that Mu Yun had such strength, so after Mu Yun said these words, the two of them nodded, then immediately. Leave this place of right and wrong. Chapter 93 Factory Worker. After thinking about this, they are naturally very happy, and there are not many things to do now. After leaving this sports, although their psychological realization is relatively happy, as for Mu Yun, it can be regarded as a little bit in their hearts. Kind of comfort. After leaving this land of right and wrong, don't worry too much for the time being, and these monsters are not very powerful. If everyone works together to deal with it, it may not be impossible, so in such a state, he doesn't have to worry too much at all. Instead of worrying so much, it is better to strengthen your own strength. As long as you work hard to improve your ability, you will be able to deal with monsters better at that time. If you can't work hard to improve your strength, then you are really injured by monsters, or your home is destroyed. In fact, you can't blame anyone, you can only blame yourself for being incompetent. If you are too incompetent, it is actually a very normal thing to be hit by a monster when you do something without any strength. In any case, in his eyes, it is of course good to be able to improve his own strength and then work hard to defeat these supernatural monsters. As for Dongshan, he hurriedly followed her away, and the two walked one after another. On the other side, it was a very harmonious scene. You won. A lot of people are doing push-ups here. There are still many people counting the numbers next to them. It can be seen that it is really harmonious here. In this factory, these people always have a kind of quality and a kind of physical exercise. Both physical and cultural qualities are particularly useful. Because they often need to do some physical labor in these fields, especially the mines require a large number of factory workers, and those factory workers must have enough physical strength, so they often do this. A physical competition. This time someone managed to do 150 push-ups in a short amount of time. He successfully broke the previous record of 143 push-ups done by a strong man. How to say this is very admirable. Now that the supernatural monsters are so arrogant, they need to have enough strength to protect their factories, and they also need to have enough physical strength to work. Some time ago, the supernatural monsters infested here, causing great damage to their field, so that they had no way to repair the field and put it into normal work. A result, their production capacity has been reduced a lot. Now it's time for them to put into production in all directions. If they produce things well, maybe their city can be operational again. Because they are a mineral and a food factory, these things are especially useful to people. Especially mines. In this cold winter, these minerals are really useful. People still need enough minerals to keep their own heating problems. Just like those coal mines. Only enough coal mines can keep them warm enough, and that food is just needed. Chapter 94 Capable Ordinary People. In any case, these things are very important. And now these people are also working hard to increase their physical strength, try to improve their skills, and make themselves more powerful. It's okay, I didn't expect someone to do 150, it's really amazing. If Mu Yun and the others knew about this, they would be very excited, but now we still have to strengthen our training. The monster is right, our blow is too great. Some of our factories have suffered such great damage. We must make up for it quickly, and we need to get a large amount of mineral deposits. Xinnan looked at a group of field workers with a blushing face, and could see that he was really happy. It was a good thing to see these people doing push-ups together. It can be seen that many people already have very solid abdominal muscles and strong muscle mass. He is still very happy in his heart, and he can't help but exercise his body well now. Exercising your body is a very right thing in itself, and I feel that there is nothing wrong with this at all. In any case, he felt that he really needed one aspect of physical exercise, and it was really important to strengthen this aspect of exercise. If he didn't do this, he would definitely not be able to. Obviously, in his eyes, this is absolutely especially useful. Push-ups are something that must be done often, and he is now at the end of the day to strengthen his physique as an exercise, trying to make himself stronger. Let yourself become a very strong and capable person, and he is also inspiring these employees to work hard. Do physical exercise, any way they need to do it now. Although there are many people who feel that there is no place for them to do this at all. It's just a waste of effort. Even really dealing with those monsters is a very difficult thing, and even if they have increased their production capacity now, increases the production of a mineral and a mine in their factory, but it doesn't have any use. If the monsters actually appear in their factory, they can still destroy them all. Just like the last time when supernatural monsters appeared, although Muyun and the others with very powerful supernatural powers appeared to protect them, there was no way to reduce the loss in the process. Because it was a kind of monster that appeared too suddenly, it would destroy many of their things suddenly, so even if Muyun and the others appeared in time, they would just scare the monsters away. In fact, they didn't save too many losses, so now they seem to have discovered their own strength, which is very small. But that doesn't matter. Although their power is relatively small, they can also introduce some losses to find that the benefits of their own factories can be increased. In any case, they will not regret it in their hearts, because this matter is very worthwhile, and they are willing to do such a thing. In their eyes, this is quite valuable, and they will not have too much pressure in their hearts now, because they have already lost it in their hearts. Chapter 95 Shadow Fighter is here. Chapter 95. Yingba is here originally. Shinnan and Dongshin were going to leave here, but no one thought that when they were about to leave, Yingba suddenly appeared here. They couldn't believe in the slightest that such a situation would actually exist. What's the matter? Yingba actually came here. Shinnan was a little surprised. He had no idea that such a thing would happen. At this moment, he even felt that he was dreaming. Because Yingba never likes to come out to meet these people, he basically stays in his base. As for the rest, he doesn't ask questions, but just leaves it to his subordinates to do it, but today this thing really surprised them all. After seeing the state here, Yingba was a little confused. He couldn't think of why Ugly did such a stupid thing this time. It was easy to do such a simple thing, but he had to make it now. In this way, this is simply challenging his bottom line. It seems that he needs to teach the Ugly General a good lesson, otherwise, I am afraid that the Ugly General really thinks that what he has done is right. This does not help them in the slightest in the grand scheme of things. When he thought of this, Yingba put his eyes on the evil wolf beast, this supernatural monster he spent a lot of effort to get out. It finally came in handy today. From the current situation, the ability of the evil wolf beast is much higher than that of the Ugly General. Now the Ugly General is still hiding and watching the play, only waiting to bring the situation under control before coming out. I'm afraid it will be straight. Received an invitation to come. It's not that Yingba doesn't know about the Ugly Generals, but there are too few available people around him, so he can't do anything about it. There are people who are available, he will not tolerate the ugliness again and again so many times. You are the armored warriors. When Yingba saw the two people in front of him, he asked contemptuously, but he didn't pay attention to the two people in front of him at all. Because he felt that the two people in front of him would have no influence on him at all, so he would not have any other thoughts at all. After hearing what Yingba said, Shinnan suddenly had a feeling in his heart. Could it be that this person is here to interrupt their plan? If so, then they will deal with it there. Isn't Muyun a little dangerous? No, they absolutely can't let such a thing happen. So they should try their best to stop the person in front of them now, only in this way can they have other ways to solve the current predicament. When thinking of this, Shinnan took a step forward and said to Yingba, "Don't you just want to find the armored warriors to fight one-on-one? We are both armored warriors, you come for the two of us, the others they are all innocent, don't hurt them." Hearing what Shin Nan said, Yingba felt very funny, because he felt that what the person in front of him said was a little too weird. Don't you think it's too funny to talk to a bad guy like me? Do you think the bad guy will do what you think? You're too naive too. Chapter 96 Greatness. Chapter 96. What's powerful? Shin Nan probably didn't expect that Yingba would say such a thing to himself, and the whole person was in a state of confusion. After all, he felt that it was very difficult for him to say such words, but now he was still pulling with him here, which really made him feel a little unbelievable. What nonsense are you talking about here? Aren't you the leader of their side? Since you are the leader, you should have the appearance of being a leader. People like you who don't talk like you, if you are their leader, it's really weird. Dongshin was also very surprised by this matter. He couldn't imagine why the commander of a supernatural monster could be such a rogue. Whoever told you that as a leader, you have to do it right. We only want the final victory. As for the rest, it doesn't matter to us. Yingba just thought it was extremely funny for the words of the two in front of him. It was the first time he heard someone say that about him. Don't they know that a bad person is a bad person, and there is no such thing as a conscience? Besides, they are supernatural monsters. Talk to the monsters about credit. You mean, you have to make this place uneasy today before you give up? Already, isn't it? There was already a dangerous look in Dongshin's eyes, and the aura around him was not the same as before. But because of the fight with the wolf beast just now, he was injured, and if he was to face the shadow tyrant like this, then he would definitely have no chance of winning. They have absolutely no idea of the strength of the person in front of them. What happened? So I don't have a clue. If this person is really powerful, then wouldn't they just hit the stone with an egg? Don't worry about it, Dongshin, you are already injured, we have to take a long-term view. Shin Nan said in a low voice, and then pulled the person to his side. It's just this time, how could Dongshin be willing? After all, in his opinion, this is completely provoking his own strength, and also provoking the strength of his companions. He doesn't want such a thing to happen at all. Shin Nan, you don't need to persuade me about this matter, I have already thought about it. I must let the person in front of me see how powerful we are. Even if I am injured now, what can I do? I can still talk to him. You have to believe that I must have such strength. After saying this, Dongshin coughed twice. Seeing Dongshin like this, Shin Nan was very worried. You said that you are like this, what can you do? There is Muyun over there, it is correct for us to leave here as soon as possible. If we did not wait for us to leave, but dragged Muyun back, what would you do? Explain to Muyun. Shin Nan was very anxious, he couldn't understand why under the current situation, Dongshin was on the cusp of bullshit. It is clear that Dongshin would not be in such a situation in normal times, but today he is like a stubborn cow who lost his temper and refused to listen. Haha, it's a joke if you want to beat me with just the two of you. Was very amused by the actions of the two people in front of him. Chapter 97 Sneak Attack. Chapter 97. Sneak attack from behind. I advise you two not to fight with me. Leave here as soon as possible, while I don't want to do anything to you now. Yingba can be considered to be open to these two people. If Yingba's subordinates know about it, it is estimated that this Yingba is a fake. After all, Yingba has never been soft-hearted when it comes to people, except for the ugly general. Those subordinates walked around when they saw Yingba, and they didn't dare to meet Yingba at all, and even felt that if they were discovered by Yingba, it was estimated that the end would be very miserable. That the words that Yingba said were very insulting to Shin Nan and Dongshan. Two of them are also armored warriors, how could they easily be afraid of the leader of a supernatural monster? Their task is to get rid of those monsters, and then protect those citizens. Other than that, they have nothing else to do. If they can't even do such a thing, how dare they be armored warriors? It's better to be an ordinary person. When thinking of this, Shin Nan and Dongshan strengthened their beliefs. They must subdue Yingba today. Even if they can't subdue them, they have to delay for a while. At least they can make Muyun go more smoothly. Go ahead. After seeing the scene here, Muyun notified Bei Miao to come over. He now also knows that Bei Miao's strength is comparable to his own. Only when Bei Miao comes over can the current situation be easily resolved. Bei Miao, something happened here. Come here, I have already sent you the location. When Muyun was talking, he had already solved one of the supernatural monsters. And the power monster was lying on the ground and screaming. After seeing such a shape, the evil wolf beast immediately pulled up the supernatural monster lying on the ground, and then threw it behind him, as if to let the monster leave here quickly. Yo, I didn't expect you to protect your own companions, it's better than some people. Muyun said, and then showed a mocking smile. Even the monsters know how to help each other, but some people don't know it at all. I have to say that sometimes people are really inferior to monsters. But now the main purpose is to solve the matter in front of him, so he quickly threw himself into the battle with the wolf beast. On the other hand, since Xin Nan and Dong Shan have made up their minds, they must stop Yingba, no matter what. They don't have the mind to manage what happened on Muyun's side now. Their main purpose is to contain the guy in front of them. You two are not my opponents, give up. Yingba said calmly, and then patted the dust that didn't exist on his clothes. At this moment, Xin Nan and Dong Shan had collapsed to the ground, and they were panting, as if they had never expected Yingba's strength to be so powerful. But if they let them simply give up the things they insist on, how could it be possible? Xin Nan said this, and then spat out a mouthful of saliva. Chapter 98 Come from Bei Miao. Chapter 98. Bei Miao came here. After receiving the news from Muyun, Bei Miao immediately put down what she was doing manually, and then looked at Minxi beside her. What's the matter, is there something wrong over there? Minxi was very keen to perceive this matter. Apart from this, she couldn't think of anything else. Hearing Minxi's words, Bei Miao nodded, and then said, Muyun just called to say that some supernatural monsters appeared over there, and Yingba also appeared. It seems that this time I have to go. You just stay in the dumpling restaurant, don't run around, and come back when we settle the matter. After saying this sentence, Bei Miao immediately. After leaving the dumpling restaurant, Minxi explained what happened just now. Minxi looked at Bei Miao's figure leaving, and at the same time began to worry about other people in her heart. Why do supernatural monsters keep appearing all this time? If I hadn't stayed by these people's side, I would have no idea what the hell was going on, or what the supernatural monsters were going to do. I just hope they can do it. Come back safely. While talking, Minxi sighed and started to do her own thing. After Bei Miao quickly rushed to the battlefield, she found that the shadow tyrant here was actually attacking Xin Nan and Dong Shan. Stop, what are you doing? Bei Miao shouted loudly and immediately made Yingba stop the movements in his hands. Hearing this voice, Xin Nan and Dongshan people looked at the source of the voice at the same time. Sure enough, as they expected, it was Bei Miao who came, but, if they were to join forces with Muyun, then neither Yingba nor that evil wolf beast is their opponent. And at this moment, Xin Nan and Dong Shan suddenly felt that they were full of energy, as if none of those things had happened before. They even felt that they could fight for hundreds of rounds. Hurry up and surrender, now the strength of the side has surpassed you. When Xin Nan said this, there was a different light in his eyes. He even felt that being able to become partners with these people was simply a good thing that no one else could envy. Do you think that 3 armor warriors can deal with me? You are just delusional. When Yingba said this, he directly summoned the evil wolf beast to his side. He didn't look like he wanted to fight with these people in front of him. Who was fighting with the evil wolf beast, felt a little strange when he saw the evil wolf beast in front of him suddenly disappeared, and then turned around to see that it was indeed taken away by the shadow tyrant. I'm having fun here. Why did you take it back suddenly? Don't you know it's rude to disturb other people's interest? Muyun said cursingly, then walked over with his hands on his waist. When he saw Bei Miao's arrival. Anyway, the strength of their side is similar, and they can be equal to the opposite side. Now even if Yingba comes up with a few more supernatural monsters, they are not afraid anymore. That's it for today, we will fight again next time. After saying this, Yingba disappeared directly in place, leaving no time for these people to react at all. Chapter 69 Guard. Everyone present showed a surprised look. They never thought that Yingba would actually play this set for them. But this is no big deal, as long as they believe that they can go well, then the final home court belongs to them. When Muyun saw Yingba's actions, his whole person was a little bit waiting, but it didn't have any effect on him. It seems that this time we were too cautious. Muyun said, and then showed a clear smile. Anyway, they don't have anything to do on their side now, as long as they finish their own things, that's fine. Those supernatural monsters have also left, and no one has suffered any harm, which is the best thing for them. Shinnan and the others seem to be injured, so hurry back and get some treatment. Muyun said, and then winked at Bei Miao. Bei Miao heard this, she nodded immediately and took the two back. Only under such circumstances, Shinnan and Dongshin had some doubts about what happened today. Why did these people play their cards so unreasonably today? In the past, Yingba would definitely have a good fight with us when he found out that we were here, but now he's suddenly left here. When Shinnan said this, he showed a puzzled look, as if he had a very strange idea about this matter. Tosugi also felt the same way. But on the contrary, he didn't tell the matter, but thought about it in himself, and suddenly he felt that today's matter didn't seem to matter. It's for them, but to have some opinions on others. After all, in such a situation, the two of them couldn't give an accurate answer, so they fell into silence after just communicating. Bei Miao was standing beside the two of them, and when he heard the two of them talking, he just felt a little strange. Do you think that those monsters are coming for Muyun? Bei Miao expressed her thoughts, and then looked at the two of them. Hearing these words, the two nodded. That's what they felt, but they never saw the truth. Now that someone suddenly said it, they were able to calm down the thoughts in their hearts. Muyun here has no idea that these three people have imagined themselves in a very strange state, and he is still dealing with the following things over there. When these three people returned to the dumpling restaurant, they were still worried about something. It's just that a person suddenly appeared at this time, which made them all feel very surprised. Why did you come here suddenly, Mijin? Didn't you say that there are other things to do at the base? When Bei Miao saw Meijun's arrival, she immediately showed a surprised expression. Meijun smiled after hearing what Bei Miao said, and then said, I know something happened on your side, so I immediately came here. It seems that I came at the wrong time, and you have already settled the matter. How do you say that? When Shinnan said that, he felt a little funny.